Chapter 22. Knowledge is in the knowing that we know nothing. From Principles of Thought, 4th volume of the Zne Doctrines. Day of the 496th year of the Shrianese Federation. Indres measured the passage of time through observations. Thirst was first and foremost, its creeping demands interspersed with the waving and waning of dune shadows, the mineral sting of sand hurled by the wind, periods of heat and light, and obdurate blocks of dark and cold. The sky was sometimes a marbled blue that seemed an eternity away, then in its turn spangled with tiny points of fire that seemed close enough to touch. And always there was the wind through the stones, rising and falling in pitch, quickening and slowing, like and yet removed from speech. Mari, Shar, or Echo watered and fed him, his body reacting like an automaton to its most basic needs. Indres was aware of all that transpired around him, and reviewed events with clinical detachment. Arguments, singing, reproaches, reconciliations and more than once, combat. Flashes of battle in the dark with mountain fenlings, frozen moments of faces illuminated by orange firelight. Daytime struggles with bandits, or the Orgini expelled from their tribes, to wander the trackless sands without tribe, or family, or the grounding of the familiar. None of these things roused Indres from his meditations. None of them alarmed him to the point of climbing down from the mountain of his mind. At all times he knew he was protected, for where was a man more safe, more secure, than surrounded by some of the most dangerous people in the world? Why are you here? The stranger's voice was as gentle as the breeze, without the inflection of curiosity. Indres had watched as the man emerged from the megalith, even though Mari and the others did not react to him. He folded his robes about him as he sat, bleached sapling staff balanced across his thighs. Indres queried a part of his mind and decided that he had been sitting in the sand for 6 days. Indres looked about, but his friends were nowhere to be seen. Because I need to be here. No one with that the stranger rose from the sands and walked among the stones, vanishing in plays of bent light and straight shadow. Indres thought about the question, and planted it as the root of the possibility tree, his answer dangling like fruit. Indres examined permutation, inflection, meaning, and metaphor, but there were no answers more fitting than the honest one he had given. Another day passed. Indres glimpsed Mari for a long moment, her eyes staring, her lips moving, her hands on his face and in his hair. Then she, too, was gone. Why are you here? The stranger asked when he returned. Because I choose to be here. No, the stranger rose to his feet and once more vanished among the stones. Once more Indres planted the question, and hung the answer, and sought insight among the branches, leaves, and twigs that joined the two. After another day, the stranger took his place on the sand, legs folded, staff across his lap. Again he asked the question. Because I want to be here. No. The next day, rather than answer the obvious with the obvious, Indres invoked the 3 possibility trees in his mind. He inspected them side by side, the one atop the other in a confusion of branches, leaves, and alternatives. None were wrong, but the whole was so discordant it was devoid of meaning, like trying to hear one voice in hundreds, or instantly see one word on a page. Only the trunk and the roots were clear and consistent. It was thought, and speculation, and expectation that made the question complex. There was little a person needed. Much a person chose, and more that a person wanted. When such things were unimportant, what remained? I am here, because I am. Yes. The man smiled peacefully, eyes clear amid the wrinkles at their corners. Who are you? The herald's words echoed in Indres's head. That is not as important as how I am, or what I am. Indres lingered on the rest of what the herald said, and added, or why I am. The man's smile widened, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. And why are you? The words had been laid out in his head in the black archives, almost as if the herald had known the question was going to be asked. I am the cause, and the effect, of questions, promises, and actions from a time few living can still remember. I am, because you were promised a light to guide the way. But do you know what it means? I don't. Indres bowed his head in humility, letting the frustration pour from his limbs and into the sand beneath him. The admission felt good. Indres was about to deconstruct his mental frameworks and prisms. Yes, the stranger spoke softly. The word was almost a sob. He stood, and extended his hand to Indres. Welcome, Nazarat Fa Amon Indres, to Isenander, the great scholastic library of Shrian. I have been so very long waiting for you, and am glad you are come. And you are? Who you expect me to be. Your danger is calling, though it's one of many names given you down the ages. Perhaps you'll share your other names with me, as I learn what I came here for. Only if you are unfortunate. Indres paused for a moment, then followed Danger is calling through the ancient stones in the sand, circling and backtracking. Each stone was like a corner. When Indres rounded it, the world had changed, as if Isenander were being built around them, or the illusions that had hidden it were being stripped away. His stopped dead in his tracks. The dome of the heavens was brighter than he had ever seen it, the stars and the colored clouds of the ancestors' shroud more vivid. Eln hung low and glorious in the sky, a brilliant orb of sapphire blue, emerald green, and pearl white. The white swirled slowly, like clouds, with flashes of light blossoming here and there. And the mirrored floor reflected the wonder above, providing enough light that lanterns were unnecessary. Curiosity and the honest thirst for knowledge burned brighter than any lantern. The echoes of Danger is Calling's voice rolled over the silence like a fog. What need have we for such things, when here we light our own way? Columns marched in all directions, holding up the sky, or holding back the floor, depending on perception. Indris touched one, and his hand passed into it. Light shimmered around his fingers. It felt like dragging his hand through sand. Light touched the silicate grains, tiny stars in their own right, cascading the light upward, downward, and outward. With each double beat of his hearts, the illumination grew. Words flowed in the columns, then sentences, then whole pages of text in High-Avan, Seath, Maladhoring, and even the circular, no, the spherical glyphs of the Time Master's language, like orbs of spun toffee. There were other characters that Indris could only guess at. He turned to Danger is Calling, who spread his hands and lifted his face to stare lovingly at the testimony to knowledge that stretched around them. The pillars of sand, Indris. For all things we make, all the things we dream, and all the things we learn are based upon foundations that can shift and disappear from under our feet. Danger is Calling looked melancholy. Remember, my friend, that of all things that move through the world, we seeking to change it for reasons that seem good and proper to ourselves are the most imperfect, the weakest things of all. Nothing, no form, no substance, no shape, no opinion, neither love, nor friendship, nor hatred, is forever. Will my friends be safe? Indris asked. He knew it had been many days that they had waited outside, and it was likely to be many days that Indris would remain in Isanander. I have brought them in here, the man said, his staff clacking on the floor as they walked. Once you had become the way, and the door, it would have been inhospitable to leave them outside. They sleep, and dream, and take much-needed rest from the woes and turmoil they carry. You can see them at your leisure. Indris nodded his thanks. Do you know why I've come? For music. Indris opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again, thinking about the man's response. In climbing from the top of the mountain, the Zieni magnate Kobakaru had said that knowledge is music, speaking to the heart and the head at once, persuading rather than forcing a reaction. Every piece of knowledge was its own composition, and would draw in, or send away, those who listened to it. There was no right or wrong, there was only music, and what a person took from it. Old music, Indris said. Then perhaps you will find your moment of perfect beauty. How do I find anything here? There is nothing to be done, and nothing to do. What comes, comes, when you are ready to receive it. That doesn't help much. The man shrugged. Goals are sometimes only targets for us to aim at, while we learn more on our journey to missing. No better. Teachers give neither fact nor truth. But a teacher will point to facts, while the student learns truths for his or herself. You're not going to answer my question, are you? I already have. And he smiled, and walked away. Indris drew in a breath to dampen his frustration. All about him the pillars of sand glittered with the light of knowledge, glyphs making smooth progress from left to right to left, or up and down depending on the language. He looked down at his boots, where it seemed as if he were being held in the embrace of the ancestor's shroud. All this while I've been striding among the stars, unknowing. Indris lifted a boot, and the absence of his foot was filled with brilliant color reflected from the sky above. It was difficult not to smile in the presence of such beauty. Tension faded, releasing knots in his shoulders and stones in his mind. Form and thought moved more freely. Alone again, Indris stretched, observing the seemingly unending procession of pillars around him. Take what you need, leave what you don't. Famensitri had said that to him so many times as he was learning from her. Would you say that here, Sahai? Looking up at the pillar beside him, Indris absently tracked the rows of square Maladhoring glyphs. The sentence structure was archaic, and it took Indris a few attempts to think in the language he was reading. The mortal mind can grasp concepts to a degree, and can channel energy safely within the context of its own experiences and imagination. Generally, it is the fear of going beyond the familiar that causes failure in the use of the arcane science, for the mystics find themselves in an undiscovered territory for which they have no basis for understanding. The use of analogy and metaphor provides a framework within the abstraction, yet it is the abstraction that is the ultimate goal, the concept of manipulating energy without the constraints of what a person should do. There is only what a person can do. Let each person judge the right of their application of power according to mortality and ethics, but remember that IA does not do so. IA itself has a depth of understanding and a complexity of mental process if one accepts the hypothesis that the mind and soul are inextricably linked, as demonstrated by the ability of spirits in the AHM to retain memories of their lives, and to learn and retain knowledge that those who dwell on IA do not. The only way for us to gain true insight, and to harness the breadth of our true capability, is to expand our context and our consciousness. To be more than we are, we must forget what we can do, and awaken what slumbers within, to go beyond our limitations and realize what can be done if we lose our need to exist only as we are, and not as we could be. Indres read the last passage again, to ensure he had translated it correctly. He swore to himself, then swore more loudly at the man who had led him here. Like the teacher he was. Here, in the encircling arms of the ancestor's shroud, in what seemed to be the center of the pillars of sand, was part of what Indres had come to find. Awakening, he breathed. The energy serpent within him shifted. Vortices opened like flowers facing the sun, and filled Indres with a sense of warm expectation. Indres read the works of brilliant minds until his own could take no more and his eyes burned from fatigue. He patted his stomach as it grumbled. There was no passage of time other than what his body observed by its needs, and Indres knew he could go for long periods with neither food, drink, nor rest. He had no idea how long he had tracked the knowledge he was after, moving from pillar to pillar and back again, the story growing more complete each time. He admitted he would learn no more after the fifth reading of the same paragraph of seethed characters. Part of his fatigue came from the constant changing of thought processes, from language to language. There were whole columns written in the imagery-laden and dreamy Hajishur, something he struggled with, where one word could mean different things in the context of the words around it. The library was filled with secrets, and haunted by its past. There were times when Indres felt eyes upon him, heard whispers among the stars, or saw shadows moving between the columns. He called out, but nobody answered. Now there was a light in the distance, and Indres moved toward it. Set amid gentle hillocks of clover and violets was a towering ziggurat, bedecked with hanging gardens and water features. The fountains and waterfalls played a delicate melody that Indres found relaxing. He explored the ziggurat, moved from lighted room to darkened room, to scriptorium, to dining hall, to laboratory, to observatory, to rooms for the teachers and students. Most of the rooms were empty, but some still held the possessions of their former inhabitants. Indres wandered from room to room, idly flicking through sketchbooks, journals, and half-finished scrolls. Inkpots were stained and flaky next to dried brushes, the bristles falling free when Indres touched them. Musical instruments. The tools of carpenters, blacksmiths, and jewelers. Clothes millennia out of date from when the Avon had ruled an empire and a world. Isanander had been a city of learning, now hidden between folds of space and time. Now empty, except perhaps for the nomads that abided in the corner of Indres's eye, or in their age-old whispers. Indres felt the presence of the students everywhere about him, the concentrated presence of vast intellects and growing power. Unlike in the dead flat beyond and about the library, Indres felt eddies of the AHM as it flowed through him. Changeling was quiet, lost in her own ruminations, her shape warm and comforting. Indres felt for the bag of shards of Changeling's ruined blade. One of them felt different from the others. He drew it out, the metal oily, tinted with dark blood that would not wash off. Indres ran his finger along the raised pattern of the emissary's blood and felt more keenly the disentropic taint, days after she had been killed. He coughed away the onset of tears, lost for a moment in grief for what his wife, for he could still not think of her by name, had become. Safer, and saner, to believe his wife had died years ago, when he thought she had, than associate her with the agent of the Dreer that he had killed at Tamerlane. Changeling crooned in question, the faintest trickle of comforting energy flowed into Indres, helping assuage the guilt he should not feel. He had lost his wife years ago. He loved another now. The messages and the pillars swam before his eyes. Indres stretched, and yawned. He was hungry, and he was tired, and he desired the company of friends. There was no absolute direction to anything in Isanander, so Indres pictured Mari in his head and walked. Isanander orientated around Indres until he was at the place he was. He knew his legs moved, the same way he knew his heart beat and that he drew breath, yet the sense of movement without him going anywhere was unnerving. The Wanderer was canted on her damaged landing gear by a wide pond. The starshot sky was pale, hued by a fake dawn by Ilhan lanterns shedding light where none was needful. His companion sat in an oasis, on spongy clover, surrounded by a ground covering of native violets, palm trees, and trees laden with figs, apples, and persimmons. Mari caught sight of him, yelled a greeting, and dashed across the grass to throw herself into his embrace. They kissed, and walked together back to the makeshift camp. "I don't remember how we got here," Mari said nervously. She looked up at the unwavering sky. "And I've no idea how long we've been here either." "What do you remember?" "You, sitting in the sand, still as a bloody stone," Mari grumbled with real anger in her tone. She elbowed him in the ribs, almost hard enough to hurt. "I fed and watered you for days. We were attacked by the Fenlings, and some of the Orgini. Bilam and Sonoji wanted to drag you aboard the Wanderer and leave, but the rest of us decided to give it time. How long? 9 days or so. Then we were here, wherever here is. Where have you been? Sonoji asked petulantly as Indris and Mari arrived. Is this the Pillars of Sand? There's nothing here. How can I learn if there's nothing here? Indris remained silent. Though the Wanderer's Ilhan lanterns paled the stars above and below, he could see the long line of columns that marched away beyond the oasis, all equidistant from each other, as the trees were. Everywhere is its own center. But Mari, Shar, Echo, and Bellamandris nodded at Sonoji's sentiment. Curious, Indris went to one of the trees and touched it, to find that it, too, was made of sand and the knowledge of trees, rather than wood. The oasis was exactly that for his friends, a place of respite, something their assembled minds had built and felt at ease in. Indris focused his mind, and to his eyes the trees lengthened, straightened, and became the columns he had become familiar with. I'm sorry I can't explain more, but I don't have many answers about this place, Indris said. Have you tried exploring? We've not been here all that long, I don't think, Bellamandris said. Long enough to set up camp and dress our wounds. And get hungry, Echo said. Thankfully there are fish in the pond. Shar playfully ran her fingers through Echo's mane, something he tolerated with a wide-eyed stillness. Poor baby. When he saw all the fruit trees, Echo thought he was going to starve. There's what seems to be plenty of food and water, Mari said. But how long are we going to be here? Morn and the immortal companions will have reached the Seek long before now. We're useless here, Bellamandris added. We need to get to where my father is, and help stop him before he goes too far. Kasra won't scruple to fuel father's ambitions, and the emissary, he looked apologetically at Indris, who had felt his expression harden with the memories of what his wife had become. Sorry. I didn't think. It's not your fault. She was what she was, and there's no changing that. Even so, Sonoji said, we can't wait here. It's been 9 days already. The Osrin can cause a lot of damage in 9 days. Shar suggested they eat, and talk later. They parceled out what remained of the food they brought with them, supplemented by fish and fruit from the oasis. Though the conversation was kept light, it was clear to Indris that his friends, including Mari, were not keen on staying. Sonoji was the worst, the tiny witch anxious at her lack of connection with the AHM, and the temporary loss of her abilities. After their meal, Indris took Mari by the hand and led her away, where they could talk in private. We don't want to stay, Mari said. But neither can you leave. What are we to do? What do you think is happening out there? Indris asked. Very bad things, most likely. Things you can stop? Most likely. Indris chewed his lip, staring at the woman he loved. I am so close to the answers we need. There's more happening in the world than what I'm doing here, he admitted. True enough. Mari took his hand and massaged it, her thumbs working the skin, relaxing him. But what you're doing here is important. For all of us. Anything we can do to stop your father is important, Mari. And this isn't a fight anybody can win on their own. Not even the great and powerful Indris? Mari smiled, and he relaxed. She stepped closer to him, placing his hands around her waist in an enforced hug. She nuzzled his neck, her breath warm. When she spoke, her voice resonated on Indris' skin. Not even the Dragon Eye? The Tamer of Ghosts? The Prince of Tides? You forgot the Knight of Diamonds, Indris murmured. He kissed her deeply, which turned into hungrily, his fatigue forgotten. They parted, breathing deeply. We have to go, Indris. Mari's voice was hoarse with desire. She felt good in his arms, strong, and warm, and soft in the places he liked. Do you have to go now? I think I've some time to spare. The two of them sorted through the pile of discarded clothes, and dressed. They shared lopsided grins and few words. As they returned to the others, Indris asked Mari, where will you go? Depends. With the water of life we can lift off and get the Wanderer east, out of the dead flat. There, Sonoji will be able to mind-speak the other witches to find out what's been happening. If we're lucky, Father doesn't know about Bilam's defection yet. It'll kill him, Indris. Father loves Bilam so much. Indris held her hand as they walked, and discussed options. If the Sikh have decided to join the party, Indris said, then there's a good chance we can stop your father. Let's hope so, love. Mari gave a sorrowful smile. I don't want my father dead, but he can't be allowed to cause any more harm to our nation, or its people. I'll do what needs to be done, should it come to it. They said their goodbyes, in words, gestures, and caresses that would have to last them until they saw each other next. Saying farewell to his other friends was just as heart-wrenching, but the tears were ones of love, and nothing to be ashamed of. Bellamandrus hugged Indres, and whispered a promise that he would die before allowing any harm to befall Mari. The two men nodded to each other, and Indres wondered at the friendship they might enjoy. Indres stood by the side of the pond as the wanderer took to the air, Ilhan-like clinging to her lines. She circled upward, set a course, and then vanished into a curtain of wavering light. No sooner were they gone than the oasis disappeared, the trees transformed into columns of lore, and the sky and the ground mirrored each other. A deeper understanding and awareness of awakening had started to unfold in Indres' mind, the paths that Ariskander had opened in Amnon widening with the new knowledge. But there was more. Fatigue tugged at Indres' limbs. He emptied himself of thought and the need for action, and allowed Isander to flow around him until he arrived at the dormitory. There were hundreds of balconies on a sweeping ziggurat backdropped by a sea of stars. The scent of lavender and vanilla was soothing. Indres entered the first room he found, and collapsed on the bed. He doubted the previous occupant, millennia dead, would mind very much. As Indres dozed, there came the sound of a plaintive, mournful song, one of profound loneliness and regret. The song plucked at the strings of loneliness Indres had known in Amarka, the sense of deep isolation and stillness that he had hated. He lay there, letting the sadness wash over him, feeling part of it, as he drifted away to sleep. Chapter 23. We are, and we do, or we do not. Life is as simple as that. From the Nilvedic Maxims. Day 78 of the 496th year of the Shriyanese Federation. The wanderer soared through clear, cold skies, eastward over a high plain in the Marajur. The snowline stretched thick fingers down the mountainside, touching mountain ponds and rivers. Giant mountain harts, goats, and ponies grazed below, and the smoke from a lonely homestead plumed from a lopsided chimney. A trapper, shaggy in her furs, looked skyward and waved as the ship flew by. "We've been gone how long?" Mari asked Sonoji with disbelief. "It's been 16 days since we arrived in the desert," Sonoji affirmed. "Asking me a third time isn't going to change the fact." "I count 3 days searching, then 9 days waiting in the desert for the stranger to arrive," Bilam said. "I don't remember us waiting another 4 days in Isander." "None of us do," Bellamandrus, Echo said. "But the world has spun on, regardless of whether we were aware of it or not." The witches had been nearly hysterical when Sonoji made contact. It took a couple of hours, with Sonoji mind-speaking different witches, to get a comprehensive, if manic, account of what had happened since she and Bilam left Avanwa. "The nation is in an uproar," the Tunisian witch said. "Eleni, who was the closest thing we had to a leader, is dead. Best I can understand, the Osrans made good on his pact with the Malagangers for access to the treasures in the Romark. There was a massacre at the Kadir Salasan." "Massacre?" Mari snapped. "What happened? Is Vahina safe? If you'll let me finish?" Sonoji replied. "Apparently there was a fight between the Osran's forces and some elements of the Federationists. There are also a number of people gone missing in the subsequent violence in the capital. One thing that is confirmed is that the last of the Salasans, Vahina and Martum, are dead, but..." Mari sat, deflated as the witch related the rest of what she knew, how there had been some sudden and dramatic reversals in those who had not enthusiastically endorsed the Osran's policies. Of how some of those who were once loyal to Karajadan had crossed the political floor, their faith lost. That other factions were walking away from their self-serving neutrality and choosing sides away from the center of the floor. The Arbiter Marshal and the Secretary Marshal have officially declared this to be a time of change, but neither of the predominant factions could even agree on that. None of it changed the fact that Vahina was dead. After everything she had endured, and their escape from Tamerlan, she had died in her own Kadir. "How did Vahina die, Sano?" Mari asked. Sonoji's grin was wicked. "Trying to kill the Osran." "Don't shake your head, that's the story. Vahina was found dead, with a knife clutched in her hand, covered in your father's blood. Apparently Wolfram, as well as a couple of the Anluki, were chased away from Vahina's body as they were retrieving the Osrans. Nobody knows if the Osran's alive or dead. There's talk among the witches that he was critically injured, and taken back to the Romark." Mari settled back against the rail, the hammer blows of grief painful in her chest. Vahina dead, and her father's fate unknown. It was always going to come to this, wasn't it? But knowing it, versus feeling it, was quite different. "Are you truly dead, father, or will you rise once more to plague the nation?" "Sefnazar Fa Egemandian, the Sky Lord, has been appointed the arbiter of the change," Sonoji reported. "But the opposing faction is refusing to recognize his authority, as he has known Federationist sympathies. The Imperialists are calling for a vote on who should be arbiter of the change." "That's a decision for the magistratum to make," Bilam said. "They'll ratify old Aho in the role." Avanwa is his city and he'll keep the peace. Where do we go now? Shar asked into the depressing silence. In lieu of Indris, both Shar and Echo turned to Mari for a decision. Bilam and Sonoji kept their opinions to themselves, but Bilam had sworn himself to Mari, and Sonoji to Bilam. We've no armies of our own, Mari said. Individually we'd not make much of a difference. So let's go somewhere where we can. We go to Avanwa, and pledge ourselves to the arbiter of the change. Shar circled the wanderer around Avanwa, the galley buffeted by the howling mountain winds. Smoke rose from many buildings, and there was a thick layer of pale ash in the bone gardens, where the powdered remains of the dead were planted. The streets were dotted with color where banners had been ripped from homes and trampled underfoot. The harbor was virtually empty, and the skies patrolled by armored griffins, and windships flying the colors of the Nazar. 2 squads of Gryhan riders intercepted the wanderer on approach, their shadows wavering on the deck as the great beasts hovered above, sunlight glinting from spear points and armor. The griffins moved into tight formation, the closest of the armored riders pointing in the direction they wanted the wanderer to go. They had not traveled far before another squad of griffins dropped from high above, wings snapping as they slowed their descent to fly alongside and above. Mari bit back a yell as 2 of the riders swung their legs over their saddles, and dropped almost 3 meters to the deck of the wanderer. The 2 landed with the clash and creak of armor. They were tall and lean, dressed in cropped coats, with leggings buckled over their trousers. Both carried shamshirs, short recurved bows, and heavy spears with disconcertingly long blades. The 2 Sky Knights lifted the eagle visors on their helmets to reveal Neva and Yago. Without their riders, the griffins dropped out of sight. They'll be fine. Yago gave them a casual wave. No doubt happy they don't have to carry us around the sky all bloody day. Truth be told, those damned saddles could be more comfortable. Whine, 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 Neva said, mimicking a flapping jaw with her hand. Though their smiles were warm, the siblings looked tired. Neva clasped Shar's and Echo's hands in her own, as did Yago. Their appraisal of Mari, Bilam, and Sonoji, however, was forbidding. Have you come here to turn yourself in? Pardon? Bilam asked. His hand drifted to Tragedy's hilt. The Widowmaker smiled at Neva, whose expression closed down. We come in peace, if that's what you mean. Why, thanks ever so much for that. Neva replied. But no. I meant what I said, and I mean what I say. A warrant has been issued by the Arbiter General for the arrest of any members of the Great House of Erebus, and others. I thought you'd come to make my life easy. You were going to make my life easy, nay? Neva, Yago, Shar said. Neither Mari, Bilam, nor Sonoji are here as prisoners. We've come to pledge our support to your father. Little late, Yago retorted. His spear dropped fractionally into something not quite a fighting stance. You know how it is. Echo glided forward to stand with Mari, enormous and lethal. Shar remained at the pilot's station, but Mari had no doubt where the war chanter's attention lay. Mari flicked a glance at the other griffins that hemmed them in, as well as the 2 windskiffs with their complement of archers that had joined the procession. With a surprising calm, Mari unbuckled her weapon's harness and laid her 2 swords on the deck, then stepped away. Bilam almost choked in outrage, no doubt believing that they could kill Neva and Yago, then outrun the Sky Lord's forces. But what would be the point? We came here to help the nation, not what our father intended the nation to be. We're far from in a prison cell yet, and there's much we can say to prove our cause. Echo followed Mari's lead, placing his khopesh, bow, and quiver on the deck. Shar gestured to Yago to come and take her weapons. Seriously? Yago asked. You're going to make us arrest all of you? We're not making you do anything, other than that you feel you have to do, Mari said. We're not criminals. Trust me when I say that we can help. You may not have helped the former Osrin in his most recent crimes. Neva lanced Bilam and Sonoji with a glare. But your brother and that bitch, among others, most certainly can't make that claim. Then that's something we need to discuss with the authorities, Mari said. But we all came together, and we'll all go free together. Or not, Yago countered. Mari hoped for the alternative. Hours passed in the relentless glide of a bar of light from the narrow cell window. There was little sound that filtered to them, for the jails were in a remote part of the city, accessed by a warren of tunnels and ravines. From time to time the racket of strife reached them. Each time the guards tensed, ready for action, yet were never called to battle. When the sounds dwindled, they returned to their vigil. If somebody comes to take vengeance on us, Bilam murmured to Mari, we're not in the greatest position to defend ourselves. Good plan, little sister. Next time we're flying into the capital after our father tries to destroy the nation, you can decide what we do. Sound fair? Sounds fair. Stars had long since appeared through the window, with the first colored haze of the ancestors' shroud glimpsed at its edge, when Mari heard approaching footsteps. She nudged the others awake, so that they were all standing when Aho, Neva, and Yago entered the jail at the head of grim-faced Sky Knights. Aho's face was dark with rage. He paced before the bars of their cell. Mari stood quietly before the fury that emanated from the Sky Lord, and hoped her brother knew better than to crack wise. "Do you think for a moment," Aho said, "that I have the time to worry about the likes of you?" He jutted his chin at Shar and Echo. "I've no grievance with the two of you, and you're free to go. No arguments. I want you out of this cell. As for the Erebus siblings and the witch, you will face charges for your crimes against the Shryonese Federation. Would you care to enlighten me, Sefnazar?" Mari schooled herself to calm. "Surely I've proven I've nothing to do with my father's schemes? How do we know what you're capable of?" Neva came close to the bars, and the two women appraised each other. "You've not been seen since you left the city with the Rons, and they were forced to march out of the dead flat by themselves. We were told that you left with the Widowmaker, the Blacksnake, and his son." "I did leave with them," Mari admitted. She paused for a moment, memories of her incarceration painful. "Jem and Nadir took me to Tamerlan, where I'd been the prisoner of the Dowager Osran since the beginning of the year." "Convenient," Yago said from where he leaned against the opposite wall. "Not as much as you'd think," Mari shot back. "And we are supposed to take all this on your word?" Aho asked. Mari pressed her face to the bars, and spat at the old Sky Lord's feet. "When I was here last, I helped save your life. And Vahino's. Before then, I defied my father at Amnon, and helped the Federationists thwart his plans. In the dead flat, I once more put my life on the line to protect Vahina. I think I've nothing more to prove to the likes of you, Sky Lord. Believe me or not, but your prejudices have no place in determining my innocence." "We should hand them over to the Arbiter's Tribunal for judgment and execution," Neva said. "What Miriam says is true," Sefnazar, Echo rumbled. "Every word of it. I fought at Miriam's side, watched her sacrifice. We lost close friends, yet never did Miriam's resolve to do right waver." "We were there," Shar said, "when Morn Hawkwood and the Immortal Companions helped Mari end the Dowager Osran's reign in Tamerlan. She'd been there since the beginning of the year, her grandmother's prisoner. You're wrong to accuse her when she's given so much, and asked nothing in return from a nation that should be forever grateful." Aho stepped away to confer with Neva and Yago. They spoke for several minutes, while Bilam and Sonoji paced the cell nervously. While Mari had not been involved in her father's recent crimes, neither her brother nor his lover could say the same. Though they had come to Tamerlan to help Mari, and had offered their service to stand against the Osran, the truth was they were guilty of Aho's accusations. One look at Bilam's tense smile, and Sonoji's huddled carriage, told Mari that they knew things would most likely not go well for them. Mari tracked the movement of the guard as he approached the cell door. He gestured for Mari, Shar, and Echo to move forward. Bilam gave a soft and unsurprised snort, and Sonoji glared like a cornered cat, but neither moved from where they were. Mari dashed back to her brother and hugged him. "Don't give up, Bilam," she whispered. "I'll find out what I can do to save you. Is there anything you can tell me that will help me plead your case?" "None of the people we abducted are dead, Mari," Bilam said in her ear. "I told father that we'd hidden them away in some abandoned villas in Maladi, that some had been killed on his orders. He had long abandoned a path I could follow. We hid those hostages away on a homestead in the mountains behind the Ilium Day, safe from his impulses and hopefully far from his reach. They're under cousin Nima's protection. If the people in his care listen to what I told them, they'll all be safe and sound, right where we left them, but..." Mari's breath rushed out in a swell of relief. "Once we find the prisoners, it'll go a long way to establishing your innocence. Or part of it, anyway. Wish me fortune." Self-serving, perhaps, but sure. The cell door closed behind her with a clanging finality. Aho led the way out of the cells. As they approached the threshold, Mari stopped. The soldiers around her clattered to an undisciplined halt, one of them bumping into her. He apologized profusely, and flinched as Mari patted him lightly on the cheek. "You're free." Neva's sour tone made her opinion clear. "What are you waiting for?" "My weapons, and those of my friends, if you'd be so kind." "I really don't think. Am I a prisoner?" "No, but... Am I being charged with any crime?" Neva clenched her jaw. "No. Then my request stands on its merits. Weapons. Now. If... you... please." Mari smiled insincerely. "Or if you don't please. I'll still have what's mine." Aho gestured and the weapons were returned. Mari buckled her weapon's harness on, and bowed her head to Aho as he gestured for Mari to leave the jail. The Sky Lord led the way back to the roads and the rippled bowl of Avanwa below. It was cold and dark outside, the wind sending litter rolling down the streets. Most of the city lights were out, whole sections that had once belonged to factional loyalists so dark it was as if a person had daubed the city in thumbstrokes of black paint. The procession made its way down deserted streets, occasionally meeting squads of green-coated Karif, or Nadi flying the colors of the allied political factions that remained in Avanwa. Screams, shrill horns, and the sounds of conflict echoed from around corners, and upstairs, and from the terraces below. "How long has this been going on?" Mari asked. "Since the tragedy at the Tirjahavan." Yago's tone was dejected. "And what's my father to say about it all?" "Nothing." Neva's ire was palpable. "Your father hasn't been seen since." "We've been betrayed by so many of those we counted as friends of late." Neva's smile was grim. "But at least your brother can atone for his crimes." "What had Bilam to do with any of this?" "He was in Tamerlan when we deposed our grandmother, and we've been at each other's side since." "Be that as it may, Mari," the Sky Lord said, "Belamandris and the witch, Sonoji, abducted and murdered dozens of people on your father's orders. They must stand trial." Mari placed her hand on the Sky Lord's shoulder. He stopped, scowling, but allowed his features to relax before he gazed at her with open curiosity. "My brother hasn't murdered anybody." Neva shook her head in disbelief. "You're loyal, Mari. And please, despite what you may think, I don't dislike you. Your house, on the other hand, is a different matter. The Erebus can't be trusted, and your beautiful brother is a murderer. He makes a mockery of the finest traditions of the Daishari. Why do you defend him, when as a warrior poet yourself, you should be more outraged than I?" "Thank you, Neva. Any rudeness I've extended to you has been poor of me. I thought Roshana was trying to marry you off to Indris. But tell me, is there a homestead, or villa, in the mountains behind the Kadir Amaranjan? Somewhere secluded?" Neva and Yago conferred for a moment, even calling in others of the Sky Knights. After a few minutes it was Yago who said, "Yes. It sounds like there are several in the high plains and valleys behind the city." "Why?" "They're generally the retreats of middle-caste folk. They're places you might safely hide people, nay? I take it these villas have access to water, and perhaps places to hunt, or even orchards, rivers, and ponds for forage?" "Of course," Neva agreed. "There are also a few hunting lodges and the like, scattered on the far side of the range." "Sefnazar?" Mari could not hold on to her zeal. "May we take a couple of wind skiffs, or perhaps even a merchant ship, and investigate these places? What are you playing at? Please, indulge me. If I'm wrong, all I've done is been a fool, and wasted some time. But if I'm right, you'll rethink your opinion of my brother." It was just after dawn when Echo and Shar pointed to the homestead perched on the edge of a cliff, almost obscured by a thick copse of snow-laden trees, and the spume from a nearby waterfall. The mountains swept up and away behind it, and a long sloping plain led to a wide valley, dominated by a secluded lake and packed with bare trees. The curtained windows were backlit, casting pools of radiance onto the snow. Neva guided the merchant ship down for a smooth landing, the disentropy spools and tempest wheels crackling, sending flashes of pale light all around. Mari inhaled the scent of pine on the cold air, and the wind moaned gently through the trees. A solid bar of gold appeared in the wall of the house as the door was opened. Nima and a squad of his Anluki, though, not wearing their colors. People milled behind them, young and old and afraid, each of them armed. The boarding ramp was lowered, and Neva and Yago led the landing party to the house. They carried their torches high, their colors and griffin sigils plain for all to see. Nima came forward alone, weapon sheathed. He spoke with Neva and Yago for a few minutes, and then gestured for the Sky Knights to follow him. Ajamandian joined Mari, his large knuckled hands curled around the griffin head of his walking stick. The old Seth contemplated Mari for some time before he turned his attention back to Neva and Yago, who were returning from the homestead. The smiles on their faces told Mari all she needed to know. Neva and Yago waited silently as the Sky Knights helped those Balam and Nima had saved from Karajadan's wrath. The people who passed by were in good spirits, well fed and cared for. They bowed their heads to Ajamandian, who did a head count as they passed. When all of the freed captives were aboard, Ajamandian and Neva compared their tallies of the freed. True to Bilam's word, none were missing. "My brother was telling the truth, Sefnazar," Mari said. "Seems to be the day for it," Yago said. "He will still need to be punished for the abductions," Ajamandian said. "But given the risks your brother took in saving these people from your father's agenda, I'm inclined to show leniency. Perhaps there are Erebus that can be trusted after all?" Neva said, clapping her hand on Mari's shoulder as they boarded the flying ship. Mari took Ajamandian by the hand as he turned to follow his granddaughter. Thank you, Sefnazar. I've little family left. I love my brother, and he is a good man, if misguided from time to time. At this point, Mari, we can use all the good people we can get. He walked up the ramp, cane rapping on the polished wood. And call me Aho, my dear. Chapter 24. Courage and cowardice are products of necessity. From Truths by Seneval the Dragon Lord, Sikh Master, Explorer, and Strategist. Day 79 of the 496th year of the Shriyanese Federation. Agony came and went in step with consciousness. Comfort eluded Karajdin in those rare moments he was able to shift in his bed, pain inhabiting his face, arm and back like the unexpected guest who refused to leave. Day blurred to night, then shredded into day, his world one of sweet oblivion and unwelcome awareness, punctuated by glimpses of those who loomed over him. Karajdin's mouth was thick with the aftertaste of lotus milk. The emissary's potion fired his nerves as if nails were being forced along his veins. Spectral images hovered over him, monochrome shapes with coffin lids for teeth who wore ragged finery and clutched rotting wooden hoops around swirling vortices in their hands. The soul traders were ever at Karajdin's side, sculpted from shadows and the memories of their living years, patient, silent, and watchful. Invisible to all but he. What happened? Karajdin mumbled through numb lips. Half the room was dark, the other edged with shadow. He shivered as he perspired. The reek of putrefaction and old sweat was cloying. There was little to be heard beyond the creak of tent ropes and the faint hum of wind across silk. Rest, my Osran, Wolfram said. He tucked the blanket under Karajdin's chin. His fingers were certain where they examined Karajdin's face, then down his arm. When Wolfram reached the forearm, Karajdin hissed with pain. My arm feels hot. Karajdin's arms were too heavy to lift. My face is itchy and my back feels like it has been branded. You sustained some serious wounds and a worse infection, but you are beyond the worst of it. Wolfram's voice was little louder than a whisper. He held a drinking tube to Karajdin's lips and bade him drink more lotus milk. Now all that remains is for you to rest, and to heal. Where are we? Medea placed Karajdin's palm against her warm cheek. After Wolfram found you, we brought you to the Romark. I do not remember. The lotus milk filled his head with cotton wool, making his limbs feel deliciously warm and heavy. Karajdin caught faint movement about him, yet it was too difficult to keep his eyes open. What happened? Avanwa was no longer safe for us, Gidi. Your plan worked for the most part. The marsh puppeteers were bound to those you doubted. But we were ambushed at the Kadir Salasan. He'll live? It sounded as if Kazraman spoke from the bottom of a well. He'll live, Wolfram replied. I'll fit the prosthetics tonight while he sleeps. There was nothing to be done about. Medea's voice was colored with concern. Had we a Helvetic healer, access to a Sikh differential bath, or a rejuvenation frame, then perhaps yes. Wolfram sounded frustrated. I've done what I can for him. Thank you, Wolfram, Medea said. You have saved the Osran's life. Just as I saved Thufan's, the old witch said bitterly. For how long? Kazraman's tone was bitter. We may have lost everything this time. Your father has united many under his colors, Medea shot back. The others don't matter. Let them squawk and threaten. The Osran has destiny on his side. If he remains Osran, Kazraman muttered. There'll be a vote of no confidence in father's leadership, followed by an investigation on events so public we couldn't bury them in gold if we tried. This is destiny, Medea spat. It has been foretold. Has it? Personally, I've always hoped for more, Wolfram said. The Osran has ever interpreted the Weaver's predictions to his own liking. I fear that we're seeing the truth of it now, Ot. What did they say? Kazraman asked. Father has never spoken of it in detail. I was there and heard the words. You will know power, though for the children there will be not, for you are the harbinger of the thrice awakened, who will both do and undo all you strive for. There was more, much of which has come to pass. I fear we are on a slide downward from which there will be no return, if the remainder of the oracle's words are also true. Hardly the grand destiny he painted it to be, Kazraman said bitterly. There is no mention of this thrice awakened? Nothing we can act against? No. Why are you talking about me? What happened to me? Karajdin asked, yet the words were a mumble in his ears as he drifted into darkness. Karajdin woke to a pavilion saturated by daylight. He blinked against the glare. The right side of his face felt strange, as if it belonged to somebody else. Right arm in a sling, wrapped in bandages from elbow to the swaddled club where his fingers would be. The skin itched abominably around a lingering numbness. Medea woke beside him. She brushed his hair away from his face with her fingers, then tiptoed across the rugs to the tent flap, and said to persons unseen that Coragidin was awake. Medea returned to Coragidin's side with Kazraman, Wolfram, Fade, and Taj Shahé following. Coragidin's inner circle wore grim expressions as they stood in a loose semicircle around his bed. "Are you in pain, Gidi?" Medea asked solicitously. "Do you need more lotus milk?" "I am well for now," Coragidin replied. He gestured to the bandage on his face and to his arm. "What happened to me and how long have I been confined to my bed?" "What do you remember?" Wolfram asked. We had gone to the Tirjahaven, recollection flashed in his mind, disjointed pieces of a puzzle whose edges did not fit together properly, faces rose and fell, arms waved madly. Screams, shouts, wails, curses, and condemnations. The smell of blood. The flash of weapons, the need to escape. Fight or flight meant flight. The windskiff bobbing in the free air, the flash of a blade. Coragidin choked on his own sob. He looked at the bandage club of his arm. From the elbow down his arm felt like. "Where is my hand, Wolfram?" Coragidin's voice rose to a shriek. "Where, by all the names of the dead, is my damned hand? Osrin, please." "No." Memory sizzled again. Martyrdom dead and good riddance, but his sister, the cursed woman who thrust her blade into Coragidin's eye and dogged him, stabbed him, sliced him as he tried to run, and she tumbled with him. "Where is Vahina?" He yelled. "Vahina is dead, Gidi." Medea gloated. "Shema was not done at my hands, but the result is the same. She who ended my first life has run the course of her own. Small comfort to me, Medea." Coragidin trembled with anger. Pain lengthened in him as his temper shortened. "Get out. All of you. Out. Now." Coragidin struggled from bed. He took a knife and cut the bandages loose from his right arm. When the knife twisted on what was underneath, Coragidin tore at it with his left hand, with his teeth, shredding the bandages till they hung in tatters. He sat down hard. Jaw slack. From a handspan below his right elbow, his arm was encased in blackened Kyrian. Were it not a grotesque prosthetic, Coragidin would have admired the artistry in the delicate arabesque engraving and the bands of galloping horses. Where his fist would have been was a horse head chased in red gold and black and gold. In dim light one could be forgiven for thinking it was a closed fist, a fist Coragidin would never open, the horse's carved mouth never capable of gripping anything. He lifted the mockery of a limb, noted it was not as heavy as it looked, until he slammed it down on the table and dented the wood. With care born of near hysteria, he removed the bandages from his face to reveal the angry red scarring, missing eyelid, and the orb of polished Kyrian that shone red, blue, green, or purple as he turned his head. Coragidin was reminded of Thufan, his former master of assassins, who had died a traitor, driven mad by the death of his son and the wounds inflicted on him by Indris. Roshana had taken Coragidin's hand. Vahina his eye. Retribution for the fathers Coragidin had taken from them. Yet unlike Ariskander and Vashn, Coragidin had survived. Such was a good thing, for dead men rarely took any meaningful vengeance. With gritted teeth, he struggled into a tunic and formal robe, after the abject failure of trying to buckle his trousers. He was tempted to call for Medea to help him dress, but his face burned with shame at his infirmity. A sash was out of the question, so Coragidin cinched his robe with a belt before he donned his overrobe. The mirror told no lies, he was a hideous mockery of the man he had been. The sleeve of his overrobe went some way to masking his amputated hand, though there was nothing to be done about his eye. An eye patch would mask the damage, though it would also admit Coragidin was ashamed, something he was too proud to do. The ruination of his body, first with his illness, now with his disfigurement, marked him as a survivor. It was how he would have the world see him, despite the tears he wiped away from his one good eye. Coragidin strode from his pavilion with as much pride as he could muster. Medea waited outside, and stood straighter as he emerged into the light of day. To her credit, she did not flinch when he glared at her. Coragidin strode past her as he made his way to the command pavilion. It was the largest pavilion in camp, bustling with senior officers, their adjutants, and couriers. Ipharai patrolled the camp with their Jayaraban, armed and armored. Windships hovered low in the sky, hulls lit by flashes of arcane lightning. Coragidin noted those among his officers who reacted to his injuries, mostly junior officers, relatives of the Sefs seeking advancement. Fade rested his eyes on Coragidin for a few seconds, but his face betrayed nothing. Taj Shahé gave his wounds barely a glance, so intent was she on a thumb-high sheaf of reports. Fade pointed a well-used long knife to places on the map. The wives of the stallion were on a long patrol to the south, and noted a force coming through the woods that run along the northern foothills of the Marsillan. They did not engage. As best they could tell, it is a small force, mounted warriors, and some animals of war, keeping to the woods to mask their passage. The wives estimate somewhere between 50 and 100 all told. Pashrians? The memory of a dream flashed in Karajdin's mind, of nomads in the phantom armor of the awakened empire, boiling like mist. We don't know enough about Pashrian forces to make a judgment. Send the Jayaraban back, Karajdin muttered. They are to take a witch with them so we can learn instantly what they know. An attack from the south is not something we had planned for. There's more. I've a witch in Bejan and another in Amnon, spies hidden among the staff of Timau's merchants. The Romarkim are on the move. Heavier units are traveling the southern trade road, and by ship up the Ankarat. Lighter units are using the Fandra road, from Bejan. They'll doubtless collect other Romarkim units as they progress, from Ifk and the smaller towns. I'd expect to face armies approaching from the river, the roads, and out of the wetlands itself. Your recommendation? Osrin, we're not experts in wetlands fighting. Our troops are more heavily armored, and we've a sizable force of cavalry, and the Ephirai. I suggest we withdraw from the wetlands and prepare on solid ground that is more to our advantage. Fortify Fandra and leave a mobile force here at the compound. We can install the siege weapons the College of Artificers has provided, and use the storm cannon on the windships as mobile artillery. Very well. However, I will not abandon the Romark and its treasures lightly. Karajdin calculated speeds and distances in his head. An army could only effectively move at the speed of its slowest units. How long until the enemy arrives? 20 days? Fade surmised. Perhaps less. Were I them, I'd send light infantry on ahead to harass us as much as possible. I'd also try and stop our work in the ruins, and claim anything I could for my own war effort. They may even be in the vicinity. Who are we likely to face? Medea scrutinized the map. The great house of Bey for a certainty, Taj said. The corsair took a sip of her coffee and grimaced. She tossed the dregs into the tramped earth. Reports have confirmed that Siamak and his son, Harish, are in now of Anwa. They've some quick flyers there that will get them here in time for the ruckus. Indira, the poet master of the Marmansuk, has command of the armies, but Knight General Macelane Roshana's master of arms is on his way to join her, along with the Lion Guard, Roshana's White Horse cataphracts, and Ben Saharan's warrior poets. I'd not be surprised to see more of the Nazarat's colors join in. The Sun are too far away to add value, and we've all the Salasan colors we're likely to get, now there's nobody left to lead them. Indeed, we lose what we have. Have our own people take command of the Salasan windships, and other units, Karajdin ordered. I'll not lose them to any qualms of conscience now. How accurate is our intelligence from Avanwa? Medea asked. It's reliable. Nix remained behind, Kazraman said, arriving with Wolfram and Ikdion, the walrus like a tree and now in command of the witches, in tow. He's using the Bankarif to nullify as many of your influential opponents as possible, and the Hukti, Erebus forces, and the soul traders too. I thought I was clear that we'd not assist the soul traders. Karajdin snapped. We'll not hinder them, but we're not to engage them. Nix has a relationship with them, through his father, Rayz. Kazraman's lips quirked in a smile at Karajdin's expression. The longer our enemies are embattled, confused, and busy with the chaos we create, the less time they have to act against us. Tell Nix to cease all engagements with them, or he'll soon find himself without colors to fly. Karajdin went to point at the map, saw the blunt head of his prosthetic, and rather than change hands, thumped the thing on the map near the lakes of the sky. Do we still have Erebus forces in Avanwa? We do, Fade said. They've gone to ground for now, to avoid capture, and await orders. There are also another 1,000 or so of my Jiharim in the mountains to the north of Avanwa. We're expecting Ron Narsea's heavy infantry to arrive within days. Those forces can be used to take and hold Avanwa. Karajdin saw doubt in the glances his inner circle gave him, and each other. Our objective remains the same, a shrine united for war, under one leader. This conflict was always going to happen, and now we can control when it does. If there's the need, the Masajan witches, Wolfram, and I can ferry troops through the Dreer, Kazraman offered. Wolfram shook his head. It's folly. We've used the Dreer too much as it is, and the things that dwell in it, things that have slumbered long, and by the grace of the spirits I hold dear, should have slumbered until after I'm rotting in the ground, are aware of us. Belamandris and Sonoji spoke out. Both of whom are missing, Kazraman interjected. Who knows how far Belamandris's discontent has spread? Medea asked. These, which, are the voices you hold up as reasonable arguments to not use the Dreer? Medea speaks true, Karajdin said. There has been no word of Belamandris, or Miriam. Tamerlan has gone silent, and there has been no word of the emissary. There is much we do not know, but much we need to do. Wolfram, we will use the Dreer if we need to, and that is an end to it. Am I understood? Of course, Osran. Very well, Karajedin said. Wolfram and Ikedion, you will take what witches you need to get the Havoc chair moved here and get it working. The same applies to any other weapons you have found. I also want everything you can take catalogued, crated, and shipped out. Sedefk's writings are in those ruins, I know it. Find them, no matter the cost. Go now. I will be more comfortable knowing our new weapons are in place and working well before the battle lines are drawn. Osran. Wolfram limped away, his staff sinking into the sodden earth with every other step. Ikedion waddled after, his sumptuous silk robes dragging in the mud. Karajedin pointed to Taj Shahe. Crew the faster, smaller windships with your better corsairs. And have a witch aboard each one. They are to keep an eye on the enemy advance both by river and by road. Send squads to patrol the marshlands and the rivers, also. The Romarcum do not have the same fear of the marshlands we do. They will also travel it faster. Let us not be surprised by their early arrival. Report back every 4 hours, no exceptions. Karajedin scowled at the map. Fandra was good ground to defend, surrounded by the wetlands on 3 sides with access by river in 2 relatively narrow roads. Not enough solid ground for the Federationists, and whatever allies they had with them, to mount an effective siege. Their siege weapons would be airborne, and Taj Shahe could take the fight to them long before they reached Fandra. CMX Romarcum would make good time regardless of how they approached, and Karajedin doubted they would make much use of the roads or river once they came close. Knight General Macelane would likely use the Marsh Knights in small squads, to cause as much damage as possible before the main force arrived. They would need to be stopped by those who knew the marshlands as well as they did. Kazruman? Speak with Camilla. I want her people to harass the Romarcum at every turn. Slow them down, cull their numbers, whatever her people can do. Of course, father. Kazruman chewed his lip and thought. We could go further. The Malagangers hold sway across other races in the Romark. The Fenlings, Reedwives. I have allowed myself to come to terms with Camilla's folk, son. I will not have us treat with the other animals that live in this festering hole. Alliances now may prove inconvenient for us later on. As you wish. I'll speak with her. Kazruman strolled from the tent. Karajedin wondered at the casual indifference with which his heir dealt with such monsters. What alliances will you make after I am gone, Kazruman? It was the kind of thing Karajedin's father, and the Dowager Osran, would have done. They had not scrupled against using whomever, or whatever, was at their disposal to achieve their ends. Karajedin admitted to a level of ruthlessness, his soul was not without stain, the crimes in his closet made it hard to close the doors. Yet there were limits to the alliances he and Thufan had made in their time. No less red-handed, nor prone to acts of cruelty should the moment call for it, yet, cleaner. More comprehensible than the creatures Kazruman consorted with. Fade and Taj Shahe were people Karajedin could relate to, people of exoteric action, and thought that could be clearly understood. Fade? Karajedin said to his master of arms. Have one of the witches try to communicate with Tamerlan again. If they get no response, order as many squads of soldiers as you think best through the Dreer, and find out what happened. I would have Gem and Nadir at my side for what we're about to face, as well as Belamandris. Advice from those of a more secular bent would be advantageous to me. Your will, Osran. Fade remained at Karajedin's side, delegating the mission to one of his Jiharim captains. Once you start this fight, Jidi, the options for trade conquest the merchants have advocated will be harder to achieve. Nadia held up her hands to forestall Karajedin's protest. I'm not disagreeing with you, my love. Once we're at war, trade will effectively grind to a halt. We've marched together on this road and I believe that the Avon should return to conquest by steel, not conquest by gold. But the point needs to be made that Timout and his political allies will be harder to deal with after this. Fade? Taj Shahe? The two commanders glanced at Karajedin as he called them by name. Tell me honestly. Can you defeat our enemies when they come for us here? From everything we know about the forces against us, yes, Fade said. Taj Shahe nodded her agreement. Then I care little for what Timout and his peddlers think, say, or do. We will crush our enemies in the open, and the people of Shryan will fall in line behind us when we continue south to destroy Pashria. Karajedin gazed at the map and smiled. The emissary was right about one thing. There can be only one Maj. Chapter 25. Knowledge is nothing without the intellect and the imagination to use it, as well as the restraint to know when not to. From the Polemics, by Sedefk, inventor, explorer, and philosopher, 264th year of the Awakened Empire. Day Of the 496th year of the Shryonese Federation. Indres lay amid a sea of stars. The pillars of knowledge rose about him, both canted and straight, a bizarre sculpture of intersecting lines of architecture and thought. Do you have time to rest? Danger is calling asked. Indres yawned. There was no sense of time for him, other than the visitations of hunger and fatigue. I think I understand the concepts of awakening well enough, though only because I've gone through it. It's reasonably simple to map what I've learned here to what I've experienced. Then why do you wait? Danger is calling leaned over Indres, blotting out the stars above. Go to the house of induction and test what you have learned. Awaken yourself. Indres chuckled ruefully. That horse has already bolted, and I'm hanging on as best I can. Not so fast. An awakened scholar isn't something to be taken lightly. I'm here to learn so that I can save the Rons. Awakened Rons are irrelevant, the man said flatly. Awakened scholars are relevant. The pathways of awakening make a scholar significantly more powerful than they would otherwise be. More powerful than any Ron. You sound like somebody I know, Indres mused. The lives of people I care about, Rons who will at least try and do the right thing by Shryan and the Avon, are relevant to me. Too many Rons have been lost, and more to follow unless I find the answer. Indres sat up. He ran his fingers through his tangled hair, rubbed his face to fight lethargy. What I can't find here are the parts of the esoteric doctrines I need for myself. The Masesahan was abandoned, the man said. It is dangerous. Reckless. It opens gaping doors in the mind best left closed. All who practiced it fell, without exception. It is the gateway to madness. Sedefk said that power is never evil, or wrong, in and of itself. It is our application and motivation that makes it so. There are many things I've learned here that are no longer taught by the Sika formulae for translocation without using Nadrir, the specifications on how to build torque spindles, and the theory behind destiny engines. Healing techniques we thought lost to all save the Nilvedic scholars. Combat wards, battle formulae, ancestors' teeth. There was a complete school of study on mapping and remapping the energy flows up the ternary stack. What happened for the Masesahan for all of this knowledge to be lost? Not all scholars have the capacity to learn all things, Amon Indres. Danger is calling leaned on his bent old branch. Or to control them. For some it is a constant struggle, where every revelation is an epiphany. For others, it all comes too easily, the labor not recognized for what it is, respect for their powers in short supply. Those who grasped for the Masesahan were flawed, seeking only the power itself, without considering the consequences. Nature is a thing of balances, and nothing is given for free. But Sedefk. Ah, Sedefk. Danger is calling's voice was bitter. He throttled the staff in his hands, wood creaking. A frenzied expression overcame him. Memories of his other faces blurred over the one he wore. The great and wise Sedefk, who unlocked all the secrets. He who had access to all the power in the world, yet never asked for anything in return. What kind of person does that? Has it not occurred to anybody to ask the simple questions about the man? Indres rose to his feet and ignited his scholar's lantern. The stars faded around them in the harsh sphere of its radiance, the shadows of the pillars casting all beyond them into darkness. Danger is calling stared wide-eyed at Indres. The other man's color was high, the whites around his irises vivid. Dipping into the Amsa, Indres was blinded for a moment by the man's disentropic stain. It was a chaotic mess of energy flares, spirals, and frenetic, bobbing geometric shapes like paper boats cast in rapids. There was power there, insane power, a pent-up dam that should have burst its walls long ago. Indres saw the shimmering formulae as they confined the man's stain, layer upon layer of binding. In that moment Indres saw the true faces the man had worn over the years, each face with a different name, anchored to the one mighty soul. It was the search for the truth of him that drove me mad, you know. The words shot out of Danger is calling's mouth. The first of the Avon say they saw him when they awoke. But how, if they were the first? What came before the first? The last of something else? The reminder of a memory? A morality play in flesh? Wait, I dot. It was always Sedefk. The one who knew everything. The one who did everything, and led everybody. In the early years, we took for granted the wonders he led us to. Our minds opened like flowers and we drank knowledge like sunlight and rain. We loved him as much as we feared to lose him, to lose all he could show us. But to scratch the surface? Oh, to scratch the surface showed the cracks in the story. But by then we had traveled too far, and seen much, and heard the voices in our dreams and listened to their promises and... Who are you? Indres breathed. I am the danger that calls, the other man whispered as his color faded. It left his skin as a bleached expanse of white under the glare of Indri's lantern. The danger that has always been and always will be. I am the error, the lesson, the warning, and the watcher. The captive and the jailer. The ternary of disaster made manifest. Who are you? Indris yelled. He stepped forward and thrust his lantern closer to the man's face. Hundreds of faces flickered, cards in a deck being flung into the air. There was no order Indris could determine, only a procession of identities throughout history. He reached out to touch the man. Indris's lantern went out. The stars above and below faded. The pillars of knowledge diminished, became black, then nothing as the last of the light died. Danger is Calling's voice, saner than it had been, echoed from everywhere. We all of us wear masks, Amon Indris. For some it is a thing of choice. For us, it is forced upon us by the will of others, for the world may not be ready to look beyond the swaddling of their prejudices to accept the hard truths. With knowledge comes expectation, and with expectation comes action, and action must only come when it can provide the most appropriate and beneficial reaction. Are you certain the reaction to what you find here will be beneficial? How can you be certain all that has come to pass is as it was meant to? But most importantly, how can you be certain that you can learn what you want to learn, and still remain who you are? I do what I do because I must. You do what you do because it was how you were made. Indris's lantern flared back to life as the stars ignited in the sky. The pillars of sand shone with glowing, flowing wisdom. Yet of Dangerous Calling there was no sign. Indris worked to the end of his endurance. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, discarded old ways of thinking for better, more effective ones. Stored scores of new formulae in his head, and wrote copious notes of what he had learned. Awakening was only the beginning, like the dawn that illuminated a world much larger than night gave it credit for. When exhaustion overcame him, he slept where he lay, unprepared to spend a moment longer than was necessary in Icenander. Indris hoped he imagined the upswell of whispered voices around him. The barely seen tricks of light and shadow in the semblance of people. Were they the tragic recollections of those who had studied here? Or were they the manifestations of Dangerous Calling's broken mind? Navigating the pillars had become easier, and with it the access to the knowledge he sought. Sedef's work on awakening was written as a framework, the specifics submerged within other work. Indris surmised it was to ensure the person attempting the process understood the foundations of the power they were going to access, as well as the options, price, and consequences of it. As soon as the framework had become apparent, based on theories on reality and substance, filled with further theories on how IA existed in a physical, mental, and spiritual form, Indris found his understanding progressed rapidly. He had not misled Dangerous Calling when he admitted his learning came from having had the seeds of awakening planted in him. Those routes between body, mind, and soul allowed Indris to map his learning of awakening to his own experience, the elements of him that were the minerals of earth, the energy of fire, water as the conduit for vital resources, and the breath of life. The intellect sat around this construct, while the soul permeated everything and joined the one with the many. There were a number of bloodlines that had been designed in the torque spindles to have a greater affinity with the AHM, and the consciousness of the world. 15 clans had been made before all others in the torque spindles of Avanis, on the Isle of Castivan, a land where the water of life sprung from a small rock pool underground. 15 clans, not 12 as Indris had been taught. Sedef spoke of the work to align each of the great clans with the totem spirits that were each a facet of IA's consciousness, and how he and his kin had guided the seed on how such a feat was done. Of them all, the greatest spirit was that of the Phoenix, which comprised the concepts of renewal, time, resurrection, and immortality. The totem of the Nazarat. Dangerous Calling's words about Sedef were writ in sand. We watched the wind masters come, my kin and I, though there were few of us not in communion with the mind of the world in those days. Whoever Sedef was, it was the leaders of the 12 most influential clans of the Avon he led to their awakening. Trained mystics, their bodies were already fueled by the AHM. Drinking the water of life was a communion, not a catalyst. Were mystics never to drink the waters again, their awakening would never fade, for the flow of the AHM would sustain them. It was not until after the fall of the Awakened Empire, and the subsequent scholar wars, that Rons were no longer mystic trained, the era of the Majorons over. The Shurit had the framework of Sedef's knowledge, but lacked the key pieces to fully understand it. Awakenings under their guidance were effective, yet disintegrated. They did not understand the way the energy coiled, causing the vortices to bloom in a specific order, strengthened by them, as they rose upward through the ternary stack. When the first Rons grew ill, doses of the water of life kept them alive. Indris supposed it had never occurred to the Shurit that they did not completely understand the awakening process, until it was too late. By then Sedef was gone, Icenander was gone, the great Majorons were gone, and the last Maj was an uncommunicative spirit. Can you save them? Dangerous Calling asked. Indris swore, his hand going to Changeling's hilt. He drew, to see once again the blade splintered to less than a hand length from the hilt. Danger is Calling cocked his head at the dragon-headed sword hilt and said, "You have been past needing her for some time. Your soul is your weapon now." Indri slid Changeling's hilt back into his sash. "Where've you been?" "Here." "Not helpful." "Watching." "Strange and unsettling." "You are the first to enter here since the witches and scholars both tried to batter their way in during the Scholar Wars." Danger is Calling cradled his staff in his folded arms. "It was on that day that I locked the AHM tides inside Icenander, hid her from the sight of petty minds, and the dead flat came to be what it is. I swore that no scholar or witch would ever again be able to force their way into what I had built. Though I have long awaited your coming, it was not until you bested the warrior of the Drear that I decided to allow you access. You have vast power, Amon Indris, though your fear. Why do you call me that? He saw my fight with the emissary? Because it is your name. My name is Indris. If you like." The other man shrugged. "Though it is like IA only admitting she is alive when her face is touched by the sun. You have immense power, but your fear of it gives me a hope that I need to confirm." "Hope for what?" It felt like fingers were poking around Indri's head as they moved facades aside to expose the truth behind. Indri slammed layers of mental shields down, yet the sensation persisted. The pain of the examination grew until it felt like his brain was being squeezed against his skull. Pressure built, the bubble of his metapsychic abilities out of his control. Indris dropped to his knees. Heat started to build behind his eye and he welcomed it, yet it was extinguished by Danger is Calling as soon as it started. He vomited from the pain. Watched as long streamers of drool escaped his lips to become blurred trails of silver gray that stretched to the star-dusted floor. "Hope that you won't destroy us all with it," Danger is Calling said. "Not like those who have come before. In the end your power will kill you before you allow it to harm the ones you love." Indris groaned, rolling onto his side as the pain receded. He wiped the tears from his eyes, then washed his mouth out with water from his flask. "Was that necessary? I needed to know the truth. You could have asked. You could have lied. Surely you knew before now?" Indris asked. "Why else let me in here?" "I did not know. I allowed you entry out of curiosity, mostly. Now you know why I won't allow myself to become awakened." Indris got to his feet and swept his arms out to encompass the pillars of sand. "Knowledge. Grain upon grain of it. It can be shaped, but any shape it holds is fragile. Each grain will last forever, will be used to different ends, but it's rare for exactly the same shape to be made twice. This is what I hope for. I hope to see the Sikh remember they were formed to light the way, not be the way. That shrine's leaders will see how delicate civilization truly is, and nurture it rather than destroy it. And I hope that the day never comes when I must choose to do a very great wrong for what was a very great right at a single moment in time. Because history tells us over and over that moments are fleeting, that change always comes, and that when all is said and done, our very great wrong is always a very great wrong." "I know of wrong," Danger is Calling said. "Such wrongs that you would never sleep again for fear of the nightmares. Guilt is something we share. It is why we are here in this place, in this time. Yes. I am driven by it. And thus I cannot ignore the possible consequences of my actions. And while you are driven by it, you will always second-guess yourself. Better than having one guess and getting it wrong." Danger is Calling laughed. It was hesitant at first, then, as the floodgates opened, it became a deeper, richer sound that rang around the pillars. Indris smiled to hear it, for in the moment he saw the madness desert the other man's eyes, to be replaced by something if not peaceful, then closer than the alternative. The man walked to Indris and hugged him. "Thank you. It has been long and long since I have had reason to laugh. Or to hope. I think my time here is almost done." Indris gazed at the stars around him, at the pillars of knowledge where he would otherwise while away a lifetime. "Others are depending on me." "Yes," the man said, sadly. Indris cocked an eyebrow, wondering if the man was answering his question, reading his mind, or both. "Indris, I am trained in the Masesehen. There are few places it was ever taught, and every place is now condemned to history. I beg of you, do not look further. I have seen what is unfolding in your mind. Rather than seek the wisdom of others in this, hold to your own counsel. If you must allow these gifts to grow in you, I know you will use them wisely, but seek not the wisdom of others. Forge your own path. Perhaps then you will not make the same mistakes I did, nor cause the kind of suffering I did, nor become the apostate I once was. Sedef did well when he trusted you." "I remember nothing of it," Indris muttered. "My memories from the spines were taken from me. I know not what the two of you shared, but I do recognize what he has done to your mind. The same techniques were taught to me to guard the worst of myself from myself, let alone others. But beware. The Sikh are playing a long game. They have known the agents of the Dreer were coming for some time, and while they appear to lose some pieces along the way, they see the board clearly, and know what they want to achieve. I'm familiar, yes. Then know that you may have little choice in how much power you allow yourself, Danger is Calling said. When all is said and done, your life, like mine, was planned without your consent. Danger is Calling walked away, his staff rapping on the stars at his feet. Indris called out to his retreating back, will we meet again? Before the end of everything. Indris watched him vanish into shadows and distance. With a last fond glance at the greatest store of knowledge in the world, Indris gathered his meager belongings and walked in the direction of the gates of Isanander. With each turn around a pillar, the library became less substantial. The stars in the floor and ceiling vanished first, followed by the massive pillars, which shrank into the sand below. The hard floor became pliant, then sandy. Striding past a pair of canted stones, Indris stood on the windy expanse of the dead flat. He turned. The entrance to Isanander was still there, visible to him now. He knew where to look. An open invitation, should Indris ever need to return. He was not sure whether it boded well or ill. Indris stretched his thoughts to Fomensitri, and found her in Amarka along with Mari and their friends. Rather than risk traveling the Dreer, Indris called up the ancient formulae he had recently learned, a cleaner way to cross the vast distances of IA. Complex formulae unfolded in Indris's mind, informing him of the force required to warp the distance between what he had always previously thought of as here and there. He flexed the AHM, and a corner in the fabric of the world opened as here and there became one. With a smile, Indris stepped through to Avanwa, where those he loved were waiting. Chapter 26. We do not choose family. We choose what we accept from them, hope they accept us, and do what we can for them when they need us most. By ship from the Shrine of the Vanities by Panesarat Fa Nirun, 496th year of the Awakened Empire. Day 79 of the 496th year of the Shrianese Federation. Mari leaned against the wall of the sunroom in the Kadir Nazarat. The glass doors and fretwork shutters had been closed against the wind, panels backlit. Small pedestals of firestones made the room almost uncomfortably hot. They were perched so high over the bowl of Avanwa below that no sound rose from the streets. The room smelled of warm wool and furniture wax. All eyes were on the Rons, huddled in their over-robes beneath opulent silk blankets. They had wasted away since Mari had seen them last. She was reminded of her father, and the way he had seemed less of himself as the weeks of his illness passed. Yet to see the cumulative effects of the sickness displayed between one day and the next was horrific. Roshana and Siamak were frighteningly lean, honed down to the bare essentials of bone, muscle, and ashen skin stretched too taut. Nazarafine was the worst, her skin loose where opulent curves had been. Her jowls sagged, her eyes sunken in wrinkled orbits. She could barely stand without the assistance of her nephew and heir, Osman. Mari hoped the man was harder than he appeared. The other heirs stood at the shoulders of their Rons, Siamak's daughter, Uma, who had her father's height and imposing presence, with her mother's delicate features, and Roshana's brother, Tajaddin, who wore the garb of a scholar and the demeanor of an ascetic. Our spies in Karajaddin's camp report Vahina was unsuccessful in her brave attempt to kill him. Zia Iyer swatted her palm with her steel-veined war fan. Apologies, Mari, but I only give voice to what we all feel. Mari waved Zier's apology away. Her father had skated perilously close to the rim of the Well of Souls so often, Mari wondered whether he could be killed. It was entirely possible he was an instrument of destiny, kept alive until his role in the drama was complete. What's done is done, Aho said. Has Indris spoken to you, Mari? Rasha said. Briefly. Fomensitri and the other Sikh masters took him away as soon as he arrived. We'd not the chance to say much. He wouldn't have returned without a solution, Rasha said hopefully. But whether it is the solution we want is a different matter. Nazarafine's voice was weak. She peered around the room, her eyes unfocused. Nazarafine patted Osman on the hand. I have lived a full life, and my family is with me. If this is the end, I am content. Aunt, stop it. Osman's eyes were large and damp. We need you yet. Is it true that Anjl Din had been helping Karajaddin? Zia Iyer diverted attention away from the sniffling Osman. That she fell, and became a servant of the Dreer? That's what Bilam tells me. Mari related what Bilam had told her of the emissary's involvement with the Erebus. We were there when Indris made an end of her. That must have been hard for him, Zia Iyer mused. To have searched for so long. It's not something we spoke of. Mari's voice, and the look she gave Zia Iyer, were steely. No doubt when he wants to speak of it, he'll let us know. Indri's did was what needful, no matter the personal cost, and there is honor in that. Ben-Saharan presented an elegant figure as he crossed his legs and sipped at his tea. He looked more a banker or wealthy merchant than the greatest warrior poet in Shrine. Mari smiled, for when she had met Ben-Saharan's husband she had thought him a merchant with the mannerisms of a soldier. Indris entered, Famensitri in tow. He came to stand beside Mari, his smile warm, kiss lingering. His mouth tasted of mint. She nuzzled into the circle of his arm. Famensitri rolled her eyes, yet kept any words she had to herself. The Stormbringer fixed herself a cup of black tea and laced it with wine, before taking her place in the middle of the room. The good news is we can save your lives, Famensitri said without preamble. We can sever you from your awakening, and Indris can reawaken you. If you decide that's what you want, Indris put in. Yes, if you decide that's what you want. Famensitri's tone was sour. The process is not without its risks. None of you are in the best of health and severance is difficult under ideal circumstances. We can't reawaken you until you regain much of your fitness. Why could not the Sikh do this before? Aho said. You have been awakening Rans for centuries. What has changed? If I may? Indris offered. Famensitri nodded for him to continue. Awakening has always been a thing of rote and ritual. Most of the time, an awakened Ran will select an heir and pass into that person on their death. Understand that when this happens, there are usually years, if not decades, of familiarity between the Ran and their heir. Almost always it's a family member who becomes awakened, so there are many similarities. The predecessor guides the heir through the change, and remains with them for life as a constant source of knowledge. When a new Ran, such as Siamak, is awakened, the Sikh follow an established process that has been repeated over and over. It's the difference between a painter creating original art, versus a person who traces artwork to make a copy. The tracer doesn't have the skill to create something new, but is adept at forging. When the Ran stopped taking the water of life, the original painting, the complex interconnections between body, mind, and soul in the Rans, was damaged. The Sikh do not know how to trace around what was damaged and make a painting similar, if a little different, from the original. And you can? Rasha coughed. I can, and will, Indris said. The sense of relief in the room was palpable. Mari found herself smiling as the others smiled, laughed, or sobbed with relief. She felt the agitation in Indris. He waited for the noise to abate, before he continued in a gentle voice. Understand that awakening was never intended for those without mystic training. In the days of the Awakened Empire, every Maj and Ran was a product of the Sikh, and spent much of their lives learning how to understand, harness, and channel power. You don't have this training, and without a lifetime of study, you never will. What are you saying? Not asked. I'm saying that an awakened Ran, not trained as a mystic, will be reliant on the water of life for so long as they live. It must be taken regularly to prevent the kind of illness the Rans now suffer. And even then, their reawakening is not without risk. Which means we'll be reliant on the Sikh forever, Rasha finished. Who've proven they're willing to keep such things secret, and withhold certain truths for their own purposes. Yes. Indris's one word fell to the ground, where nobody touched it. So we lose our power, Siamak said, or we keep it, our health held hostage by the Sikh? Yes, Indris replied frankly. The silence that followed became aggressive. Famensitri stood unabashed amid the sullen anger. She offered no argument, explanation, or apology. Clad in her weathered cassock, she was the obdurate nature of the Sikh made flesh, something eternal, partially familiar, yet never truly understood. Indris, you've given us much to think on, and I thank you for your candor. Quiet as it was, Nazarafin's voice startled Mari. If you can make me feel well again, I will take that as about the greatest blessing you can give. I will heal, and decide whether or not I want to be reawakened when the time comes. To be both dog and master at the same time for the rest of my life is something I need to reflect on. But I can rule my prefecture almost as well without my awakening, should I need to. Indeed, perhaps only living with my own memories would be good for me, rather than having generations of experience in my head. Where nothing is ever new, Rasha added quietly. She looked to Siamak, who gave a brief nod. Mari kissed Indris on the cheek. He turned into her and they held each other close. I know, Mari said. They need you. I need you. Later. She patted him on the chest, flattened the folds of his brown overrobe so he looked, if not respectable, less like a vagabond. Come to me when you're done. There's much to be discussed with Shrine's leaders, and other than our friends, nobody in the Teshri knows that you, or the Sikh, are in Avanwa. Indris kissed her. Their embrace was not long enough. Mari let him go and he gestured for the Rons to follow him to the royal suites, where they could undergo their severance in comfort. Her heart swelled with pride at what he had done, what he continued to do, for the people he was sworn to protect. Do this thing, love. Save the Rons, so that I know there is even the faintest hope that we can recover from my father's malcontent. 2 hours passed without word from Indres. More of those allied to the Federationist cause had arrived over the past half hour, until the high sunroom of the Kadir Nazarat was filled to bursting. Tajadin opened the folding doors, adding the space of the larger salon so people were not cramped. The senior voices of the Federationist faction had come, as had the leaders of those parties who believed a safer future lay in their shared direction. Dozens of people milled about in a riot of color, the cacophony of their voices making it so people needed to lean in close to be heard. It lent the gathering a misleading intimacy. Chairs and couches had been set in a semicircle that faced inward toward the heirs of the Rons, and the nominated heads of the political parties. Zier's presence as head of the peace faction was no surprise, her drive for harmony sometimes financed by the wealth of secrets and scandal at her disposal. Ironically, the Unity Circle had no leadership to speak of, and was represented by 4 people who argued more than they agreed. Mari was most surprised by the presence of a sumptuously garbed Timon. When questioned why the trade consortium was present, the grey-skinned merchant Seth had replied that he saw no future with an Osran who would kill markets, rather than win them. My brother and poet Master Indra are marching on Karajadan, Umna said. Though we know the Romark better than any others, we're still hopelessly outnumbered. The Osran has invaded our prefecture with soldiers, witches, and the alchemists and artificers have made weapons for him we can't match. We're a number of days away from any conflict, but must be careful what we do and say, Danyun, the Nazarat master of spies, replied. Nix and his band Karif are active in the city. To be safe, I assume he's a witch with him, and in regular communication with the main force in Fandra. Nix is a ruthless little psychopath, Zaire said. He'll have gone to ground, but we'll have his contacts among Chank's criminal organization. My Aure will find him. It'll need to be soon, Bilam said. Nix can cause a great deal of carnage for one mad little man. He did it at New Year's with his demon elementals, and he'll do it again. We'll need to time his capture carefully, so as not to alert my father. I can help, Sonoji offered. I know Nix, and can cast a seeker hex to locate and track him. You find it so easy to betray the man you once served with? Umna jibed. You change masters faster than many change their sheets. Sonoji narrowed her eyes dangerously, though it was Balam's deadly poise, the way he tapped Tragedy's hilt, that alarmed Mari more. Umna smirked. I'm only saying what we all think. She shrugged. But it seems you've managed to trick the others into. Aho rapped his walking stick on the floor. Enough, Umna. Are you the Osran, to have abandoned Send? Pabalamandris and Pasanoji are of the royal caste, which in and of itself demands your respect. That you are a Ron-elect does not give you. It was the Widowmaker in Sonoji who saved the prisoners from whatever fate Karajadan had planned, Morn added. Beside him, Kirill voiced his agreement. They led the rescue party to where the detainees were being kept for their own safety. The hostages were well cared for, and able to defend themselves if the need arose. I've come to respect these two, just as I respect Miriam. Don't judge them by their father's actions, Zaire said. The smile she bestowed on Bilam was radiant enough to cause Sonoji's hackles to rise. Belamandris, Mari, and Sonoji stand to lose everything by siding with us. Give them the credit they're due. Umna looked sullen. I will leave it be for now, if such is the collective will. But I'm not convinced of these newfound loyalties to our cause. So instead let's address our inferiority in the field. It's my brother who marches on the Osran. My lands that are threatened. The Teshri has done nothing to censure Karajadan over his gross misconduct, and now we are on the brink of war. We have an advantage Karajadan does not expect. Kem's voice was a deep velvet rumble, a high patriarch of the Tawesi prides massive in his armor of layered leather, felt, and bronze. The Sikh have come to aid us, and will prove a valuable asset against Karajadan's mystics. Morn Hawkwood and the Immortal Companions are our allies, and Indres has returned from the dead. I'm sure that last will unsettle Karajadan somewhat. But do we have the Sikh? Neva asked. Or is it only Indres? Voices raised in debate. News had spread of the Sikh's duplicity in the Ron's current state. Faith in the exiled order was low on the ground. Though some might trust Indres and his reputation, there were those among the Teshri who remembered recent events, would rather have naught to do with mystics, and were quite happy to share their opinion. There were few points of solidity. The heirs were ignored for the most part, considered too young and inexperienced to add any value. Tajadin was given some deference for his lineage and his Zeni training. Zaire and Aho were the mountains about which the clouds gathered, with Tima rising in their shadow. Maps were unrolled. Distances, supply lines, and travel times were calculated. Military strengths and weaknesses were compared. The caliber of the masters of arms was debated, Macelane's military genius over Fade's unorthodox tactics and Tai Shahia's style of raid and run that had served her well as a Marble Sea corsair. Ron Narse was discussed and discounted. The Knight Marshal had been absent so long with her illness it was assumed she was bedridden, or dead. Bilam and Sonoji came to Mari's side. Her brother shook his head. They're afraid, but don't seem to know what to be afraid of most. So they're afraid of everything, Sonoji said. They need somebody to lead them, Mari. Bilam glanced at Aho and Zioire. Those two are extraordinary and that's no lie, but neither are Ron's. They can't instill the same kind of cohesion that Roshana, Siamak, or Nazarafine would. What about Indri's? Sonoji asked. He'd never do it, Mari replied. He'll advise, suggest, and put himself in harm's way, but he won't put himself in power. I wonder whether it matters. Bilam sounded melancholy. The Erebus has the largest army in Shryan. Half of it is at Fandra, the other half is within and around Avanwa. Father has called on those who fly his colors, plus the witches, plus whatever alliances Kasra has made with those monsters that dwell in the Romark. We're outnumbered pretty much every which way. Come with me, Mari said. She asked directions of the first Nazaret soldier she saw, who curtly directed them to the royal suites. It was a short walk down the corridor, through doors guarded by hostile, though silent, soldiers, to an ornate round solar with a stained glass dome overhead. There were more than a dozen doors enameled in blue and trimmed in gold, each marked with the Nazaret Phoenix. Only one of them had Tawesi guarding the door, with Knight Colonel Montreux giving orders to his warriors. The Lion Man saw Mari and smiled. How may I be of assistance, Pa Miriam? His deep voice was almost a purr. We're looking for Indri's. Is he here? Montreux barely hesitated before asking Mari and the others to follow. He led them through the guarded door, into a suite of rooms. In a large bedroom where Rasha slept peacefully, Indri's curled bonelessly in a chair, his chin resting on his arm, breathing deep and even. Sharon Echo stood by him with Famensitri, her tender expression hardening when Mari entered the room. What do you want, girl? The Stormbringer whispered sharply. We need you in there, Mari said, jerking her thumb toward the solarium. It's like cats trying to herd themselves. Aho and Ziaire are doing what they can, but they're circling the drain, Bilam finished. Mari crossed to Indri's side. He was pale, his eyes shadowed. There was a faint frown line on his brow, the one he sometimes wore when he slept and was thinking of things he feared to show the light of day. They had spoken of it, once or twice. One long-fingered hand was curled around Changeling's hilt, bringing him comfort. Mari looked up at Famensitri in a silent question. He's done what was needed, Famensitri said. The strength and control needed to sever 3 dying Rons, to heal them and set them on a course of recovery. I've never seen it done. He finished with Siamak, came in here to check Rasha, and fell asleep. Indri's did it all himself? Couldn't you help? Famensitri gazed down at Indri's with naked admiration, and no small degree of love. Truth is, Mari, I couldn't. I don't have the compassion he does. I could have severed them, but it would have been a clinical thing, and I'd have taken more than their awakening in the process, like a surgeon who needed to cut out rotten flesh. Indri's cares. I've often berated him for it, because it held him back, but now you're not so sure? No, Famensitri's expression hardened. I'm quite sure it stopped him being the Sikh we wanted him to be. But it let him be the Sikh others needed him to be. What was better? Only time will tell. And by Sadef's will, we'll all survive to know the answer. What about the reawakening? Did he at least show you how to do it? Famensitri snorted. If only. I badgered him until he showed me a rendition of the interconnectivity between the body, mind, and soul. He wove an illusion that showed me how it worked, where the power sources were derived, routed, anchored, and shunted up the ladder of existence. He showed me the formulae of how the disparate elements are annealed, at what directions they apply force, and where they are leveraged from each other to make the whole greater than the sum of the parts. Indri showed it all to me. Then why do you sound so disappointed, Dot? Because I didn't understand it. Her laugh was self-deprecating. I realize today how far my greatest student has come without me. It happens, Mari said. It's what every teacher wants of their student, and every parent of their child, for them to be better than the one who came before. But there are those in the Qadir who won't come any further without your, and Indri's, help. Famensitri gazed at Mari, her lips quirked in what was almost a smile. I think I know what he sees in you, girl. Then perhaps you'll stop trying to stand in the way of our happiness? Mari said with false sweetness. For now, we need you to be the abrasive martinet that people have come to loathe and fear. I can manage that. Together they got Indris to his feet. Mari and Shar leant their shoulders, half guiding, half carrying Indris along the corridor. He was awake, if bleary, when they came to the solarium. Fomensitri was what Mari expected of her, a force of nature. She strode to the center of the room, crook planted firmly on the floor. Her presence, with Indris at her side, demanded silence without the need for words. Mari, Bilam, Shar, Echo, and Sonoji stood at Fomensitri's back. The message was clear. Aho? Zia? Do you mind if I take over for a bit? Fomensitri asked. Not at all. The Sky Lord smiled. Zia nodded her agreement, her expression relieved. What if we do mind? Osman said. The Sikh have been. Poor timing to grow some stones, boy. Fomensitri eyed the man until he reddened. She cocked an eyebrow at Umna. You have anything to say? No, I thought not. Listen, all of you. Much has changed of late. Little of it for the better. But we're here, and willing to help, if you're willing to put aside your differences. But the Rons, came a voice from the crowd, are alive and will recover. But you can't rely on them for the moment. You need to take action for yourselves. Karajaddin would have you blindly follow one leader. Himself. But the Shryonese Federation was formed to heed the voices of many, and give no one person absolute authority over the destiny of all. It's your sworn duty to act. Karajaddin's army is formidable, Stormbringer, Timaud said fearfully. And our forces are outnumbered and far from where they need to be. We've no generals, another voice called. You've got Knight General Macelane in the field, Fomensitri countered. One of the finest military minds alive. With him is Indira, the poet master of the Marmansuk, and Harish, the master of arms of the Romark. You've got me, who commanded armies before Shryan existed, before the Awakened Empire existed. She spread her arms to include Mari. You've got Mari, the Queen of Swords, commander of the Phyasan, the hero of Amnon and dozens of other battles besides. Her brother, Belamandris the Widowmaker, and commander of the Amluki. They've both defied their father. With them is Pasanoji, a witch of fearsome reputation. Shar. Echo. Champions of the people who fight because it is the right thing to do, not because they follow Iran. Morn Hawkwood and his immortal companions are here, in Avanwa, ready to help you. Warrior poets of the allied schools, elite guards. And Sikh knights wait in the woods to the south of Fandra, ready to act if needed. She jutted a finger at Indris, whose head snapped up like an old man battling sleep. And you have him. Do you really need anything else? The tone of conversations changed. There was less debate, more agreement. Ideas were fielded and changed, rather than brought down before they could be grown. Mari saw smiles on people's faces, and gestures that were definitive, not defensive. Fomensitri came to Mari's side. Is that what you were after? It's a start. Mari gestured for Shar and Echo to take Indris to bed, the exhausted man almost asleep on his feet. But we need more if we're to survive all this. You'll have it. Then show me why the Sikh have led our leaders for so long. Make me believe in you, and make me believe that we can win. Chapter 27. Hope and expectation are not the same thing, though both will lead to disappointment. Exist in the moment, accepting all things as they are, not as you would have them be. From the Nilvedic Maxims. Day 80 of the 496th year of the Shryonese Federation. Karajaddin held Medea in his arms and watched the industry of war. Below him, the outlying precincts of the Erebus camp were broken down with clockwork efficiency. Tents were standing one moment, sagged upon themselves the next, to vanish into packs and wagons. More than 3/4 of the remaining infantry had been mobilized to occupy Fandra, as well as a third of the Ifrai shock troops. The Erebus cavalry remained at the command camp, the elegantly dressed military elite sipping from bowls of warmed wine as the infantry pounded the ground beneath nailed boots. The crews of the windships looked down upon all, safe and clean. Wagons groaned southward along rutted trails, toward the line of the Fandra road. Teamsters yelled. Soldiers grunted and swore by turns. The crisp wind shredded the smoke of camp and cook fires alike, adding to the wintry pall. Smells like snow. Medea's nose crinkled, cheeks and brow windburned. She stamped her feet in their long sheepskin boots. 3 kilometers is a long distance on a flat field, GD, but the marshland will make the journey take longer. Our reinforcements will be a long way away. We'll know well before our enemies arrive what their disposition is, Fade said from the entrance to the command pavilion. The man eyed a fistful of reports, gave orders to his officers, then stretched. Medea is correct in that the journey for the cavalry will take longer than usual. I've had them doing practice runs for days, planning the best route, timing their approach. We're prepared for the difference. Another 200 of the heavy cavalry will be positioned closer, in a small gully to the east where they'll not be seen until they emerge. I want a decisive victory to show the doubters we are ready for the next step, Fade. Coragidin accepted a steaming bowl of wine-laced tea. Though the Romark has its treasures, its strategic value comes from its proximity to the Ashfield Pass, and the moon gate that will lead us across the Marcellin. From Fandra we will march south, cross the mountains of the moon at their lowest point, and come upon Median from the west. Fade took a string of ancestor beads and kissed the small medallion to ward off misfortune. Pashria isn't a place we know enough about, save from legends, and those are dark enough. Medea took Coragidin's tea and drank from the bowl. He leaned in to kiss her head. Her hair smelled different. Not the aloe vera and henna Yashaman loved, this was something more cloying, and sweetly floral. The kind of scent one used to mask putrefaction. Coragidin gestured for another bowl of tea to be brought him. We'll need to wait for spring, Medea said. She gazed south thoughtfully, though the tallest peak this far west, Tavery, the Nightblade, was just a smudge on the horizon. Medea eyed Coragidin challengingly. Unless you plan on going to war in the south in winter? It can be done, of course, and the emissary wants us to assault Pashria. Our soldiers will not fight well in the snow, whereas the nomads are unlikely to care, Fade countered. Perhaps we can notch our belts with this battle, before we start planning the next? Fade's right, Taj Shahe added as she arrived. She was blowing into her hands, her hair disheveled from the wind. I've sailed the spectral strand in winter, both by air and sea. I've even made a drunken pass over the forests between Jaffa and the mountains. There'll be precious little forage as the nights lengthen and the temperature drops. You'll have added more to the ranks of the nomads than you'd planned, before you even arrive in Median. Coragidin accepted their truths. The battle at Fandra would unite the disparate political parties under his colors, because either they agreed with his direction or were too frightened to resist. He would need the winter months to solidify his authority, as well as to stack the Teshri more in his favor. Fandra was a large enough city to house the infantry and cavalry he had in the south until spring. The other houses and families would muster here before the weather warmed and the snows in the mountains receded. Regardless of what the emissary may or may not want, or her constant pressure on him to repay his debts, the war on Pashria would have to wait until the season turned. Coragidin would have preferred to strike north and bring Tanis into the fold of an Avan nation, but the emissary had been clear, she wanted the Empress in shadows removed, and the Sika thing of the past. Taking the war to Pashria made Coragidin uneasy. He admitted that it was necessary, but to fight nomads and scholars was a different war altogether, one for which most would be unprepared. To that end, the artificers and the alchemists would add value, as would the witches. Enchanted weapons, hexes to summon demons and to bind and banish nomads, salt-forged steel from Tamerlan stockpiled since the new year. But how high would the body count be? Who would be left in Shrine for the Avan to take their rightful place as leaders of the world? Who would Coragidin rule as Maj, if the majority of a generation were lost in raising him up? And how long would the Iron League wait, were Shrine to be seen as an easy conquest? Everything was a risk, but adherence to Destiny's road was not supposed to be a challenge easily overcome. Here at the crossroads, Coragidin sipped at his tea and took what comfort he could from his success. He gazed out across the Romark, seeing the life where it shone in plant and water, soldier and animal alike. His own communion ritual had been a reawakening, making him twice awakened. Had not his mortal wounding in Avanwa, and his resurrection here in the Romark, made Coragidin the thrice awakened? So far all had happened as the oracles had foretold, though they had said nothing of his near death, or maiming. It was hard to swallow the price he had to pay, but there was light to be seen. This was his escape from the emissary's clutches. No doubt she suspected as much, and had deliberately brought back Yashaman as a spy, and an anchor around Coragidin's heart and mind. Beautiful Medea, a prison in which Yashaman languished, or a palace given her by the emissary with a different view of the world. At every turn, Medea spoke the emissary's message, an echo of her demands in sweeter tones. There were times when Medea looked at Coragidin and he wondered whether there was a trace of the emissary lurking in there, spinning the words on Medea's tongue. A spy secreted in a house he still loved, though its architecture was not quite right anymore. Will you do as the emissary suggests, GD? Medea asked as if on cue. Will you wage war on Pashria sooner, rather than later? Coragidin took her in his arms. He rested his chin on her head and struggled with the temptation to strangle her then and there. What would the others do? He was Osran. He would make his every act, no matter how heinous, legal. He rubbed her back with his prosthetic hand, as he clenched his natural one. The emissary has made no mention to me of a winter assault, though she has alluded to a schedule. Have you spoken with her about it? Medea paused for a long moment. Karajadin was not sure whether her breathing had stilled. She sounded confused when she spoke. No, she has said nothing to me. Perhaps it was something I overheard? Perhaps. As snow drifted down outside, Karajadin warmed himself before a small AHM-fueled heater the artificers had recently invented, the ornate metallic pillar, a gift from Bacchio. Kazraman reclined, muddied and exhausted, on a couch nearby, his hand curled around a bowl of spiced coffee. Medea sat cross-legged on the bed, idly chewing the end of an ink brush as she read, then annotated, or swore at, the reports from the various departments of the Erebus war machine. A witch in a neat robe of red wool kneeled on a cushion, her eyes rolled back into her head, privy to vistas only she could see. What progress on removing the Havoc chair? Karajadin asked the witch, the intermediary between himself and Wolfram. Removing it is proving more difficult than anticipated, my Osrin. The witch spoke in her own voice, but with Wolfram's cadence. Our work is not without disruption. We encounter resistance from fenlings, reedwives, and marsh puppeteers daily. We've lost another handful of witches, and a score or more of soldiers to Naga attacks. The natural energies of this place are a magnet to the monsters of the Romark. How do you fare? And Ike Dion? There was a pause before the witch replied. It's not without its challenges. There's a sense of mania if we spend too long here. I've little doubt the mystics who dwelled here in ages past had a solution better than to remain on the edges of narcotic stupor, but this is what Ike Dion and I are reduced to. Osrin, the longer we stay, the less effective we become. Karajadin tapped his foot impatiently. Medea? What weapons have been ferried from the ruins to Fandra thus far? Medea did not need to refer to a report to answer. Nothing remotely close to what we'd hoped for, and nothing we'd call a siege weapon. Less than 50 suits of Witchfire ingot armor in reasonable repair. Some 100 Witchfire and Kyrian swords, spears, and long knives. 20 or so storm rifles, only half of which work. And 30 salamander lances the artificers and alchemists are trying to make operational, their power sources drained, or parts damaged. We've also retrieved some black rock salt, and a stock of salt-forged steel that we can work over the winter into weapons. This was supposed to be Sedefk's great laboratory. Karajadin snarled. Where is everything I expected, everything I was promised that would be here? And it may well have been. The intermediary related Wolfram's message. This is what we could expect of a well-armed garrison at an isolated Kadir. The wealth here was not in manufactured weapons or industry. The riches are in knowledge. Have you discovered much of that? The Kadir and its surrounding buildings cover a lot of ground, Osrin. We find new sources of interest every day. Most of these are trapped, and we've not the witches left, and those who are here suffer more the AHM mania than Ikedeon or myself to progress faster than we are doing. For all I know, there's an armory hidden in a cellar, somewhere in the ruins. Or if not here, elsewhere. We're excavating 5 different ruins as we speak. Please don't despair, Osrin. These traps you speak of. Do the traps destroy the contents? Not as far as we can tell, no. Then I'll send more of the captives from Fandra so you can use them to expedite matters. Karajadin felt Kazraman's and Medea's gazes on him. They kept their thoughts to themselves. Once the traps have been triggered, use the time wisely to retrieve all you can. There was another pause, longer this time, before Wolfram's reply. As you will, my Osrin. No need for Wolfram to be in the room for Karajadin to hear the reproach. I will have the fodder sent to you in the next couple of hours, Karajadin said. Work faster, Wolfram. I want that place, and others like it, cleared of anything useful as soon as possible. End communication. The witch slumped, her eyes rolling back down. She was pale, her brow dewed. Karajadin ordered her to make communication with the witches in the field with Taj Shahea's corsairs. Their reports were bland by comparison, with the enemy forces moving in textbook order, at optimum pace. There was no communication from Nyx, though his last had reported the counselors that had been bonded with the marsh puppeteers were in place, and behaving themselves for now. Kazraman, why are we suffering at the hands of these puppeteers? Karajadin asked. I was assured they would comply with my wishes. Like the great houses and the 100 families, there is more than one voice among the Mallygangers. Kazraman sounded as limp as he looked. That which is merged with Camilla will do as agreed, as will her clan. The ones we've not dealt with act according to their nature, which is homicidally territorial. And the Fenlings? The Reedwives? We've made no overturns to them, so they're quite hostile. Kazraman finished his coffee and poured another. He brightens some at the infusion. There are a number of different societies in the Romark, of which we're only peripherally aware. The Naga, for example. Added to the native inhabitants, we've the Romarkum who'll kill anybody wearing Erebus colors on sight. There are renegade Seath who remained after Far ad-Din was deposed, bandits, freebooters, road rangers, and tomb raiders. We're beset on all sides by those who want us dead, or at least gone. And how are you coping with the mania of being in the Romark? Well enough, father. Kazraman smiled. You can rely on me to do whatever is needful. What we do here ensures the future of our house. Camilla will do as I command her, and Ikdion is sworn to our cause. He follows my instructions to the letter. And there is the rub, my ambitious son. Camilla does as you say. And the witches, through Ikdion, are your creatures. Your purpose is revealed more than you know. But remember, it is I who have to awaken you to power. Betrayal will profit you nothing. Aloud, Karajdin said, Are there any more places we can excavate? Any that are less problematic? We've discovered another handful within easy distance. But the emissary warned me there are parts of the Romark best avoided, Medea added. Places even the native inhabitants avoid. And when did she tell you of this? Karajdin's voice was neutral. Kazraman looked at Medea speculatively. It was shortly after we arrived? Once more Medea sounded uncertain as to when she had spoken with the emissary. Or perhaps in Avanwa, when she spoke of the feigning and using Mariam as the... That will be enough on that topic, love. Karajdin felt his chest tighten. Medea's expression was closed, her attention focused elsewhere. Is it only you there, Yashaman? Is it her who shares our bed? Is it her darker passions we also explore? The thought of them sharing each other's bodies while the emissary looked on from behind Medea's eyes sent a chill down his spine. When Medea gazed upon him, there was only love, but Karajdin knew too well how easy it was to hide away the lies. Kazraman's loyalties were also a riddle, the witch's pupil who may or may not be more than Karajdin's son. Karajdin wondered at what point the loyalties of his son and wife would break. And what he would need to do to them when they did. Chapter 28. War is based upon deception, shrouded in acceptable truths. From the Nature of Conflict, by Kohar San Ankur, Field Marshal of Mant, 3rd Dynasty of the Ebon Masks, 3rd year of the Shryonese Federation. Day 83 of the 496th year of the Shryonese Federation. The allies met at the mist-shrouded Lotus House of Avanwa. Their meetings were held in different places around Avanwa. But only after each place had been thoroughly scouted by Indris, Mari, Shar, and Echo. Prior to the gatherings, Sonoji cast her seeker hex on Nyx, an added precaution to ensure he was not nearby when the allied members of the Teshri met. The Lotus House, a tiered fretwork building of alabaster and red stone, was as much carved into as built from the curving walls of a steep ravine between Starcrown and World Blood Mountains. Dark grass bobbed in the rain, the memorial pillars of the Garden of Stone slick. Water collected in streams that carried handfuls of snow down the long stair, to the terraced city streets. The chill downpour made travel precarious and casual visitors non-existent. Indris leaned against a wall between two windows, listening to the councillors' debate. Hazy bars of wanlight shone dully on silver bowls and cutlery, bleaching the crockery. The air was rich with the aroma of porridge and honey, hotcakes, and freshly baked flatbread. Tea and coffee added to the comforting sense of a family kitchen. Meeting over meals had given the alliance less formality, with less stress on political agendas, and more focus on the people who comprised the Federation. He divided his attention between the words coming to his ears and the words flowing across his mind. The councillors' thoughts shot with rapid intensity, but were not as distracting as the siren call from the World Blood Mountain, Ayajanmar. The mountain, one of Shryan's richest sources of the water of life, strummed his soul. The awakening that Indris had paused, but failed to stop, desperately wanted to answer the call, and try to grow beyond the layers of the mental and spiritual wards he had erected. Indris wanted to succumb. His paused awakening knew the paths in Indris's body previously traveled. In Isanander he had surrendered his physical form in order to learn enough about awakening to save the Rons. The channels of power in him were changing, and growing. But awakening did not stop with the body. Like water through the cracks in a wall, it seeped, and pooled. Tried to spread upward through his mind, and from there to his soul. Indris clenched his fist around Changeling's hilt, drawing what resolve he could from her. There was a faint croon from the weapon, a hint of what she once had been. Councillor Timaud huddled in his layers of patterned silks. The many rings on his fingers flashed as he drummed the table. We're still outnumbered, no matter what decisions we try to push through the Teshri. Now even more so, since several councillors suddenly changed from supporting our reforms to sharing Karajdin's worldview. Our former allies now obstruct both state and crown from any action, but Now we've returned, Rasha said, we'll ensure the upper house of the Teshri makes some decisions. There are some actions we can take that the lower house may not veto. The no-confidence motion won't get passed. Aho smiled acceptance to Neva, who brought him a bowl of coffee, returned from her patrol over the city and its surrounds. She leaned forward to whisper in Aho's ear, who stiffened. He whispered back, and she rejoined her brother at the rear of the room. Indris was not comforted by the tension in their postures. Aho cleared his throat. Might I suggest that the upper house call for the motion, second it, but hold off on the vote until we are better represented? You need to focus your attention on what your former allies have become, Bellamandris suggested. And remove them. That would tip the odds in our favor. What do you mean? Siamak asked. The huge man had regained much of his former vigor. Osman, Nazaraffin's heir, sat beside him. Nazaraffin was still confined to her bed, her health worsening. Osman was proving to be next to useless. The man lacked the common sense the ancestors gave a stone. But his voice, as Nazaraffin's heir, still purchased decisions in the Teshri, provided he was guided where to vote. The Osran dealt with the Malagangers. Sonoji did not sugarcoat her words. I heard Pakazraman negotiate with the woman who had once been Kamiya. And I witnessed his early experiments, in order to blend Malagangers with members of the Teshri. They planned to force their capitulation, and drive through the changes Karajdin wanted. I'm uncertain whether he followed through with his plan. It would explain some of the changes in direction we've seen, Aho said. And the way in which the Teshri has been recently deadlocked in every vote that doesn't progress imperialist policy. Sedefk's balls. Famensitri croaked, and her mindstone flared. Malagangers? Here? Farak Ao. How did you people let this happen? Bellamandris frowned. We're talking about a man who used nomads to fake attacks by the Iron League. Who used Nyx of the Maladi to release demon elementals in the city. My father understands the price of power and its rewards. My half-brother Kazraman is even smarter and more ambitious. Bilam is right, Mari admitted grudgingly. Dealing with my father won't be enough. We need to cut the heads from all his serpents at the same time, and leave such a vacuum of power that those who fly his colors won't know what to do. They'll fall over each other to lead, Bellamandris agreed. It's the kind of people father surrounds himself with. Nyx. Taj Shahe. Fade, the late Gem, and Nadir, who we have captive. They're deadly, but deadlier, and more ruthless, when focused on their own interests. We can use all of this to our advantage, Indris said. He cursed himself for speaking, as the others in the room adopted a respectful silence. It had been this way since he had saved the Rons, all of them turning to him as the leader he had no intention of being. People generally see what they expect to see, which informs thought, cause, and effect. Things that are normal are comforting. We need to ensure Karajdin's inner circle do our work for us, by making them see what we want them to see. How do you propose that? Neva asked. Why don't you tell us what you told Aho, then I'll answer your question. Neva and Yago glanced at their grandfather, who bade them speak with a wave of his cane. Neva stepped forward, to find herself standing by herself. She looked over her shoulder to see that Yago had remained where he was, shrugging an apology with his eyebrows. We've been patrolling further afield, she said. There are significant numbers of the Jiharim bivouacked in the mountain passes to the north and east of Avanwa. They're just off the trade roads north, huddled around small paths and tracks, close to water sources and game. This morning, we saw wind frigates flying the Katarin colors unloading heavy infantry and archers. An invasion? Osman quavered. For the love your ancestors hold you, relax your scrotum, boy. Famensitri gave the man a withering glance. You may live longer, or at least enjoy the time you have more. Father has the largest army in Shryan, Mari offered. Plus the forces he's wrangled from Mardum, Narse, and the Sefs. Let alone the Nadi he can afford, both the freelancers and the war party support him. He could split his forces and still have more warriors in the field than we. Let's deal with one threat at a time, nay? Indri said. Neva, what kind of numbers are we looking at? Neva and Yago conferred for a few seconds before she said, some 400 of the Jiharim. Perhaps 200 Katarin heavy infantry, and another 200 archers, Not big enough for an invasion, Famensitri said. They must be expecting help from inside of Anwa. The Ban Karif? Padishan guessed. We believe they're under Nyx's command, on behalf of Karajdin. There are also Erebus soldiers who went to ground when Karajdin fled, plus the Hukti, and other criminals, that infest the city. Karim and his friends in the Malafakti have a firm hold on the lower castes, as well as those of the struggling middle castes. Good chance to rid ourselves of another problem, Kiraj added. The criminal element has flourished under Karajadan. The Whisperer under the bridge has united many of the street gangs and petty criminals, and made the Malefacti a threat we should deal with sooner rather than later. What forces do we have in the city? Mari asked. As of this morning? Morn had become their general in Avanwa. We've the 70 Fiasan we could call back to duty, they report to Mari. There are almost 50 Anluki brought in by Nima, under Balaam's command. Kem has 400 of his Tawasi who will serve the Nazarat as Nadi, much as they did at Amnon. It gets them around being considered a hostile foreign force. The Sun have 100 Sungard, and another 50 of the Saidanisuk warrior poets. And last but by no means least, there are 115 of the Immortal Companions, all veterans. I have 50 of my Lamenti here, Ben Saharan added with a smile. They came aboard my husband's merchant ships yesterday. Poet Master Tarhin of the Vayansuk will join us, and brings a further 50 of his Daishari. My Aware are placed in the city with key clients, Ziair said. They're not soldiers as such, though they are trained to hold their own when necessary. They also have other means at their disposal for ensuring people are where they should be, or elsewhere if needed. Most importantly, we're confident we know the places the Ban Karif frequent, as well as those who aid them. I can have this information to you before sundown. There are also my Sky Knights, and the local Karif, Aho finished. Another 200 or so. In excess of 1,000 of Shrian's most dangerous warriors, Mari said. Smart people could do a lot with that. It was not a huge force, but the counselors all visibly relaxed as they heard the roll. Most of the warriors in their service were elite, and commanded by exalted names. Talk turned to the disposition and numbers of the forces headed south, voices toned with more optimism. No longer the center of attention, Indri strolled to where Shar and Echo sat. Mari, Belamandris, and Sonoji came to join them. When are you going to suggest it? Indris whispered to Mari. Soon. They need to have confidence in what they're doing. Give them a little time to appreciate what they can work with. Are you sure about this, Mari? Belamandris asked. Of course she's sure. Shar nudged Belamandris with her hip. The Widowmaker looked surprised, then smiled at the Seath War chanter. Even Sonoji hazarded a grin, her tiny hand creeping into Belamandris's larger one. Mari knows what she's doing, Indri said. I wish I'd have thought of it myself. I intend to follow her lead. And I trust Amonindris with my life, Widowmaker, Echo rumbled. He does not idly allow lives to fall, where there is a chance they can be saved. We're waiting on one more voice, Indri's locked eyes with Femensitri. She stood among the counselors, who debated the merits of different courses of action. The newly formed political factions worked together. But still they held back from an agreed course of action. Indris, Femensitri, and Ajanmar had suspected something else would be needed to bring the counselors together. And here it comes, Indri said. There's more. The Stormbringer's voice cut through the conversation. She put on a contrite expression, almost humble but falling short enough of the mark not to be disingenuous. She was, after all, who she was. I've conferred with the Shurit. Though the Sikh and the Teshri are not officially aligned, we're willing to bring a small number of our masters, inquisitors, and executioners to your aid. We'll not be serving as Sikh, we will, for all intents and purposes, be Daimogen in the service of the great houses, and those of the 100 families who offer us contracts. The room went silent for an extended breath. Counselors looked at Femensitri, then at each other, incredulously. Then their voices filled the space with questions, offers, demands, and denials. Trust was thin on the ground for the Sikh. Femensitri added that there were also soldiers the Sikh could field, ones that would give even the Mosajan witches pause. Now? Indris asked. Now, Mari said. He kissed her deeply, took her by the hand, and walked side by side with Mari and their friends to stand before the counselors of the Teshri. Conversation stopped as Indris waited patiently for silence. I agree, we could potentially win a conventional war against Karajadan and his colors, Mari began. The excitement of the counselors pressed against Indris's mental shields. It felt like somebody held his brain and squeezed. He centered himself, mustering firmer control. But we shouldn't fight on my father's terms, she continued. What do you suggest? Siamak asked. With respect, it is my people who are suffering. And I'm sorrier than you know, Ron. We need to show the people of Shryan that they are not pieces on a board to be played with, or sacrificed, at the whim of Karajadan. We can win this war quickly, and quietly, with minimal lives lost. How do you propose that? Aho raised his brows. We've armies in the field, approaching Fandra as we speak, But days away, Belamandris countered. We're not committed to a course of action, Mari said. We can change direction and save lives. And what direction would you have us take? Rasha asked tensely. Karajadin needs to be stopped. He will be, Mari said. Through the most expedient legal means at our disposal. A small group of people who make targeted attacks that isolate and remove his center of authority. We can focus our efforts behind Rasha's Jahirajin, Zia suggested. It piqued interest around the room. She declared Jahirajin against the great house of Erebus, back in Amnon. It makes her direct action against Karajadin legal. It's targeted, and wouldn't require the armies to be involved unless it failed. And yet again, it comes down to a conflict between our two houses, Indris said in Mari's ear. Promise me that we'll never be the cause of this kind of hatred? Legally, Jahirajin is strongly linked with Ajamensit, Karaj replied. I think the circumstances are clear enough for the Secretary Marshal, Karif Marshal, and myself to expedite a war of the long knife between the Nazarat and the Erebus. I can see no need for us to undergo a process of application and approval. Provided Ran Roshana is willing to. How soon can it start? Rasha's voice bordered on the manic. Mari whispered to Indris, were it up to me, there'd be no conflict between us at all. Then change their minds. They'll listen. Indris chewed his lip, listening as the councillors discussed the mechanics of how they might best abide by tradition and limit the conflict to come. Mari's plan was bold, but sound. History would not remember this conflict as it had been, that Karajadin had invaded the Romark, those who flew his colors at his side. The Bey rising to their own defense, assisted by an alliance of the houses and families. The Katarins and the Jiharim descending on Avanwa, to be met by the allied forces of the Teshri. It would be remembered as history had so often recorded it, Nazarat versus Erebus. History needs to remember that many stood together, Mari said. Not behind the colors of two houses who've been at each other's throats for millennia. No Jahirajin. No Ajamensit. This needs to be something Shryan settles as a nation. And those who have their eyes fixed on us need to see it that way. You said that we needed a solution that does not endanger the many. Rasha sounded deflated. Are you now proposing we go to war, with the loss of life it entails? Rasha is correct, Mari. Aho rested his chin on his walking cane, expression sorrowful. There are only so many ways to end this. There are, but not the way you think. We assemble a small force, comprised of warriors from the houses and families. With the support of the Sikh, they infiltrate Karajadin's position, capture him and as many of his senior officers as they can. They then bring their prisoners back for trial and let the arbiters tribunal and the Teshri, that which remains, judge them according to the law. That which remains? Siamak asked. Bilam has already told us our father trafficked with the Malagangers. Mari's disgust was evident in her clipped speech. And Sonoji said that he wanted to subvert the Teshri with them. It's pretty damned clear we need to find out who has been compromised, and get the Teshri under control. Our father did it, Bilam added. He curled his fingers around Tragedy's sheath. It should be Mari and I who fix it. No, Indris said. You need to be there, seem to be there, but everybody needs to fix it. There was no debate, rather a spiraling chain of agreements that saw plans seeded, grown, and harvested. Mari's plan took form. The allies from among the Teshri assessed their strengths and weaknesses, commitments and loyalties. Together they looked at the defense of Avanwa, how they would neuter the Ban Karif, and quietly oppose those forces allied with the Osran. How they would deal with the infiltration of the Teshri by the Malagangers. Zia coordinated the flow of information, questioning and countering. The councillors fell into informal groups, one centered around Rasha and Aho for the defense of Avanwa, another around Siamak for the efforts to remove Karajadin from where he was burrowed in the Romark. Osman wandered listlessly between the groups, wringing his hands more often than he spoke. Confident the councillors were headed in the right direction, Indris distanced himself from the whirlwind, and found calm at the edges of conversation. The sun had risen high over the mountains, and the old clocks chimed the 11 bells of the hour of Wasp, the totem spirit of the great house of Bey. It seemed somehow fitting, given how the events of the Romark had helped bring the councillors together in common cause. Indris poured himself a bowl of tea. Food had been laid out, strips of grilled fish, rice, and steamed vegetables. He prepared himself a small meal and sat in the sun, his head resting against the wall. His hand dropped to Changeling's hilt. She purred gently, a pleasant vibration against his palm. Indris delved into his own mind, his mental shields assailed from without by the thoughts of those in the room, as well as the sweet, powerful song of Ia, and from within by the power of his awakening, that heard the world call to it. Indris's body, mind, and soul pleaded for unity, the ultimate fusion of a person and the world around them. The energy in him coiled, and flexed, impatient to grow. Chapter 29. Self-doubt can be a poison not only to yourself, but others. From Principles of Thought, 4th volume of the ZNE Doctrines. Day 83 of the 496th year of the Shrianese Federation. The clocks chimed the 12 bells of the hour of the spider, the morning over. Mari stood shoulder to shoulder with Roshana, Ao, and Zia Iyer. The three of them had worked with the counselors to agree on how they would proceed, each counselor taking an equal burden of the responsibility. At the other end of the table, Siamak held sway. Those who planned the action in the remark spoke quietly, their gestures decisive, expressions serious. Mari was impressed despite herself, and saw in the Teshri something that she wished was the rule rather than the exception. She glanced about the room, to find Indris on a thickly cushioned chair, an empty tea bowl held precariously in the palm of his hand. His scholar's lantern pulsed in a steady tattoo, limning his messy head. His brow was furrowed, lips a pallid line on his face. Mari excused herself and went to him, gesturing for Shar and Echo to join her. "What can I do to help?" she asked without preamble. "Nothing, but thanks." Indris's voice was flat. "Overtired, I think." "Have the counselors agreed on a course of action?" "So it would appear," Echo rumbled. "It seems the mission to extract Karajadin from his base of operations is going to be eventful." "So of course we volunteered," Shar said cheerfully. She smoothed Indris's hair. "You can never have too much eventful, can you?" "Most assuredly not," Echo replied. "I couldn't agree more." Shar nodded briskly. "And the best part is, Indris gets to play with us, too." "How wonderful," Indris replied. "I didn't see that coming." Mari frowned at Indris's listless tone. Saw the way his hand was curled tight around Changeling's hilt, in an almost panicked grip. Echo took the bowl from Indris's hand and poured more tea. Indris took it with a grateful smile. "So, who's doing what?" Indris asked. "For your part I'm not completely certain," Mari said. "Something frightfully clever, improbably dangerous, and a little on the insane side? For me, couldn't be safer. Bilam, Sonoji, Aho, and other warriors from the allies are going to expose the marsh puppeteers, try and kill them without killing the friendly Sefs, then stop the occupation of the city before it starts." "So, not much then?" Shar's grin was bright. "What could go wrong?" Mari asked lightly. "When?" "Aho is calling a session of the Teshri to vote on the no-confidence motion against my father. That'll bring all of those dedicated to father's cause, so we can have them all in the same place at the same time. It will be the hour of the horse." "Seems fitting." "Indris's job is much easier," Shar said blandly. "The Sikh will translocate small squads of elite fighters to targets in the Romark, pop pop, pop pop pop." She flicked her fingers with each sound for emphasis. "It'll drive Karajadin insane, wondering how we moved so quickly and undetected. The squads will hit key targets, and damage as much as they can, before taking refuge in the wetlands. Meanwhile, Indris, Morn, and some others will command crews to take Fandra, and capture Karajadin. It'll be fun. I'll be teaching some of the Sikh the translocation formula I learned at the Pillars of Sand, so they can move around without using the Dreer," Indris said. "I expect that my target will be Karajadin's command post?" Shar nodded. Indris seemed resigned as he said, "I'll get Sonoji to teach me her Seeker Hex this afternoon, so I can find where he is. I'll speak with Siamak, and see what else he needs me to do." Indris was worn and unfocused. Mari took his chin in her hand and stared into his eyes. They were almost fever bright, his dragon eye flooded in orange-brown with yellow flecks. His other eye had also lightened, as if a fire burned behind it. He was feverish, skin clammy. "You're far from well, Indris." Mari kept her voice low. "I ask you again. What can I do to help?" "Mari, there is nothing you can do to help, except not worry." Indris did not bother to smile to take the flatness out of his tone. "This is the price I'm paying for everything that's happened of late. Amnon, my abortive awakening, the battle at New Year, my time in Amarka in this nose, the Pillars of Sand. I know you well enough to hear when you're telling me parts of the truth." "I'm telling you the..." "No, you're not." She crouched next to him. "Indris, lives are at risk. Our friends included. What do you want to hear, Mari?" "The truth. All of it." Indris clenched his fists in his hair, his expression stricken. The radiance behind his eyes smoldered, extending in flashes across his skin. Shar and Echo loomed, though what they thought they could do was anybody's guess. "Very well," Indris said. "To study awakening, one must be open to it. I used what had happened to me as a map, to understand how awakening fused the elements of physical existence with the mind and soul. For something as vast as IA, it's a natural thing. For a mortal, even one who is scholar-trained, it's difficult. IA doesn't recognize boundaries or limits, it's as uncompromising as nature. Long ago the Sikh planted the foundations of awakening in my mind, a common thing that makes us aware of the AHM, and trains us how to think in different ways in order to use it. Later, years of study and abuse strengthened what was there. When Ariskander tried to awaken me fully, he allowed what had been given me, and nourished over the years, to see sunlight, and know what it could have been. But I stopped it, or so I thought. In the pillars of sand, I woke what slumbered. He looked at his friends with horrified wonder. I think I'm being fully awakened, like the first generation of Rons, whether I want it or not. It's happening as my nature intends, and it scares me half to death. Ani se fe enka. Shar breathed, her hand resting on his. Can you stop it again? I've been trying. And slowly losing. Being so close to Ayajanmar and the source of the water of life isn't helping. It'll be worse than the Romark, won't it? Shar asked. The Seath woman explained to Mari how the Romark was rich in natural springs of disentropy, itself what made the water of life so potent. Then you can't go, Mari said. What happens if you fall apart in the middle of all this? You'll doom everybody. I'm going to tell Famensatri. No. Indri said. The Sikh would abandon you without a qualm if they knew a scholar was being fully awakened. They'd let you kill each other off, then install me as. No. I'm not in significant danger. We're changeling, not broken. Thanks, Anjay, Mari muttered. Had I changeling, it would be easier to control myself. As it is, the shards and pommel are helping. I can put stronger barriers around my mind, enough to get the job done tonight. But we'll need to decide what I'm going to do in the long term, and quickly. I can hardly make a choice like this without you, could I? Mari was going to say more, but Famensatri's approach silenced her. The Stormbringer wrapped her crook on the ground, and spat. She gestured for Indris to follow her. The Sikh had arrived, and there was scholarly business to discuss. Mari took him in her arms and kissed him. When they parted, she said, Do I need to say it? I love you. He grinned at her and held her close once more. I know. But I don't tire of hearing it, and the words taste good. I love you, too. Promise? Always. Torn, Mari watched Indris walk away. Shar's arms around her did not help assuage her anxiety that Indris may have met a challenge he could not master. He's chosen his course, as I've chosen mine. And I, like he, have a role to play before this drama is done. The hour of the horse approached, and the Tirjahaban was filled with councillors and townspeople. The allies took their usual places, some together, others apart, with no sign of their common goal. Now that Mari knew what to look for, it was apparent which councillors maintained an awkward, almost hostile, silence. They spoke when spoken to, yet offered nothing by way of social niceties, as if they had forgotten how to react to people properly. Famensatri, dressed in the faded earth tones of a daimogen, sat at the opposite side of the chamber. Mari recognized some of Ben Saharan's Lamenti, as well as warriors of the Saidanisuk and the Anluki, above and beyond the ceremonial guards who protected the councillors. Knight Major Cameron of the disbanded Phyason stood beside Nima of the Anluki, relaxed and deadly. Mari felt the giddy rush of excitement at what they were about to do, so at odds with how she had felt at Amnon, where she had been prepared to die. Rasha, Siamak, and Aho were the last of the councillors to arrive, a hooded Bilam walking in Neva and Yago's wake. Bilam and the siblings made their way around the room, walking unhurriedly between the smaller groups of the allies, until they came to sit by Mari and Sonoji. Quite the little party we've got here, Bilam said. Our forces are in position, both here and staged in the city. The Tawesi and the Sunguard watch the roads from the mountains. The Karith have the secret police marked and cordoned off. My Anluki and the Lamenti have taken their places close to those councillors we suspect have been compromised. Most of the Immortal Companions and the Sky Knights have gone with the Aure, to take care of the other potentially hostile forces in the city. They'll act once we've finished here. If you're going to have a party, you should always invite the interesting people, Yago mused. Otherwise it becomes ever so dull. Try Tanis, Sonoji said. Thanks, but no. Neva shook her head. The Griffin rider stretched her long legs with a creak of leather. Though there are times, rare, one admits, when being bored could be a diverting change of pace. Yago shouldered his sister. You'd go raving mad without something to do. You're a bloody nightmare when you're bored. All this excitement almost makes you tolerable. Oh, look. Neva pointed to the gap between the pillars of the Tirjahaban, where it ended in a precipice over the bowl of the city below. Somebody needs you over there. Yago pantomimed a laugh, then stopped abruptly to shoot his sister an obscene gesture. Mari smiled. If a person could be measured by the company they kept, Mari counted herself as fortunate. How does my father think to lead when he surrounds himself by the basest people he can find? She craned her neck to take in her brother. A man stepped from their father's shadow to shine in the sun. Surely father must see himself reflected in those who serve him, and wonder why he fails to inspire anything but dread. How will you save those who've been bound to a marsh puppeteer? Mari asked Sonoji. If we can save them, she whispered back nervously. We'll try to force them out of their hosts, which will be painful for the host, but hopefully not fatal. I've done it a few times with similar parasites when we've come through the drear. Did they live, the people you helped? Neva asked. Not as often as we'd hoped, Bilam said grimly. My hexes, and the Stormbringer's Kanto, will hopefully cause the Malagangers to withdraw, to preserve their own lives, Sonoji said. They're smart, if unpredictable. If we can't force the Malagangers out, then we'll be left with no choice. They may stay bound, slaves to their violent nature, causing as much damage as they can before they die. Sounds like fun. Yago's tone was dour. Not remotely. The doors to the Tirjahavan closed with the sound of finality. The Nigidin, the ceremonial guards of the councillors, took station at the exits, tall spears and hexagonal shields held at parade rest, their plaited beards bound in silver wire. They were a near-invisible fixture of the Tirjahavan, less skilled than the Fyasan, who had once defended the Osrin, before her father had them disbanded. Mari did not remember the last time a member of the Nigidin had been required to shed blood. Not in her lifetime. Today they would have the chance for history to remember them as something more than an anachronism. Aho walked to the center of the room, his cane clicking on the floor. Patishan rapped his sheathed Dianeska on the floor for silence. Aho thanked the secretary-marshal, then bowed to Rasha and Siamak as was their due. A perspiring Osman looked nauseated and out of place. Aho turned to the place where the Osrin should have been seated, his frown not quite theatrical. He raised his cane and pointed to the empty place, until the silence was uncomfortable. I have petitioned the Teshri before to consider the mistake we made in electing Erebus Fa Karajadan to the highest office in Shrine, Aho said. There was no response from the councillors. Everybody knew why the session had been called. A growing number of us doubt the Osrin's fitness to govern in these troubling times. Shrine stands upon a precipice, and we have an Osrin who seems intent on pushing us off the edge. A few shouts of support and applause, some of derision, and uncomfortable shuffling. Or the lack of response from those who should have spoken loudest in Karajadan's defense. And here we are, the Sky Lord continued. Members of our society abducted at Karajadan's order, an incontrovertible fact, the Ban Karif abusing their power, ambassadors fled the country for fear of their lives. An Osrin who has exceeded every authority and occupied the prefecture of a fellow Ran, without the permission of the magistratum, or the sanctions our own codes of Sen provide us. An Osrin who is busy waging his illegal military action, rather than being here to govern the country he is sworn to protect, and to serve. We know the story, Aho. Patishan smiled to take the harshness from his words. Raise the motion again, and be done. The Sky Lord acknowledged the chuckles from around the room with a good-natured wave. As you will, Secretary-Marshal. As Sef of Anwa, arbiter of the change, and member of the Teshriam Shrine, I call for a vote of no confidence in Erebus Fa Karajadan's leadership. I so second. Siamak's voice rang around the Tirjahavan. There was not a rational person in the chamber who could gainsay him the right. Since we've been down this road before, Patishan said, I'm invoking an open vote. There were some murmurs of surprise, but no opposition. It was Patishan's right to ask for transparency in the voting process. Those in favor of the motion to remove Karajadan from the office of Osrin, please make yourselves known. Mari did a quick head count as hands were raised, the colors of their house or family in evidence. Given the political climate, not every councillor had attended, and there were no absentee votes. Of the 70 councillors present, plus the members of the magistratum, 27 voted in support of the motion. There were some Mari had expected to be compromised by marsh puppeteers who voted in favor. Patishan waited for any more hands to be raised. He vocalized the count, and the junior secretaries made notations in their journals. Patishan cleared his throat. Mari tensed. Famensitri and Sonoji had said they would act immediately, once the potential targets revealed themselves. Those who opposed the motion to remove Karajadan from the office of Osrin, please make yourselves known, but... Hands shot into the air as one, though others rose slowly, as if the councillor was not entirely sure of their position. We have you. Famensitri and Sonoji rose from their seats, as did a handful of other people in the shorter overrobes and coats of the middle castes. Sonoji chanted her hex, her aspect of a six-armed hag made of the flotsam and jetsam of shattered bones a nebulous thing, as if she did not want to manifest it. Famensitri crooned her canto, her mindstone a whirl of black on her brow. Other scholars' voices joined hers. Mari felt the air thicken, heavier as it pressed onto her skin and hair. Within moments, the bodies of those counselors who had voted against the motion took on a dirty corona, the formulae and hex illuminating within the bodies of their hosts and revealing the pus-colored phantom of marsh puppeteers. Tendrils shone throughout the majority of the counselors' bodies, where the parasitic marsh puppeteers had spread throughout the head, torso, and limbs. It was not only the counselors but their personal guards who were so afflicted, which made their enemy more numerous than expected. Mari dashed forward, Bilam, Neva, and Yago at her side. Around the chamber the warriors aligned to their cause wielded their sheathed swords like clubs. The purpose here was to render senseless, rather than kill. The Niyadin leveled their spears, stoic in the face of danger. They joined ranks in squads and marched forward, until Patishin ordered a squad to escort the Rons and allied Seths from the chamber and protect them at all costs. The others were to hold the doors. The ceremonial guards looked confused, but were trained to obey. Mari sprinted on light feet, drawn sunblade burning bright in one hand, her scabbard in the other. She dropped and slid on her knees as an enemy swung at her. Mari hammered a blow across the man's abdomen as she passed under his attack. She turned as she came to her feet, the man barely perturbed by a blow that should have doubled him over in pain. Mari spared a glance for her comrades to see they all faced similar problems. Those inhabited by the marsh puppeteers were stronger and faster than they had been as people. They also did not react to wounds. Despite dislocated shoulders, limbs bent at wrong angles, or other damage, the enemy was undeterred. About her the Tirjahavan was a place of turmoil. Counselors cried in terror as they tried to escape under the Niyadin's protection, in stark contrast to the battle cries of the warriors, or the crooning scholars whose skin and eyes shone bright as lanterns. The floor was smeared with the blood of warriors who had used less than deadly force. The marsh puppeteer counselors snapped bones, or tore throats out in sprays of viscera. Fomensitri's cantos and Sinogi's hexes had failed, and subduing their enemies was not an option. Lethal force. Mari yelled. Without hesitation the warriors drew steel. Bilam glided through the press like a dancer, every movement precise and beautiful. Neva moved lightly, her spear spinning, striking, parrying, her brother Yago completing their web of steel. Patishin joined the fray, his two-handed Dianeska handled with all the skill of his years as a soldier. Kiraj was by his side, swordwork precise, clinical. Famensitri and Sinoji stood amid the melee. The Stormbringer had dropped her overrobe to reveal a sapphire-scaled gauntlet that covered her right arm from fingertips to shoulders. Lightning arced across the scales, burning blue-white. There was lightning, too, in her hair, and the phantom images of storm clouds whirled about her. She reached into the empty air and pulled from nowhere a tall spear, a single length of metal that blazed from tip to tip. The Stormbringer flung lightning and caused her enemies to dance an unsightly death jig as they cooked. Sinoji summoned flaming serpents who coiled, crushed, and immolated their targets. Their enemies took their toll. Kiraj fell, his face collapsed under the hammer fist of a counselor. Patishin, surrounded, was knocked to the ground and stamped to death as he went to aid his friend. Neva was savagely backhanded, her body sliding across the blood-streaked floor. Yago shouted in anguish, his spear a blur as he cleared his way to his sister's side, only to have his back broken with an audible snap when one of the enemy counselors kicked him. Yago fell to the ground atop his sister, their blood mingling. Bensa! Mari screamed. Bensaharan the water dancer was tracked with blood. One eye was swollen closed. Clumps of his hair had been torn from his head. He swung his red-stained Amaneska with speed and skill, yet those fueled by marsh puppeteer strength were not easily put down. Missing limbs, they fought on. The poet master swayed, flowed, and seemed to pour into the empty spaces between his attackers. Still he was pummeled, and struck with weapons taken from the fallen. He fought with blade, fist, and foot, yet was pushed back toward the open space between the pillars of the Tirjahavan and the space beyond. Mari cut the head from one opponent. Both arms at the elbow from the next. She fought her way toward Bensaharan, with each step her sunblade severed in cauterized flesh, slowly closing the distance. The Stormbringer hurled lightning. Sinoji guided her flaming serpents, a puppeteer fighting the puppeteers. Bilam and Nima fought like men possessed, their bodies streaked red. Though the floor was littered with the dead and wounded, the marsh puppeteers neither gave, nor asked, for quarter. It had become less a battle, more a call, as the odds slowly turned in the favor of Mari and her comrades. Bensaharan had been forced to the edge of the Tirjahavan. One counselor, then another, and another, flung himself at the water dancer, weighing him down. Another added her strength. Then another. Bensaharan was pushed farther back, his technique heartbreaking for all that its beauty did no good. He roared in defiance, teeth bared in a bloody mouth. Mari was within arm's reach, when the press of bodies became too much. The water dancer, her teacher, along with the handful of counselors who attacked him, toppled off the side of the Tirjahavan. Mari threw herself to clutch at one of the poet master's hands. For a moment they held together. She was dragged toward the edge, but held on regardless. "I will not let you fall," Mari screamed. Ben-Saharan hacked the head from one of his attackers. It was not enough. He smiled at Mari. "Tell Valaji I love him, am glad I married him, and will wait for him." With deliberate care, he let go Mari's hand. Clutching his attackers to him, Ben-Saharan sailed through the darkening skies to the cradle of Avanwa, hundreds of meters below. Mari gave orders through her tears, her voice as hard as her grief. Bilam and Nima had gone into the city with their surviving Anluki, in the hopes they could help maintain the peace, obsessed with making amends for Karajadin's failings. The compromised counselors had been vanquished. The floor of the Tirjahavan was littered with the dead, the dying, and the wounded. Healers had been summoned. Famensitri, Sonoji, and the other Sikh prioritized their patients and used the energies at their disposal to save who they could. Aho approached Mari, his expression stricken as he stared at the scholars who kneeled over his grandchildren, not dead, though not far from it. "Mari, we can't continue with the vote, Aho," Mari snapped. She looked down at her hands, dried blood caked in ox horns around her nails, or wedged under them. "It goes on much more easily than it comes off. It's what we came here for. Don't make so much death worthless." The Sky Lord nodded mutely. He addressed his colleagues, themselves stunned but attentive, their allies in the Teshri saved, for the most part. Mari did not hear the words. The raising of their hands, all of them this time, was something she'd barely paid attention to. Mari wiped the tears from her eyes with her bloodied thumbs. The floor was smeared with red. The wounded cried in pain. Healers crooned, or chanted hexes, hard marble in place of soft beds for the stricken. Such is the price of liberty. She wished it had been otherwise. They had tried for it to be otherwise, but this was a road one saw to the end, or did not walk at all. This is what it means for the few to protect the many. Chapter 30. Hope and expectation are not the same thing. Both will lead to disappointment. Exist in the moment, accepting all things as they are, not as you would have them be, but. From the Nilvedic Maxims. Day 83 of the 496th year of the Shriyanese Federation. Karajadin huddled in his overrobe at the entrance to the bustling command pavilion, his wrist, eye, and back aching. Snowflakes whipped out of a mustard sky, long streaks of late afternoon light staining the stew of mud and camp filth. He was thankful for the cold and the way the ground froze hard in the night, as it kept the reek of the camp at bay. He crushed the scroll in his hand, then dropped it into the stew at his feet. Narse was dead, and Ally gone. Erebus only knew what her heir was going to do. His message had certainly been non-committal. Do all my sins remembered and forgotten come for their retribution now? It would be typical for the world to take from me as much or more than it gives. Soon it will be over, one way or another, and perhaps I will know peace of a kind. What are you thinking, GD? Medea asked. Endings, beginnings. He looked at his wife, Yashaman, so close to surface. How much are you, Yashaman, how much Medea, and how much the voice of the emissary? I stole your grace from you, my love. Is it too late to give it back? You steal the grace from everything about you. At the sound of the emissary's rusted croak, Karajadin's heart stuttered, and Medea jumped back, startled. The emissary stood at Karajadin's other shoulder, hooded and cloaked. Yet she was no longer in silver-shot gray. Her attire was a sullen mix of bruised hues. Her sword was changed, a long curved weapon with an ornate bell guard shaped like an octopus, its tentacles forming an interwoven basket. It's what we ensured you were made to be, so you'd be in this place, at this time, doing this thing for us. Never doubt that you're indeed an agent of destiny, Karajadin. Take comfort that most everything you do suits a purpose. Where have you been? Medea breathed. Karajadin's mouth tasted sour at Medea's relieved tone. Indris killed me. The emissary's tone was bleak. Indris is alive? Karajadin choked. How long have you known? You were dead? Medea asked sympathetically. Karajadin blared at her interruption. For a time. I've hung in and on darkness, drowned in the will of my masters, and punished for my failures. Yet they're not done with me. The masters are never done. The emissary glanced at Karajadin's prosthetic hand. Craned her neck to stare into the Kyrian ball that replaced his missing eye. Her smile was cold. Seems I'm not the only person somebody tried to kill. At least Indris is neat about these things. She used her stiffened fingers to pantomime a sword stab. He even kills with love. One cut. Right through the heart. One would assume this changes your position on whether he lives or dies? The emissary's head cocked to one side in what Karajadin took for confusion. Why? He was defending himself and those he cared for, one of the things that draws me to him. Neither my own nor my master's need for Indris has changed. He'll grow into what he must be. And my daughter? That's a different matter entirely. She has taken something from me. I mean to have it back, over her dead body. You've lost her, Karajedin, to a cause she loves more than yours. And your golden widowmaker, who came close to showing such promise. Tamerlane is fallen. The Dowager Osrin taken by the sea. Jem slain at Mari's hands, and Nadir captured. Had I understood what Belamandris was going to do, would I have stopped him? How do you know this? Karajedin whispered. An old pain settled in his chest as his heart faltered in distress. I witnessed it. And there was nothing the great emissary of the Dreer could do to prevent this? The emissary pressed her hand against Karajedin's chest. His hearts hammered more erratically, his pulse an off-kilter staccato. Do? My husband saw me for what I have become, and killed me at Tamerlane. Would you like to share the experience of my death, my epiphany, enlightenment, and my resurrection? Karajedin found it hard to breath. His heart beat so rapidly that his body shook, and his skin became fever-hot. He could not form words, so he shook his head rapidly from side to side. The emissary held on. His pulse was a whirring of hummingbird wings in his ears. His vision dimmed. He collapsed to his knees in the filth, then to his side, curled in a ball. Contact broken, his heart slowed. It took many minutes for Karajedin to find his breath, all the while lanced on the emissary's gaze. I thought not, she murmured. The emissary looked at the last of the siege engines being hauled aboard a wind galley. Soldiers struggled with the weight, faces red. The storm cannon lumbered upward, so heavy it barely swung in the wind. Fade stood at a safe distance among his officers, though Bacchio stood almost directly beneath his creation, as if he could coax it upward through hand gestures, vocal encouragement, and will. At the far end of the camp, Prana oversaw the loading of her precious cargo, lined crates filled with firewater, medicines, fuel crystals for the salamander lances, exploding powder, and other items best not damaged during the journey to Fandra. You're going to fight Indris from a fixed position? The emissary shrugged. I suppose your master of arms knows what he's doing. Of course he knows what he's doing. Karajedin snapped. Her tone rankled, the ensuing silence more so. Why? What would you suggest? Run? Surrender? The emissary was not smiling. I'd not want to face him. My husband is a smart man, Karajedin. Smarter than anybody you've met. He made a career in the Sikh by delivering improbable solutions to complex, virtually unwinnable situations. He'll let you think you're doing well, right up to the point where he has you realize that not only are you beaten, but you've been playing the wrong game. Troubled, Karajedin stalked across the compound to Fade. The master of arms bowed to Karajedin, pretending the emissary was not there. A report on progress was given promptly and in detail, much as Karajedin expected. Fandra had been occupied, the remaining townsfolk incarcerated so they could not spread word of the Erebus deployment or of new weapons. The force moving in from the south had maintained its approach, gaining strength as it passed. According to Fade, the enemy commanders followed sound tactics in coordination. If they remained as disciplined in the field, the Erebus and their colors would be grateful for the protection Fandra had to offer, as well as the additional strength delivered by the witches, and the weapons of the artificers and the alchemists. Have you heard anything from the ruins? The emissary asked. Not for some hours, Fade replied. Maybe you should check on their status, Karajedin suggested. As you wish. The master of arms called for one of the witches on intelligence duty. What word from the ruins? Fade asked her. Nothing since high sun today, she replied. Iktian wanted to reduce the number of sendings, as the hexes agitate the local fauna. We're finding the same thing here, creatures are drawn to the power we use. We had a dole come within a kilometer of the camp. It took a dozen witches and almost 40 soldiers to kill the thing. Contact Iktian now, Karajedin said. The witch muttered her hex under her breath, eyes rolling back so only the whites were seen. After a minute the witch's eyes rolled back down, her brow lined by a frown. There's no response, Osrin. No witches to speak to? No, Osrin. Nobody at all. Karajedin snapped orders to ready the first available ship to fly to the ruins. Where is Kazraman? Or Wolfram? They need get out there and report back to me. Pa Kazraman is in Fandra, overseeing the positions for the last of the siege weapons, Fade said. Wolfram was with Iktian, at the ruins. You can blow your people at the ruins a kiss goodbye, the emissary jibed. Oh, Karajedin clenched his teeth in frustration. He was reminded of the emissary's words, not too long before. Was this Indri's? Was he this close? What about Taj Shahe? With the Skyfleet, Osran, Fade replied. I can have the witches recall her. No. Have her scout Wolfram's position, then report immediately. He pointed at Fade. Hasten the installation of the siege weapons at Fandra. I want the city as defensible as possible, as soon as possible. As you will, Osran. Fade turned and shouted orders for his officers to join him in the command tent. The emissary's chuckle was wet. Karajdin shot her a glare. You should rest, Gidi. Medea's voice was firm. You're not recovered. I am well enough. No, you aren't. You can't fight, you're half blind, and your back wounds are not fully healed. Medea placed her hands on his chest. The energy in the Romark is healing you faster than I would have thought possible, but... So much so that you don't use my potion, the emissary added. Perhaps you should relocate here? Live amid the muck and mire. I'm sure your sins would find the scenery to their liking. Karajdin rested his palm on the hilt of his knife, an unfamiliar gesture with his left hand. Emissary, unless it has escaped your recollection, this is all being done in order to unify my people, so I can pay off my debts to you. You should rejoice that I have the strength I do, to execute your will. And, Medea, I will be well enough. I do not intend to take part in the fighting. What use would I be? How has this changed my dream, of facing Indris on the Astma Jihur? I never saw how that encounter ended. The emissary glanced at Karajdin's prosthetic with a smile. I can make you whole again, Karajdin. All you need do is ask. Another debt? The lump of his artificial limb became the center of Karajdin's attention. He pulled the sleeve of his overrobe down to hide it. When he looked up, the emissary was gone. Her cold chuckle came from nowhere, until he turned his head. She had moved into his blind spot. But that is where you have always been, nay? I don't know that I'm wealthy enough to pay what you'd ask. You always have something to give, Karajdin. Karajdin stalked the camp, plagued by the emissary's offer to make him whole. Though he had rejected her overture, he could taste the lie on his lips. Medea walked with him, her fur-lined overrobe dragging in the slurry. She had said nothing since they had left the emissary at the command pavilion, the weight of her silence growing with each step. What? Karajdin rounded on her as they entered his pavilion. You have something you want to say it. Medea's gaze was fixed on Karajdin's hand. Gidi, if the emissary could make you. Is there anything that woman says that you do not agree to? She looked baffled, and reached out a hand to tap his prosthetic. You are my husband. And the most powerful man in Shrine. Her expression became ferocious. You deserve better than this cold lump, where a warm hand should be. The emissary cannot be trusted, as I have learned through bitter experience. There is always a price for her help, Medea. And always the price seems reasonable in the moment of anguished acceptance, yet the shine soon wears off her gifts, and the depth of the hole one has dug becomes all too apparent. I can barely see what is around me for the darkness of the debt I am into her, and her masters. And was my reincarnation such a tarnished gift? Medea's voice was sharp-edged with rage. Have I not given you everything? I, who helped you plan the war against Far ad-Din. Was it not I who helped you murder your second wife, so that we could be together? And was it not I who died at Vahina's hands, because you killed her father? You owe me much, Erebus Fa Karajdin. Her eyes welled with tears. They trembled on the ends of her long lashes, bright as chips of diamond. You dragged me from the well of souls, made me a nomad in a country that can't abide me. I hide in another woman's flesh, speak with her voice, while you look into her eyes and ravage us both. Enough! He cried. His hands trembled and pain blossomed in his head. Please, enough. I love you more than any other woman I have known. I see you, Yashaman, in Medea. It is you I love, not the flesh. But there is more in you than Yashaman. Something that speaks with the emissary's voice. There is only I, Gidi. Only Yashaman. If it happens that you hear the emissary's voice in mine, it's perhaps because I agree with her. She's given much, and it's fair she asks much in return. We've demanded the same of others, and our hands are far from clean. Do I think you should let her make you whole? Yes. I don't want to be touched by that awful excuse for a hand for the rest of your life. Do I think your daughter is an ungrateful bitch who has betrayed her house, and should be used however is best to repay her debt to her bloodline? Yes. Put her in the torque spindle. Make her part of the feigning. She was born to be used. The world is ours by right of conquest, my love. Such was clear to you once. Put aside your doubts about me, about us, about right or wrong. Lead your people the way they need to be led. You are Avon, and you were made to rule this world. Karajadin sat down hard on his couch. Were the room darker, he would have sworn the person before him was Yashaman in all her temper. The cadence and timbre of her voice, her stance, her words, were Yashaman's. He explored the cold thing that replaced his hand. For the rest of your life. To able to see properly again, rather than live half in darkness. To be able to face Nazarat Fa Roshana and show her that she was powerless over him. He could still recover what had been taken from him. Medea curled at his feet, her head in his lap. Such a strong sense of Yashaman in the posture. Her hands were sure on his flesh with the years of their experience. Do this for me, GD. I've lost the body I was born in, returned in this flesh that I'm still learning the feel of. But your body is yours. Make it whole again, for me. It's your real hands I want to explore me, your real eyes I want seeing me. Please, GD. Find the emissary, Medea, Karajadin whispered. Let us learn what her price will be, before I say no to something I may regret for the rest of my life. Medea kissed him. Karajadin resisted at first, yet the movement of her hands, her lips, and her tongue, as well as the passion of her words, broke his reluctance. Still, he held part of himself back. Doubt lingered within him. Something only time, success, and the absence of the emissary from his life would assuage. Medea disengaged, her face a series of curved planes framed on backlit curls. I shan't be long, GD. She raced out of the pavilion. Karajadin crossed the carpeted floor to where his writing desk stood. The carpet squelched under his feet and released a faint hint of must. As he sat, he felt the legs of his chair sink a little. Karajadin perused the scrolls and journals that accounted for his war effort thus far. The novels and serials he had brought with him from Arabesque. And a copy of his first book, Our Destiny Made Manifest. It was a jingoistic piece, written when he was younger and filled more with piss and vinegar, rather than with the fire of his experiences. Beside it a leather-bound folio, the pages less yellowed with age, titled The Road to Tomorrow, which was supposed to have been a more mature narrative on the greatness of the Avon, and the benefits of militaristic and economic imperialism. He cracked the folio open, to little more than one page of dogmatic blather, then a vast and empty vista on which he should have written more. Should have, would have, could have. Will do, he murmured. The ceiling of his pavilion was backlit by a ball of lightning. There came the snap, crackle, and hiss of disentropy spools and tempest wheels. The ceiling of his pavilion sagged from the pressure as a ship flew low overhead. From what little Karajadin could see through the pavilion entrance, it was flying sideways, its stern wavering. He hurried outside in time to see the craft jerk in the air, then plow a deep furrow through the soupy ground. Its progress was arrested by tent ropes and several feet of flapping cloth. Soldiers assembled around it, weapons drawn. Wolfram staggered to the rail of the skiff, helped by battered soldiers. Together they fell overboard into the mud. The Angothic which clutched at his head, then vomited into the filth. What happened? Karajadin yelled. More soldiers had arrived. A squad boarded the windskiff and within moments the lightning flares stopped, wheels and spools spinning down into silent darkness. Two of the soldiers hauled the bloated carcass of Ikedion from the ship, the man's figure slick with blood. It took one look to know his fate, no man bled so much and lived. Karajadin stood by the heaving Wolfram. What happened? The Romarchim, Wolfram spat. One of their advanced war parties. They came quiet out of the marsh, caused as much damage as they could, then disappeared before we could muster an effective resistance. We knew this would happen, Fade said. The armies are still too far away to cause us any harm. These skirmishes are to divert our attention. But I suggest, Osran, that we get you installed at Fandra sooner rather than later. Karajadin grabbed Wolfram's shirt. Tell me you managed to retrieve the treasures from the Romarch. Tell me this was not a waste of time, and that all may not be lost. The Havoc chair was already on its way to Fandra, Osran, Wolfram said. We sent as much as we could ahead of us. All is not lost. But some? Nothing that we can't retrieve once we're victorious, and nothing that I believe will give our enemy an advantage in the war to come. Karajadin glared into the night. Best to take no chances. Fade? Order Taj Shahé to expand her patrols, and retake the dig sites. The marsh beggars of the Romarchim will have fled back to their mud huts, no doubt content with their small victories. Taj Shahé is to engage with prejudice when she has the chance, clear any opposition, but not to take any unnecessary risks. Soldiers can be replaced, but I will not tolerate the loss of a single ship. Somebody get me a windship and crew. I would be in Fandra, to oversee the last of our preparations. And have somebody collapse the tunnels to the weave gate. I'll not have them used by the enemy, and we can clear the rubble when we need to use them again. Indres is behind this. Let him come. This time I have the advantage, and I will ensure that he does not walk away from the shot that should kill him. Chapter 31. I am who I am because it is all I know how to be. Maj Nazarat Fay Muldran, the Empress in Shadows, and last monarch of the awakened empire. Day 83 of the 496th year of the Shryonese Federation. The trees sheltered Indres and his comrades from the wind, the ground to the north of the forest pale with frost. False dawn lightened the horizon and made the rest of the world darker for it. The warriors gathered around small pedestals of firestones, and huddled in their overrobes. With his awakened sight, Indres gazed out across the breadth of the Romark in wonderment at the columns of energy that shot skyward from it, ghostly columns like the phantom ruins of a city nobody else could see. The AHM fountained upward in other places, curving gracefully through the air like a phosphorescent rainbow, to then splash back to the ground. AHM shone from everything about him. The leaves of trees were backlit stained glass. The snow was fistfuls of diamond dust strewn across a blanket. The energy of the people around him flared and faded with their heartbeats. Their voices carried on the wind, resonant and heavy with meaning. Indres. Shia turned to him, a jade-hued phantom etched in black ink. You're awakening whether you like it or not. I know. Indres felt his new power coiled like a serpent up and around his spine. It ignited his energy centers. He glanced at her and the other nomads that drifted between and through the trees. Friends both long and recently dead. Some he did not know at all. Now that my eyes are open, there is part of me that desires this. But I'm becoming what I can't be, and I don't think I can stop it. Most likely not, Ariskander said. The man portrayed the image of himself in the prime of his life, lean, strong, and regal. But it was meant to be this way. Why have you come? Indres asked. There's no need for the nomads to be involved. There are soul traders about, Shia said grimly. Traitors to their own kind. We will take care of them for you. You can rest assured the souls of your slain will not be harvested by them today. There is a tide of shadows rising in the well of souls, and the dead fear it greatly. We would have some answers from those we believe no more. What do you think's happening? Shar's question jarred Indres back. The leaders of their forces were with her. The nomads remained, superimposed on the world, but silent, watchful, and unseen by any save him. Karajedin will know the Romarkim are on the offensive, Morn said as he and Kirill walked up, hand in hand. It's a logical thing for them to do, and Karajedin's generals will see it as such. If there'd been no reprisals, it would have raised suspicions. Last night was about giving him confidence he's in control. Our allied forces have assembled at the Ankarat Bridge and on the Fandra Road, days away. He sees that our strength gathers, and should be confident that he can outmatch it. Can we keep him confined? Echo asked. Breaching city defenses isn't ideal at the best of times, Carol replied. But it's just as hard to get out of a fortified position as to get into it. He'll realize that soon enough. Indres nodded in agreement. Once he and his officers are in custody, the chain of command will fall to those less interested in dying for Karajedin's cause, but... And the treasures he's stolen from the Romark? Ajanmar looked surprisingly mundane in his weathered earth hues. He, along with He Who Watches, had been among the dozen or so who had been able to understand the translocation formula in the time they had available. We'll need to make sure what he's taken from the Romark is accounted for. And returned to its rightful custodian, Ron-Siamak, Shar said. The Sikh will want. Shar is right, Ajanmar, Indres countered. The Sikh are a long way from demanding anything. If you want to play with Siamak's toys, you'd best ask nicely. And the hostages? Morn asked. From what we've heard, there are still civilians in Fandra. Indres glanced at Ajanmar and He Who Watches. The tribesman was swaddled against the cold, only his pale eyes visible between the folds of his talub. Indres pointed back into the forest with his chin. How many Sikh Wraith Knights did you bring from Amarka? 23 have gathered, in different simulacra, He Who Watches replied. They're all warshells, ranging in size from crows and hawks, to foxes, wolves, and mountain cats, to knights and armored warhorses. There are also 20 Iku, and about as many Katsi. The Iku and Katsi were deployed into the Romark under the cover of darkness, and have been marking patrols all night, no contact, as ordered. We've a good idea of troop numbers, rotations, entrances, and exits. They're ready to move against Fandra when we are. Send in the smaller Wraith Knights and have them find the hostages, Indres said. If they get the opportunity, have the Wraiths free them and lead them north out of the city. If they can't free them without exposing us, have the Wraiths hold position until we arrive. Once in the Romark, I doubt many of Karajadan's warriors will be keen on giving chase. Can we attack all our targets at the same time? Kirill asked. We're relying on the distraction, but Ajahn Mar? He who watches? Are your scholars ready? Indris asked. Both masters nodded. Indris tried to relax. Kirill was right, their timing would be critical. The Sikh knights will coordinate the attacks, and will be in communication with each other. Each of them will lead small units of elite fighters from the houses and families, and cause as much disruption as they can at Karajadan's excavation sites. Ajahn Mar said, knowing he has days until the Allied army arrives, we expect Karajadan to reinforce his dig sites in order to continue his tomb raiding up until the last minute. This will reduce the defensive capabilities of Fandra. He who watches and I will hide our own windships behind illusions, and remain on overwatch over Fandra. If things turn ugly, we'll be ready. Can you maintain the invisibility charms around the fleet? It's a short enough distance, Ajahn Mar said. If all goes to plan, they'll not see us. But if we have to fight, we'll not be able to hold the illusions in place for long. We'll be focused on battle formulae and protective wards. If we have to fight, Shar said with a grin, you won't have to be invisible. It is a win-win, when you think about, Echo rumbled. I do believe you're right. Shar nodded solemnly. I'll lead the retrieval team to capture Karajadan, Indris said. Morn and Kirill, you'll lead the strike teams. Once inside, you and your crews from the Immortals are to take and hold the siege weapons. Please avoid killing if you can. Who else will lead your teams? Leonetto and Tamawa, Morn said without hesitation. Indris looked at those gathered about him, both the living and the dead. Go to your teams and finish your preparations. Air crews to the windships, strike teams to their commanders. Protect your scholars. They're the ones who'll get you in, heal the wounded, and get you out again in an emergency. And please, no heroics. You being here is evidence enough of your caliber. There's nothing more for you to prove. He walked with the others a short way into the wood. They came to a clearing where the immortal companions were sharpening weapons, attending to armor, and breaking down the camp. Warriors made their way to their staging areas, with 3 wind frigates in a nearby field and a larger destroyer and 2 corsairs deeper in the forest. Others from the houses and families assembled about their brown-robed scholars. Shar and Echo joined Indris as he took up his scholar's lantern. He missed Changeling already, used to her shape, weight, and length in battle. Yet his lantern would serve well enough as a weapon, as well as a focus for his dysentropy. With his awakening growing more pronounced, energy poured through his body like never before, making him restless. The nomads assembled, scores of spectral shapes invisible to the others. We are with you, Indris, Ariskander said. Hayden, Omen, Shia, Vashan, Danish, and a host of others all nodded their assent. Indris accepted the offer silently. He looked to Shar and Echo, armored and armed. You don't need to do this. You've done enough, and Shryan isn't even your country. I'd not see you killed, and there's a chance none of us will walk away from this. You say that all the time, Shar said. But if I'm going to join the wind spirits, I'd rather my last moments be with the ones I love. Besides, we've come too far together to do something like this apart. I do wish Hayden and Omen were here, though. Both nomads smiled. They are here, Shar. Indris kept quiet, to say the words might cause her pain. 2 squads of warriors joined them, warrior poets of the Romarkim with their shamshirs, reed sandals, and long ponytails, Lamenti in their phoenix-embroidered over robes and armor, and Luki in their blacks and reds, the gold-armored warriors of the sun, and the lion and lotus of the Salasan. Ready? Indris asked. Always, Echo replied. Shar nodded, her skin and eyes flickering with radiance as she prepared herself for what was to come. The other warriors shifted nervously, but nodded all the same. His crew formed a circle that faced outward, weapons drawn, Indris at its hub. Indris made eye contact with the leaders of the other crews, and sent a thought to the Sikh scholars. Now. Indris folded space. A rainbow bridge ignited in a riot of color. It spanned a place of monochromatic streaks, dimensionless, dizzying, silent, numb, airless, freezing. They stepped forward and were swept from there to the roof of the governor's villa in Fandra. Dust swirled away in tiny spirals. The air smelled scorched. Translocation had not been as strenuous as Indris had feared, and both Changeling and the scholar's lantern trickled energy back into his system. It flowed into the widening channels of his existence, where what had been streams became rivers. Indris was barraged by the layered hexes, and the unruly disentropic stains of the witches who cast them. Indris probed lightly and detected not only witches, but also the presence of arcane siege weapons, and artificers' and alchemists' creations. There were presences that stood out above all others, powerful individuals like stones in a strong current, as well as a device that stank of militant purpose. Those people and the device blazed with the untamed, tainted energy of the Romark. Indri's gentle use of disentropy had given him a sense of euphoria, and he wondered what those others felt, having been swamped by it for longer. Changeling purred. I'll need to be careful to not let myself go. Indri's gathered his crew close. Karajadin is our target. Anything else is a bonus. Am I clear? The crew nodded their understanding. Voices sounded in Indri's head as the other Sikh reported successful translocations, and were proceeding with their assaults. Ajinmar and He Who Watches had arrived, and floated unseen above the city, within striking distance of Karajadin's sky fleet. So far, so good. From the roof of the villa, Indri's had a commanding view of Fandra. The city was comprised of forums, interconnected by winding roads and narrow lanes, and wide canals where the shadows of small boats rocked against the banks. The city was not well lit, though lantern light made a haze of the parts of the city occupied by the Erebus forces. Windships had been grounded in parks and forums, whatever spaces had been large enough to hold them. The larger military vessels, frigates, a couple of destroyers, and an enormous dreadnought hung heavy, the light of their disentropy spools and tempest wheels bright on the rooftops. One decrepit vulture of a ship made him cringe, held aloft on spools of blood and shadow. It was toward this ship that Ariskander and Chia led the nomads. The nomads streamed through the city streets like a jade mist. They passed unsuspecting guards who marched on patrol, their lanterns swaying, red-robed witches of the Masajan scattered among their number. Indri's looked to the walls of Fandra. There were 2 major gates, a number of smaller ones, and a large river gate of thick bars. Soldiers patrolled the walls, though more were huddled around braziers, spears and bows leaning against the battlements. What need was there for caution? Their enemy was days away. Movement caught his attention. A small group of black-clad warriors crept up on a guard position and the ornate cylinder of the storm cannon they crewed. There was a brief flurry of activity, then only the warriors in black, the immortal companions, were left standing. Indri's watched as this happened twice more, the cynic in him aware that it was only a matter of time before somebody discovered what was happening. Indri's flicked a thought to the Sikh Wraith Knights in the city. Are the captives safe? Almost. We're leaving Fandra now, General, with none the wiser. Do you need our assistance? Not at the moment, thanks. Once the captives are out of the city, return to the gates with the rest of the Wraith Knights. There are witches and arcane engines that need to be dealt with, and I may need some help before we're done. Shouts rang from the city. Horns blared and whistles pierced the night. Crews boarded the grounded windships as pilots prepared their craft for takeoff. Raised voices reported that the excavation sites were being attacked. Within a few minutes, 2 of the wind frigates, Salasan, by the lion figureheads, and a number of smaller windboats flew north at speed. Indri's felt the AHM current stir as the witches in Fandra wove hexes. The color and shape of the AHM warping spoke to communications hexes, as well as those of protection and scrying. There was so much disentropy that Indri's had difficulty maintaining his control, the urge to let his powers free, to see exactly how powerful his awakening body, mind, and soul had become, was close to overwhelming. His scholar's lantern pulsed with the beating of his heart, and Changeling growled with the need to be unleashed. Indri's rested his palm on Changeling's hilt, and found she burned with an unfamiliar warmth. With Morn's crews at work, Indri's ordered his own team across the rooftop. Shar and Echo went first, along with one of the Anluki, and a Romarkham who had lived in Fandra. The 4 of them kept to the shadows, and emerged only to neutralize the guards. One cry stuttered in the darkness, each one causing Indri's to clench his teeth, dreading the sound of alarms. It came closer than he would have liked when one of the guards proved to be a witch. Indri's felt the witch draw energy to weave a hex. He leaped forward and stretched his disentropic stain, the power of his aura confounding that of the guard, silencing the hex long enough for Indri's to put the witch in a stranglehold. He lowered the unconscious man to the ground with a sigh of relief. The crew moved to the door that led down into the building. Indri's rested his hand on the latch, when the raucous sound of alarms split the night. A hue and cry came not long after. Indri's spared a glance for the walls, and saw Morn's immortals in a melee with the Erebus soldiers. Morn's crew were holding their own, their scholar invoking layers of battle wards to provide additional protection. Indri's felt the tug of the AHM from the scholar's formulae, as the witches of Fandra would. Are you close? Indri's thought to the Sikh Wraith Knights. Morn and the immortals need help. We're on the way, General. Moments later Indri's saw the shapes of hawks and crows rise from beyond Fandra's walls. They flew faster than their carrion and witchfire wings beat, moon-tinted light shining from between their feathers. The small gate to the north of the city boomed. Boomed again. Erebus soldiers ran toward it. It buckled. One more strike, and the door exploded inward as a massive metallic stallion, eyes shining like lamps and fire tracing its hooves, thundered into the city. The armored knight on its back struck with a massive hammer, leveling anything it hit. Other shapes bounded in foxes, wolves, and mountain cats. Massive armored knights with helms shaped like jackal heads, birds of prey, and demons of legend. The crow-faced Iku and the vulpine Katsi ran with them, weapons drawn. The Iku caught and the Katsi gave their high-pitched yapping barks as they spread through the city, and Sikh wraith knights chanted their canto in unearthly dirges. So much for being sneaky, Shar observed. Stealth is overrated, Echo replied. Besides, we were going to be discovered sometime, ... And time is something we're short on. Follow me. Indris opened the door and raced downstairs, his crew with him. They met soldiers on their way through the governor's wing. Where possible, Indris's crew subdued them. Where it was not, deadly force was used. Blood flowed on both sides. As they moved from room to room, the press of bodies against them grew. Swords belled. Shields crashed. Armor broke. Skin opened. The fallen screamed. Still Indris pressed forward, his crew working as one. Indris's 13 became 10. 10 became 7. Those warriors too wounded to continue remained to guard the rear. Those who died were left, in the hopes their bodies would be reclaimed after the red work was done. Shar and Echo stood at Indris's shoulders, their weapons a glittering net of seril and steel. Echo roared, and Shar sang terror into her enemies, while buoying the spirits of her comrades. Both warriors were scored with cuts, the shoulder piece of Shar's seril armor chipped, with long shatter marks down its length. Echo's mane was slick with blood, the fortune coins in his mane dull with it. A witch in the aspect of a bull-skulled giant, with flayed skin and torrents of pus for blood, smashed through a doorway. And Luki and other Erebus warriors were at its side. They were joined by a flaming squid of improbable proportions that lashed out with tentacles as hard as steel. Indris snapped out a canto and invoked layers of the defensive wards he had learned at Isonander. Spectral panels of glass spun, fractals of light whirring between them to absorb the energies the witches hurled. Indris formed tiny points of light that grew, shone like gold, and turned into wasps the length of his finger. The wasps swarmed around the witches and the Anluki, as his own wounded crew joined the battle. Indris drew the larger of his two pistols and fired bolt after bolt. When it was spent, he drew the smaller one and fired until it, too, was out of ammunition. He leaped forward with his scholar's lantern, the seril head as bright as a star. Side by side with his crew, Indris traded blows until the Anluki and the witches were beaten. On death, one witch reverted to a woman who may well have been a schoolteacher. The other witch reverted to a grossly obese man with skin stretched to the point where it looked ready to split. The double doors ahead of them slammed to a close. Erebus soldiers turned to face the new threat, their faces etched with dread. Echo and Shar descended on them. Blades whirled and danced in a furious exchange. Shar used her voice as a weapon, a series of shouts stunning her opponent until he fell to his knees, and she struck him unconscious. Echo snarled as he held his enemy over his head, then dropped the man flat. He lay on the ground, dazed. Echo faced the doors, fangs bared. Indris felt the upswell of energy as a powerful hex was thrown up around the doors. Echo! Indris thundered. Don't! The lion man kicked the doors with all his strength. And roared in agony. Lightning flared, holding the thrashing Tawesi in the air. A vortex appeared about him, gaining speed as it swirled. Echo shrank on himself as he withered. Indris felt the tug of the malignant hex, and cast layer upon layer of wards about Echo. About himself, and what remained of his crew. Plants curled and dried. Carpets aged and rotted. Paint peeled from walls and the air turned stale and musty. The outer layers of Indris's wards flared through the spectrum and puffed out of existence. The middle layers were slower to succumb, but succumb they did. The inner layers held, tinted with blue and purple from the damage they had taken. When the vortex played itself out, the room looked as if nobody had lived in it for more than a century, save what Indris's wards had shielded. Echo fell to the ground with a dry, brittle sound. Shar streaked forward, crying out denials. Indris came more slowly, his senses peaked. Changeling had made its way into Indris's hand, the weapon oddly quiet. Echo lay twisted, emaciated. His fur had turned white, or it had not fallen out in tufts when Shar stroked it. The leather straps of his armor had rotted away, the steel rusted. Indris reached down to Shar, who slapped his hand away. He could not meet her eyes for the pain in them. The sound of armored feet reached him. Indris saw dozens of Erebus soldiers, Anluki, enormous Ifrai horsemen, the raggedy mountain Jiharim, and as many witches entered the room behind his crew. The doors where Echo had been killed rattled. Sawdust and paint flakes fell from them. The hinges creaked as the doors slowly opened. "It's over, husband," the emissary said. Indri's mind reeled. He felt a hollowness in his chest, and his stomach sank. He clenched his scholar's lantern tighter in his fist for balance. Behind the emissary, Karajadin was much changed, his right eye a polished ball of Kyrian set amid angry scars, his right hand a horse-headed prosthetic club. Indri saw the artifact Karajadin sat on, and knew the grip of despair. A havoc chair. If he knows how to use it, he could kill everybody in and around Fandra in moments. Beside the chair stood Wolfram, Kazraman, and a beautiful young woman that Indris took to be Medea. Lurking in the shadows were a half-dozen emaciated phantoms in ragged grey finery that had seen its day centuries past. Some wore coronets in memory of their station in life. All had dull jewels and baubles around their necks, their fingers, or at their ear, and each of them carried an annulus with a swirling web of light at its center. Soul traders, I presume? The emissary drew closer. Do you not have an apology for me, Indris? He stood straighter. I apologize for not killing you, if that's what you mean. It's a mistake I'll not make twice. Her face contorted with anger. As my husband. We're not husband and wife, Indris said. The woman I loved is dead. I'm here, Indris. Under the light of the scholar's lantern, she could not take on Anja's face. This is me. What you are is dead to me. The emissary struck a blow across Indris's face that rattled his teeth and caused his knees to bend. She is so strong. His ears rang, and he tasted blood from his split lip. The emissary came close and hissed, "You'll come to appreciate the sacrifices I made. Even as the masters tore me apart and remade me in their image, it was my love for you that let me hold on to what I was. Don't take that away. I'm the same Anj where it counts, the woman you loved enough to defy the Seek, love me again, and I'll give you the chance to make your defiance mean something, now and forever." Indris probed one of his teeth with his tongue. That's one of the most pathetic things I've ever heard. The emissary struck at Indris again, but this time her hand slammed into the scholar's lantern. There was a sizzle and a crack, the mixed smell of burnt flesh and rotten seaweed. The emissary shouted with as much pain as surprise. I'm here for Karajadin, Indris said. He allowed his left eye to burn bright. The Erebus forces gathered around him murmured nervously. You know who I am. Have heard what I can do. There's no need for anybody else to die, if you surrender, and give Karajadin over to me. The man in question laughed bitterly. They are sworn to me, and my vision. What mercy will the Teshri show them? None. So stop your bluster, drop your weapons, and I may show the leniency the Teshri would never have shown me. Indris is mine, the emissary said. No matter what you want, Karajadin. I'll be taking my husband with me. Alive or dead, my masters will find a use for him, but... From where she knelt, Shar gave voice to a concussive soundwave that smashed the glass in the windows and caused the walls to vibrate. The Erebus forces clapped their hands over their ears. Karajadin's head slammed back against the havoc chair, but the air before Wolfram, Kazraman, and Medea glittered with passive wards that Indris had not detected. Good to know. The emissary rocked back, infuriated, as she wiped green blood from her nose and ears. Shar uncoiled from the floor, sword ablur as it flashed across the emissary's throat. It left a faint scratch that oozed dark blood. The emissary cocked her head, clearly unamused. Shar struck again, but the emissary slid to the side and backhanded the seethed woman. Shar flew like a rag doll across the room and crashed into the wall. Wood splintered. Plaster cracked. She slid to the ground, limbs twisted, blood gushing from her nose and mouth. That for your broken little bitch. The emissary grated. It's nothing compared to what I'll do to Mari when I get my hands on her. That was a mistake, Indris murmured. The room went silent. Grief and anger, guilt and resentment, threatened to choke him. He translocated the last of his crew out of the villa, to the decks of the allied windships that floated invisible above Fandra. Indris invoked dense layers of wards around Shar's and Echo's bodies, to ensure they would not suffer any indignity from what he was about to do. He fixed their broken bodies in his mind. Now there's only me, and those who oppose me. And nothing left to hold me back. The emissary drew her sword with its abhorrent tentacled guard. The scholar's lantern flared. Changeling sent vibrations up Indris's arm. Images flashed across his mind, with revelations of numbers and multidimensional formulae that Indris did not think possible. His dragon eye burned hotter. The serpent coiled around Indris's flexed spine, growing into its power. He looked at the still forms of Shar and Echo. Hatred and vengeance hung like low-hanging fruit, tempting, possibly satisfying. Indris left them where they were. Sorrow, yes. Anguish, yes. Love, yes. conscience, honor, justice, duty. These were the things that fueled him. The expanded pathways in his body, mind, and soul channeled greater energies than Indri's had felt before. His right eye, previously dormant, now smoldered. Air wavered as the heat from Indri's grew, and he felt the dragon in him rouse itself from slumber and stretch its wings around him. Erebus soldiers fled the room in a panic. Mosagen witches manifested in their aspects, hexes spun as quickly as they could. The aspect of a bloated shadowy spider shuddered, then vanished. The witch within it did not have time to shriek before she was incinerated. Her ashes swirled in the superheated air, soon joined by another, and another. Leave, or die. Indri's rapped his lantern against the floor. There was a peal of thunder. Glass fragments skittered. The floor rolled beneath his feet. Walls groaned as they exhaled. Needing no further encouragement, the witches fled. The gates had been opened, and the Romark flowed with energy. Changeling and his scholar's lantern thrummed with it, as they poured AHM into the vessel Indri's had become. The lantern burned brighter, blazing with revelations. Changeling's croon became a clear note of ecstasy. He was the eye of the maelstrom. The emissary invoked her wards, strangely tuned things in hues of coral and the wine-dark sea. Layer upon layer she built, only for Indri's rapid-fire Kanto to demolish. Wolfram added his power, the great goat-headed shadow of the Black King of the Woods manifested around him. Cantos and hexes blistered the air, weakening the villa around them. Part of the ceiling collapsed, ground to dust by the emissary's war formula. The wall exploded outward when waves of power met, and found the path of least resistance when irresistible forces met, and would not relent. Karagedon, eyes rolling with madness, gripped the havoc chair. Indri's lanced the man with a Kanto. Karagedon's body spasmed once, and his head lolled. The temptation to kill him, and be done, was strong. A deadly Kanto vibrated in his throat, silenced at the thought of what Mari would think of him. Consequence damped his ire. He collared the dragon, and though it lashed its coils, Indri's held on. With calmer eyes, Indri saw the truth of the emissary, the darkness and depth to her, and the umbilical of the soul that joined her with her dread, and watchful, masters. They saw through her eyes, and heard through her ears, and would remember what they saw. Karagedon, too, was laid out before him, broken and poorly remade, a wreck collapsing under his own rot and the weight of the hatreds he hoarded, yet too insatiable to stop. In Medea he saw Yashaman, peering from behind the body of a stolen woman, clinging jealously to life, and a world of selfish ambition, sensation, and power. And Wolfram, who wore the aspect of the Black King of the Woods, a true believer in the old powers who had nonetheless had his faith shaken, yet knew no other way. Yet perhaps the only one who missed cleaner days. Indri's turned his attention to the chill specters that lurked in the corners. The soul traders were what they appeared to be, foul reapers of the dead, thieves of souls. Indri's would have none of them, they did not belong here. A Kanto shattered their annuli, and freed the souls that had been snared in them. The freed souls sang for joy, the sound turning dark as they rounded on their captors. Indri's voiced a basso chant, and sent the soul traders shrieking, broken and displaced, to the well of souls. Their former captives hounded them like cattle dogs. Indri's and Kazraman shared a long look. The Erebus air disguised his true nature behind powerful hexes, and colossal self-control. He stood at the edge of the light of truth, the few radiant bars that touched him hinting at his strength, and at the aspect beneath. Kazraman was, perhaps, in some ways, Indri's tarnished reflection. Indri saw visions of what Kazraman was capable of, broken earth, cities in flame, islands sunk beneath the waves and new ones risen, armies so vast they boggled the mind, the cries of those who had forgotten the taste of freedom as they bent their knee to a dark and terrible Maj who would rule them for eternity. No. Indri's whispered. That's not what I'll become. Indri's drew his power in. Awakening tested his resolve, and defied his will. It had taken root, and the dragon had caught glimpses of Indri's mind and soul. Unity called, the myriad voices of the world called to him, the strength of wild animals, the patience of ancient trees, the slow and deliberate mind of. Kill him. Kazraman's voice cracked with panic. In Erebus's name, kill him now. He seized the truth too late, Indri's murmured. The emissary raised her sword and struck, dark tears staining her face. Indri's raised changeling by reflex. Her purr became a contralto hum. Indri's soul channeled through her, and manifested as a slender blade of starlight, trapped in wavering haze. He parried the emissary's blow, her sword booming like the surf. She stared at him, and at the soul blade the changeling had become. Her face betrayed her fear as she leaped back. From the corner of his eye, Indri saw the withered and broken forms of Echo and Shar where they lay. His wards were dull around them, almost spent. Indri's held back a cry of relief when Shar cracked open a bloodied eye, grimaced, and shook her head. No. Wind gusted as a Nazarat wind destroyer descended, its port bank of storm cannons leveled at the governor's villa. Beyond it could be seen the shapes of other windships under the command of Audiobook and He Who Watches. The presence of scholars, the Wraith Knights, the Nomads, Morn soldiers, all assembled around the villa. Watching. Waiting. Vibrating with power, Indris drew himself up. He dulled the light of his lantern, and with a great effort of will extinguished Changeling's blade. His recent efforts had left him shaking, his skin flushed, head pounding, and light sparking behind his eyes. He felt the onset of a mindstorm or worse, an AHM stroke, but stood as best he was able. Indris leveled his gaze on Karajedin, who had regained his faculties, and snarled back, unrepentant. Ronaribus Fa Karajedin, by the power granted me by the Arbiter of the Change, by the Teshrium Shrine, and by the unified will of the great houses and the 100 families, I place you under arrest for treason, regicide, and murder. The Teshri have no authority over me, boy. Karajedin said. He gripped the arms of the Havoc chair once more. It's over, Karajedin. Don't make me kill you. But you won't. He gloated. Not if you don't want to lose my daughter, with her misguided love. The emissary whispered to Kazraman. The two of them, and Wolfram, stepped clear of Karajedin. The old Angothic which stared at his Osran forlornly, hands wringing his oft-mended staff. Indris saw the way he glanced about, searching for escape. I'd not, were I you, Indris warned. But we're not you, are we? The emissary said. Nobody can be. The Teshri will give you a fair trial. Can you promise that, Indris? Kazraman asked. Or will I be tarred with the brush of my father's failed ambitions? That's for the Arbiter's tribunal to decide, Indris said. You're surrounded. Submit, before there's more bloodshed. I rather think not. Kazraman smiled urbanely. Until I know whether it's silk sheets, or salt-forged shackles, that await me, but. Something not quite a hex, and not quite a canto, crested from the AHM. Indris grabbed for it, tried to disrupt it. The grip of his power slipped, like trying to hold a greased fish. The emissary, Kazraman, and Wolfram lost depth, then faded from existence, the air snapping with a small thunderclap into the places they had stood. Indris flung a seeker hex after them, but it, too, had nothing to latch onto. Karajedin looked shocked, then furious. He bent his head in concentration, a frown cracking his brow. His left hand flexed on the arm of the Havoc chair in a death grip. And nothing happened. Karajedin tried again, his eyes wide with panic. Then frustration. Then realization. He railed against his failure, his prosthetic hammering against the chair, his head shaking left and right in impotent rage. Tears welled in his one good eye. Reduced to sobs, he held open his arms for Medea, who came to him with a look of pity and love as she settled into his arms. The former Osran, and would-be Maj, stopped his sobs. He gathered what remained of his dignity and sat upright in his chair, a lord of nothing. Chapter 32. We rarely get the happy endings in our lives that we think we deserve. It's why we have them in our stories, for real life is not as forgiving as fiction. Nasri of the Eliat, Shryonese dramatist, 495th year of the Shryonese Federation. Day 85 of the 496th year of the Shryonese Federation. Mari huddled in her overrobe, holding her balance on the cold bronze sphere that passed for the seats of the powerful in the Tirjahavan. She let the voices of the Teshri wash over her. She had nothing to say, in turns numbed by ambivalence and grief, or racked with nervous tension. Most of the Teshri seats were empty, many of the Sefs killed in this same room not 2 days earlier. Others, who had taken the field with her father, had been captured and were awaiting judgment. Some remained absent, fearful for their lives. As you rise, so can you fall, the lesson learned, forgotten, and relearned by her house over the generations. The clocks chimed the hour, though Mari did not bother to count the chimes. Each hour told was one less between her father and the declaration of his fate. With the death of Arbiter Marshal Kiraj, the Arbiter's Tribunal had sat in emergency session to elect his replacement. After an hour's deliberations, it had been the conservative Arbiter General Iori, daughter of the Sefem Shara, who was elected. Her father had been blended with a marsh puppeteer and killed in the purge. Now the young woman had to face the funerary rites for her father, her ascension to the role of Sef, and the added burden of becoming Arbiter Marshal. Rasha spoke for the crown, a predictable choice, being the polar opposite of everything Karajedin had stood for. The counselors of the Teshri orbited Rasha and her closest advisors in Siamak, Aho, and Ziair, the four of them sharing the burden of power in the interim government. Osman said little, Nazarafin's Ronalek looking like he was going to expire from anxiety each time he was asked his opinion. There were grave doubts that Nazarafin would survive, and Mari had heard the grim whispers about the lack of confidence in Osman. Karajdin's recent deposition, and the end of the Great House of Salasan, had set dangerous precedents. The remaining serfs talked, demonstrated, or donated their worth in the hopes of being noticed and elevated to the rank of Great House. The Salasans were gone. The fate of the Arabs unclear. There had not been such opportunity since the fall of the Awakened Empire. Similarly, the most influential of the middle castes made their cases, seeking elevation to the ranks of the elite caste and the 100 families. From the confident way Rasha managed the Teshri, Mari doubted there would be an election for Osran. She fully expected that Rasha would walk into the role, the uncontested monarch of Shryan, just as Karajdin had always hoped he would be. Awakening was a topic that buzzed around the Tirjahavan. There were no awakened Rans in Shryan, and those who had been severed had a long road to recovery before they could be reawakened. That Indris could reawaken the Rans was a tightly gripped hope, and had done wonders for the perceived usefulness of the Sikh. Their grip on the throats of the Teshri was all but re-established. Like Black Lotus addicts, those who sought power in Shryan craved awakening. It was such an ingrained attitude, linked with ancient power and prestige, that even those who had been cured of their addiction hungered for the taste of more. Famensitri stood behind the seated Rasha, her attempt at humility like a poorly fitted robe. The Stormbringer had been invited to attend the Teshri in an informal capacity, though the ancient scholar ensured her voice was heard at every turn. Though the Sikh were the wardens of the awakening that the Teshri desired, the councillors had not forgotten the recent, and bitter, lesson in honesty the Sikh had taught them. To Famensitri's obvious anger, Rasha had dangled the trappings of political office before the leaders of the Zieni and the Nilvetic, as well as Sinoji on behalf of the witches. The latter name came with some stigma attached, Sinoji's reputation as an exiled, and her association with Karajdin, offset by her recent efforts. Bakio of the College of Artificers and Prana of the Alchemist Society had also been offered seats on the Teshri. Famensitri scowled as Bakio waved his contracts with the crown and stayed in the air like a folded paper fan, citing promises of ongoing support and freedom of trade despite Famensitri's call for fierce restrictions. Timad made matters worse for the Stormbringer by citing the commercial advantages to be gained in making what the alchemists and artificers had available on the market. Even with Karajdin in custody, the lure of gold remained. The more change that people endured, the more tightly they held on to the comfort of that which was familiar. Mari clenched her teeth and left the Teshri to its devices. She raced down the stairs, out the crown gate, and along the windy royal way to the gondola station. Mari wore a plain charcoal over-robe, atop the red and silver clothing of her mother's family, the Darain. With her hood raised, and the overrobe masking the recurved length of her sunblade and her amaneska, Mari passed without recognition as she sat quietly in the swaying gondola. Flakes of snow clustered around the portholes. The gondola trembled and groaned as it reached her station. She strolled the quiet streets, the air redolent of eucalyptus and a hint of snow from the mountains. Nanjade stood with its doors open, candidates for roles in the reformed Fiasan huddled around braziers where there was no room for them inside the fortress. Mari smiled to herself. She had waited, as these others waited, for the chance to do something meaningful with her life. A chance to be something other than a Pyaribus or a bargaining chip in the great game of the bloodlines. A few of the hopefuls looked up as Mari passed, but she walked on by. It was not her place anymore. Nanjades and the Fiasan, bolstered by the surviving Anluki, would be safe in Balam's hands. The Nilvetic surgery and hospice was a small place, nestled in a crack in the mountain, and sheltered by a stand of ropey fig trees. The statues of a woman and a man in flowing robes, hands open with bowls of water on their palms in a sign of peace and hospitality, flanked the doors that never closed. 2 Nilvetic scholars knelt at the door, clay bowls at their sides. Each had a long kahi flute across their knees, pronouncing them as Si-Gen, the whistling order, Nilvetic warrior scholars and traveling healers. Both were bald, save for long braids at the back of their heads. Their brows painted with the high Avan glyphs Cheyenne and Va, the hearts of healing. Mari emptied her purse into the bowls. The Si-Gen bowed as she passed. People walked and talked softly in the hospice, voices no louder than the whisper of robes along the floors. Mari made her way to the small room, well lit and clean, where Char lay. Vases overflowing with colored lotus flowers brightened the room, their aroma heady. The exposed skin of Char's face, shoulder, and right arm were mottled with bruising and recently healed abrasions. Symbols had been painted on her skin, and there was a long string of beads, seed pods, and flower buds wound around her wrist, another loosely about her throat. Indris looked up from the book in his lap, smiled, and gestured for Mari to come in. "How is she?" Mari murmured. "I'm not deaf, woman," Char croaked. She tried to smile, a ghastly flexing of blue and black skin and swollen lips. "I'd be better if people stopped hovering over me." "She's cranky," Indris said. "And recovering. Broken collarbone, broken shoulder, broken ribs." "I get it, Indris. I'm broken." Char looked at Mari through bruised, swollen eyes. "Well, hello there, you beautiful thing. Can I convince you to help me escape from here? But she'll recover. The relief in Indri's voice was palpable. He pulled a seat next to his so that Mari could sit. He kissed her gently, his hand sliding from her back, to her waist, to her hip, to rest on her thigh as she settled. It felt good. The surgeons think Shar will be here for another week or so. Even with all their skill, it was a close thing. I hear you came to visit me, Mari, Shar said. You must have been very dull, since I don't remember. Yes. You were completely fascinating, lying there like a log. Between Indris and myself, Morn and Kirill, and Balam and Sano, you've had barely a minute alone. But no Echo. Of all the faces in the world, that was the one Shar would have wanted to see most. Hayden. Omin. Echo. The price the few had paid in blood for the many was high indeed. Shar drew in a shuddering breath and swore with the pain. Indris held Shar up so that she could take her medicine, and smoothed the sheets around her when she lay back down again. The three sat and talked for the morning, until Keshari ushered them out. It was time for her patient to rest, and to forget her troubles until she was better able to face them. Mari was glad to see the healer, who was more in her element here than in Tamerlan. Mari took Indris by the hand and led him to the street. Columns of late afternoon light pierced the clouds and moved across the dappled waters of the lakes of the sky. The mountains were capped in white that blended with the gently rolling clouds. Mari leaned in and rested her head against Indris' shoulder. He put his arm around her. It won't last, she said. What won't last? Any of it, she said. Everything is so temporary. Is this what it's supposed to feel like, when almost everything you knew is gone? I can't help but think of what we've seen, what we've done, and wonder whether everything we fought for is actually what we wanted. Indris rested his lips against her hair. Sometimes it's hard to find the good, or the sense in it all. When night comes, and there's only you and your thoughts, your guilt, your doubts, your memories, hopes, and dreams, then you see most clearly. There's nothing left to distract you. It's then that you realize that you don't need expensive things, or false friends, or feigned love. He paused for a long indrawn breath. And new things come to fill the empty spaces. Like people? No, love. Never people. He touched her chest over her hearts. They're always here, and there's always a place for them. We just need to make sure it's the right place. Does that include ANJ? Indris looked her in the eye. She and the emissary are different people. I won't lie, Mari. Yes, the ANJ I married will always have a place in me. Does that bother you? Yes, it does. Mari patted away his worried expression. But I understand it, and in time I'll learn how to accept it. The fact that she's out there somewhere with Kasra and Wolfram terrifies me. With you, even with Kasra, such power as you have has never frightened me. I respect it, admire it, but I'm not scared. The notion of the emissary makes my blood run cold. And mine. He held her close against a gust of chill wind, and continued to hold her after it passed. But is there anything I can do for you? I'm sorry I've been distant and distracted. Between Fandra, Shar, Echo. I've not helped you like I should. We've each had things on our minds. Mari patted Indris' cheek, and her smile felt comfortable. I love you, Indris. And I, you. Who'd have thought we'd be here to say it? Never doubted it. Not ever? Well, sometimes. A little. But then I remembered that I'm in love with the all-powerful dragon-eyed Indris. Mari paused at the expression on his face. I'm sorry, Indris. I didn't mean anything by it. I was making light, is all. Indris smiled half-heartedly, and Mari saw how both his eyes now had the orange-yellow tint to them, as if fires burned behind the iris. He held out his hand for her to take, and Mari joined him as they dawdled the almost empty streets. The question of what else had happened to him at the Pillars of Sand, and at Fandra, hung between them like grapes too long on the vine. But Mari let their silence linger, the two of them alone with the sound of the wind and the clatter of the leaves. What are we going to do? Mari broke the quiet with her question, only half whimsical. We didn't break. We didn't die. But I don't think the places we know fit us anymore. All we are is everything I love, Mari. Indris pointed to the mountains. Wherever we are. Over mountains, overseas, are places so beautiful and peaceful they're hard to leave. I've a small home on the beaches of northern Tanis, overlooking the deep salt. There are fruit plantations, and cane fields that seem to stretch forever, swaying and sighing in the wind. On summer nights the lightning flashes, and the rain falls after a hot day and turns to steam. It's too hot to wear clothes, so you lay naked on cushions and let the sea air dry the sweat from your skin, and listen to the surf crash on the beach. Mari held her breath for the beauty of the vision. Indris had seen so much of the world, and she so little. Duty to others had consumed her, but as Indris had asked her once, what about her duty to herself? Large parts of her world were broken, it was time to take the pieces she liked and make a new one. Tell me more. I've told you about the nomad dancers and symphonies of Memnon, he mused. And the villas in Oregon where you can look out over the Marble Sea, and watch as the old Ilhan lamps from the Petal Empire still shine beneath the water, wavering like fireflies. There's the great migration of the Zerba herds in Dalmatia, where thousands of the most beautiful horses in the world thunder across a sea of emerald grasses, smooth and pale as mist in a gale, their horns shining. Heidelban, the capital of Mant that they call the City of Masks, has relics of the Starborn that rise in towers amid ziggurats that are home to thousands of temple demons in lapis, jade, and onyx. For years the Starborn towers have hummed, parts moving to follow the sun, or lights shining at night though nobody understands how. This is the world we can see, Mari. I've seen some of it, and there are places I love and loathe. But travel is more than half about the company, and the things you bring back with you rather than what you take. Mari took it all in, the wanderlust alive in her. Yet her life was not yet her own just yet. Rather than what you take, like the burden of her house and its uncertain future. The guilt of her father's crimes and the pain he caused, and the need to make restitution in some way to those people the Erebus had harmed. Would whatever penance her father paid ever be enough to wipe the slate clean, or would Mari forever feel as if she owed a debt to the nation Karajedin had split, and the lives he had ruined? Is it as easy as all that, do you think? She asked. Please say yes. We can make it harder than it needs to be, Indris replied. But we don't have to. It sounds incredible. And, yes, I'd love to see the world with you. But Indris? Mari stopped abruptly, Indris dragged to a halt. Do you know what's going to happen to my father? Bilam? My house? What would be enough to sever her bonds? The smile fell from his face and dragged the corners of his mouth down. That he needed to prepare himself made Mari's anxiety return. She knew her father had done terrible things, but he was her father. It was not until his illness that Karajedin had lost his way, the specter of his end making him dangerously desperate. For power, for glory, for salvation. You can't take the burden for things you've not done, nor had any hand in, Indris said. Mari, there's no weakness in letting go, or putting one foot in front of the other and moving on. Moving on. Was it as easy as remembering, but packing the feelings away until time and distance had no further use for them? Indris, tell me, Mari, I've not been involved in any of the... Tell me. Now. Your father is likely to be charged with several counts of treason for starters, Indris said softly. He placed his hands on Mari's shoulders and locked her gaze with his own. His words were quiet, but relentless and monotone. I'd expect them to make the charges of regicide stick, as well as more counts of murder and conspiracy than I care to think about. Your father went for the big prize, Mari, and made a mockery of Send, and the law, on the way. People won't forget it, and the Teshri and the Magistratum will want to make an example of Karajedin, so that nobody thinks about following in his footsteps. They'll kill him, won't they? She was surprised at how even her tone was. I expected this. I just needed to hear it said out loud by somebody I trust to be honest with me. They'll kill him. Indris stopped, eyes distant as he considered. Before Mari could drag his next words out of him, Indris gave them up. From what I know of the mood of the Arbiter's Tribunal, the Teshri, and their nervousness about the opinions of the foreign governments, the Arbiter Marshal will most likely level the most severe sentence against your father that she can. Indris, they're going to kill him. Mari said, exasperated. What more can they do? Under the laws of the Awakened Empire, most of which we still follow, the Arbiter Marshal can call on the Magistratum to agree to confine Karajedin in a sepulchre mirror, a prison from which he will never escape. Sepulchre mirror? Why was that familiar? A prison? You said they were going to kill him. Sepulchre mirrors are eternal prisons for the soul, Mari. Similar to an Angothic spirit cask, which is what your father imprisoned Ariskander in. We retrieved a sepulchre mirror from the Romark, before your father had a chance to use it on somebody else. It's here, in the possession of the Sikh. How? Her mouth was dry, and she wanted to vomit. The thought of her father languishing for eternity was quite different from seeing him strangled, a clean death, his soul free to travel to the Well of Souls, his body planted in ashes. He'll be shackled to a chair, or a frame, and brought before the sepulchre mirror. A scholar, not me, never me, will sever him from his awakening. He'll face the mirror, and it will absorb his soul, like the annuli of the soul traders. But for him there'll be no escape. Not ever. Mari laughed hysterically, then covered her mouth with her hand. She wanted to sit down, but in sitting wanted to stand. She wanted to run, or fight. Instead she settled for tears. Will he feel anything? It was important that he did not. I don't know, Mari. There's no way of knowing. Clouds passed before the sun, making the city dull, colors bland. The domes lost their shine. Snow became soiled gray, leaves on the streets litter, rather than beautiful. Between one stuttering breath and the next, the city was once more sun-kissed and bright. How things could change in a moment. How such a simple thing as the clouds across the sun could make the world seem so different. Her father thought her a traitor, to him, she was. With the knowledge that he would be gone from her life forever, with no chance of a reconciliation in the well of souls, in the love of their ancestors, the immediacy of his death weighed on her. Indries, can I meet you at the Wanderer later? Of course. Good luck. He did not need to ask Mari where she was going. She kissed him, then raced away as fast as she could run toward the jail where her father was being held. Up sweeping flights of stairs, across bridges that spanned vast and empty depths, and along roads where the cold wind burned her face, Mari sped. She remembered the way to the jail, having been a guest there herself not so long ago. While Mari and her father had their differences, Mari had never stopped loving him. Bilam had told her how their father had given him his blessing to go to Tamerlan and free Mari from the clutches of the Dowager Osran. So much had happened, so quickly, that neither of them had the chance to sit together, to talk, and to remember what it was like to be father and daughter. She remembered their reconciliation at Amnon, how he had shared his secrets with her. What he had shared had made Mari more resolute, but the fact was he had loved her enough to open his hearts to her. Mari would not leave the jail until he had done so again. If she were lucky, she may even be able to help him remember at least something of the man he had been, the father she had loved, before the threat of death, and ambition, had blinded him. The shadows had flooded the city by the time she arrived at the jail. Out of breath, Mari rang the old bell. Then again when there was no immediate answer. She pounded and kicked at the door, and yelled to get the guard's attention. Eventually there came the rattle of the key in the lock, and the scrape of the bolts. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man in the green coat and talub of a Karif. He clutched a studded maul in hand, and looked very much as if he knew how to use it. Can I help you? He asked, clearly irritated. My name is Pyre Abbas Fay Mariam, she said. Best to dispense with all that now, and save time arguing. I've come to visit my father, who I understand is being held here. The Karif bowed when he heard Mari's name, and surreptitiously hid the maul behind his back. Mari cut his apologies off and walked past him. It was dim inside, and quiet. There were no other guards, which Mari found strange. She waited, but the guard did not move from the door. Will you please escort me to my father? Mari asked. I can't save him, but I can save what remains of us. Please hurry, damn you. She summoned an imitation of a smile, hoping it did not look as false as it felt. I'm not sure how to tell you this, Pa Mariam, the guard said. Even those words were a kick in the stomach. She did not want to hear the rest, but he went on regardless. The Ron Karajadan is no longer a guest here. He was moved 3 hours ago. Where? I do not know, Pa. Who? They were elite soldiers of the Arbiter's Tribunal, the man stammered. Worse than the secret police, and harder than steel. The militant arm of the law. They came with the Arbiter Marshal and took your father away. Mari nodded stiffly. She concentrated on her step as she exited the jail, and marched like an automaton down the road. She was not sure when the tears started, or the sobbing. It was still happening when she reached Nanjades. The petitioners had gone for the day, but the Fayasin and the Anluki all knew Mari. They looked at her, expressions gentle, as she walked into the depths of the place in search of Bilam. Her brother greeted her with a smile that the look in her eyes killed. Mari walked past him, and with steadier hands than she thought possible, poured them each a bowl of wine, filled to the rim. As best she could, Mari explained to Bilam what she knew of their father's fate. He sat down hard in shock. They emptied their wine. Poured another. Then brother and sister laughed, cried, and were silent by turns, as they did their best to remember the best of the man they would never see again. Chapter 33. Inevitability is silent. It is the absence of a beating heart, the indrawn breath that never comes, or the cry for help that is never heard. Zaman, father on the mountain for the Ishahayan Gnostic assassins, and master of assassins to the great house of Nazaret, 259th year of the Shryonese Federation. Day 86 of the 496th year of the Shryonese Federation. Karajadan glowered at the knuckles of his left hand, covered in dried scabs, and the dented headpiece of his prosthetic hand, both damaged in his fits of impotent rage against the moldy walls of his cell. The cell was taller than it was broad and deep. He was already familiar with the 5 paces by 5 paces of his accommodation. There was no natural light, only a few dirty ilhen to provide a jaundiced gloom. Nor was there furniture, not even a refuse pot. His new cell was marginally worse than the one they had moved him from yesterday. Silent warriors had placed a leather hood over his face, shackled him into a coat where his hands were bound behind his back, and unceremoniously manhandled him through a long, stumbling darkness. Before too long, they had thrown him into a conveyance of some kind. Karajdin had doubted it was for the transportation of people, given the miasma of animal feces and urine that pervaded the air. The soldiers had folded his legs up so that he was curled in a fetal position, then slammed the doors shut, bolts rattling loudly. His body had been racked with spasms during the journey, his guts knotted, and he had thrown up a small amount into his mask, another odor he was forced to contend with, as well as the sour taste, and the sensation of regurgitated food on his face. He had wet himself twice when the conveyance had gone over a bump, and Karajdin had counted his few blessings that he had not voided his bowels, also. The healing effects of the Romark had faded almost immediately after his arrival in Avanwa. Between the sudden, violent relapse of his illness and his recent wounding by Roshana and Vahina, Karajdin wondered whether he would survive long enough to attend his trial. Karajdin could afford the best arbiters in Shryan. Even an advocate who hated him could be swayed to greater effort when given enough money to live the rest of their life on in splendor. Such had always been Karajdin's way, to find the glittering lever of another's self-interest, and turn it until it pointed in the direction Karajdin most needed. His lip curled as he paced. He had not been charged with any crimes, and they had breached all rules of Send in their humiliating treatment of him. But how best to approach his situation? A veneer of contrition, with an admission to being influenced by the forces of darkness, and a donation to the crown and state for reparations? Perhaps an appeal to Roshana, Nazarafin, and Siamak, to think of the stability of the nation and to benefit from Karajdin's experience? If he could get a message beyond the walls of his cell, he could better prepare for his defense, and ensure the right people were motivated to act in Karajdin's best interests. Better yet, a bribe to the guard to help Karajdin escape. Once he was free, he could retreat, consolidate his strength, and resume his path to his destiny. Yet no guards came. There was no sense of time, and the walls of his cell closed in with every count of his faltering hearts. Agony seeped through his body as inexorably as his blood. He longed for the emissary's potion, just a taste, to help abate the pain for a while. Lying in his own fever sweat, bile, and excrement, Karajdin wrapped his arms about himself and let the chills take him. Wolfram had told him that there were bends in the road to the future, and for Karajdin to die now was intolerable. He was the thrice awakened, the one who would usher in the new age of empire. To die now was more than intolerable, it was impossible. Destiny will protect me from the lapses in fate. All I need is the chance to continue the work. For that chance, he needed help, and there was only one place where such help could come. Through dry lips he chanted the emissary's name, and listened for her coming. She, his dark deliverer. She, to whom he owed debts that his death would never see repaid. She left you for dead, he said to himself. No. She left to save Kazraman, he argued back. Kazraman left you for dead, too. Everybody can be replaced, Karajdin. The world so rarely makes one of anything, the concept of rarity, of the value of uniqueness, is the vanity of the civilized mind. I need one more chance, that is all. I will not fail again. Sleep came and went. His eyelids fluttered closed, to open again as he startled himself from his slumber. Always there was the same gloomy light that froze moments in place, so that time became an illusion. Neither food nor water was brought. Nothing to break the monotony of his claustrophobic little world. He slept again, his fever dreams filled with basso voices in the deep, the accompaniment of gibbering sopranos, shrill pipes, and wailing flutes. Tentacles writhed from the depths, decked in diadems of air bubbles. They coiled about, tossed him in the wake of their movement. Massive eyes that saw him, and saw through him. Flayed him of all veneers and misconceptions, to lay him bare, his failures made manifest. He scrabbled to wakefulness, his sweat smelling like brine. A shadow loomed, and Karajdin screamed. He scuttled back on crooked fingers that refused to straighten, until his back and head slammed against the wall. There was not enough room to distance himself from the silhouette that filled so much of Karajdin's small space. I promise I will do better. Karajdin heard the desperation in his voice. The silhouette cocked her head, leaned forward, and extended a hand. Please, emissary, I will do whatever you want. Kill whomever you want. I will topple the thrones of the world, and give to you the 12 stones of Avanis. The keys of Castivan. I will find the original torque spindle, and we will have a feigning such as has never been seen. Just one more chance. And Karajdin bowed as best he could before the darkness. Deliver me, and I will not disappoint you. I will serve you, and your masters, in all things. Light flared around him, and Karajadin held up his crooked hand to shield his eyes. "I will deliver you, Karajadin," she said. But the voice was wrong. Karajadin blinked against the glare. His eyes focused on a compact woman, her hair pulled back in a severe tail. Her features were chiseled and stern. The gray overrobe over her white jacket and black trousers embroidered with the symbol of the scales of justice in gold proclaimed who she was. "You remember me, don't you?" The new arbiter marshal's lips were a slash in her face, her eyes remorseless pits. "Have no fear, you'll have your wish. You'll serve the people you failed." Yori stepped out of the room. Armored Karif barged in and laid rough hands on Karajadin, dragging him out of his cell. He tried to kick. Did his best to struggle. But even his shouts for aid, and his cries of indignation, sounded weak. His hand flailed ineffectually, his legs were unable to support his weight. The Karif bundled Karajadin into a bronze chair with a high back. His ankles and wrists were shackled. They blindfolded him, then strapped his head to the back of the chair. The chair was lifted, and Karajadin carried away. Karajadin screamed for the emissary until he was hoarse. When that availed him nothing, Karajadin yelled for Kazraman to rescue him. For Wolfram. He demanded to know where he was being taken, but the only answer from his guards was the sound of their heavy tread on stone. Gripped by fear, Karajadin had no idea how long he was carried, from where, or to where. His pulse galloped, and his chest began to hurt. His fingertips tingled. His toes were numb. While threatened to come up again, yet there was nothing left in him to expel. The chair was set down with a jolt. The blindfold was removed. Karajadin's eyes focused on the gathered ranks of the Teshri, all in their formal robes of state. There were many that Karajadin recognized as people he had scorned: Roshana, Siamak, Ajamandian, Ziair, Timaud. Fomensatri. The Stormbringer stood grim as death in her worn black cassock, scholar's crook topped by a radiant, jade-hued sickle. There were others he did not recognize, and many he had influence over were absent. Karajadin struggled against his bonds, to no avail. Yori approached Roshana, Siamak, and Nazarafin, who looked like she would collapse without the support of her portly nephew, Osman. With a degree of ceremony that chilled Karajadin's blood, the arbiter marshal handed Rasha a scroll. Rasha broke the seal, took up a brush, and wrote on it. The scroll was passed to Siamak, who wrote without hesitation, and then to Nazarafin, who wrote slowly, the ink brush unsteady in her hand. "What is this?" Karajadin winced at how weak his voice sounded. He licked his lips and repeated the question, the result little better. Roshana answered. The Teshrium Shrine has been in deliberation with the new Arbiter Marshal, the Karif Marshal, and the Scholar Marshal. That role was abolished, the seat cast out of Shrine. We re-established it, and invited the former Scholar Marshal to resume her place until we can hold elections. You don't have the authority. I was given the authority when you crippled our damned nation. Rasha thundered. She flung her arms wide to include the other members of the Teshri. Ironically, it was you who showed us the way. We have the authority, together. And together we have reviewed the laws, and debated what it is that should be done with you. Her voice was clear as a bell. She rose from her seat to loom over Karajadin. He sneered up at her, his dry lips sticking to his teeth. What is it to be? Who has the courage to end me, eh? Karajadin rolled his eyes left and right to see the way some of the counselors shuffled their feet. That's right. I still own some of you. Time for you to lick the hand that fed you, like the dogs you are. Who will tie the yellow silk around my neck, and strangle the life from me? Who wants my blood curse on their head? You, Roshana? Seems only fitting. Or do you realize that my life is more valuable than my death? That, though my judgment may be perceived as lapsed, and my actions ill-considered in your eyes, I've experience and influence you need. His rasping voice echoed from the close walls. Several of the Teshri leaned in to speak with one another. Then a few more. Karajadin smiled. This is how it starts. Expression carefully neutral, Roshana stared down at Karajadin. All the wealth and IA won't save you from the fate you've made. I, Osran-elect Nazarat Fey Roshana do, as the voice of the Teshrium Shrine, sentenced the former Ron Aribus F.A. Karajadin to death for his crimes of multiple counts of regicide, treason, conspiracy, and murder. Roshana waved the scroll. There's more, but frankly I'm sick of talking about all the wrongs you've done. Do you have anything to say? Karajadin glanced left and right, and saw the support he thought he had vanish into hard, cold expressions. Where is my advocate? I demand a trial. And time to prepare for it. It's the law. A trial presumes you may be innocent, Nazarafin said. Her graying skin hung in a loose bag around her neck. With the evidence arrayed against you, there was never any doubt that you were guilty. You end today, Karajdin, Roshana said. Here, and now. Who brings you your evidence? Karajdin's breathing was panicked. I'm going to die. I demand to speak with my children. Was Bellamandris here? Mariam? There was much to say that could not wait until their reunion in the Well of Souls, provided the ancient powers of the Dreer did not drag him down. Mari and Bellamandris are better off away from you. Roshana gestured. The Karif dragged two bodies behind them. Nadia and Nadir. Karajdin bit down on his grief to see Yashaman Nadia dead on the floor, her second life over before it had been lived. Both corpses had lengths of yellow silk wrapped around their throats, their faces dark with strangulation. And I will be next. I will see you in the Well of Souls, my love, Karajdin murmured. But Yashaman Nadia only stared back with lusterless eyes. We will be together again. No, you won't, Roshana said. She leaned forward and whispered in Karajdin's ear. As you did to the father I loved, so I do to you, whom I despise. Karajdin's chair was turned around so that he faced a tall rectangular shape, hidden by curtains. Preoccupied, the terrible jarring he felt came as an unwelcome surprise. It was more than physical, more than mental, more than spiritual, yet comprised of all three, as if somebody had gone into him with a razor and excised parts of his memories. Some of his senses. Again. And again. Sharp, directed pain that had his one eye tearing. With each invisible wound he gasped and felt parts of himself get cast away. We sever you from your awakening, and leave you deaf, dumb, and blind to the power of the world you had been blessed to know. Fomensitri's crook hummed, and fractals of light grew in size and brightness until Karajdin had to close his eye. He heard her voice close by his ear. And now we leave you to a fate more richly deserved than any you gave your enemies, Karajdin. May others look back on this day, and question themselves before walking in your steps. Karajdin heard the counselors walk away. The doors closed. There came the hiss of curtains being drawn, and a sense of cold washed across him. Silence. The light faded. He gingerly opened his eye. It focused on the ornate and ancient mirror before him, the glass that gave no reflection as dark as any ocean. Pearlescent light seeped from the baroque frame, reaching out to him in spirals and arcs cold as ice when it touched him. Karajdin screamed, voice rising in pitch as the lazy tendrils from the sepulchre mirror sank into his body. They coiled, flexed, and broke the anchors between the physical and the spiritual. His essence was torn from his body and carried back to the glass. Karajdin floated like a man drowned in a glass box, but horribly aware. He saw his own slumped, broken body in the chair. It was a piteous thing, now that it was devoid of the life that had animated it. A sack of aged and diseased flesh. He hammered on the glass with his fists, but there was no sound. He drifted, no pulse, no warmth, no voice, alone, silent, and powerless, as he would be forever. Chapter 34. Truth, like love, should never be hidden. Yet truth, like love, is one of the hardest things to find. From the State of Grace, by Sadefk, inventor, explorer, and philosopher, 823rd year of the Awakened Empire. Day 87 of the 496th year of the Shryonese Federation. Indris disentangled himself from Mari's limbs. She mumbled a sleepy, drunken protest and reached out for his missing warmth. Her hand fumbled around until it found the thick softness of the sheepskin blanket. With a dreamy sigh she hugged it to her neck. Indris sat on the edge of the bed in the blue-gray light, skin raised in gooseflesh from the cold. He ran a gentle hand through her tousled blonde hair, leaned forward, and kissed her. He dressed quickly and quietly. Out of habit he reached for his weapon harness, then put it back on the rack. Instead he slid Changeling's curved hilt through the sash at his waist and took up his scholar's lantern. As softly as he could, Indris made his way to the top deck of the Wanderer, where he paused at the wonder of the world, the night so bright it was almost blinding. The white-clouded ball of ELN shone, a radiant opal on a sheet of black velvet strewn with polished gems. The Ancestor's shroud blazed against the darkness, the sapphire of its eye piercing Indris as if it could see him from across the breadth of the sky. Avanwa was marbled with the rainbow haze of the souls of everything that lived there, the fitful sparks of people, magnificent and flawed, the calm and deep-seated minds of trees and flowers, the thousands of nocturnal animals that darted here and there. And the mountains themselves radiated colors and textures he had no names for, other than peace, strength, and depth. Of them all Ayajanmar shone brightest. Lines of energy flowed, the veins of the world carrying the precious water of life. Indris heard his name on the lips of the world, a siren song that promised wonders, and gave hints of powers and secrets that Indris could barely conceive of. All he need do was let go. But he was already too far down a road toward becoming something that terrified him, and in no hurry to reach a destination he and the rest of the world might regret. The clatter of metal drew his attention. A crow was perched on the rail. The glow from the wraith jar inside it flashed from between the metallic feathers, and lit the amber ball of its eye. Indri scowled at it, seeing the misty shape of the Sikh wraith knight contained within. Spying? Really? Indri's asked it. How long till she gets here? Not long, Famensatri croaked. The crow simulacra bobbed its head by way of an apology, then flew off into the night. Famensatri blazed with her disentropic stain a corona of energy currents that flowed around her. Indris closed his third eye and looked at his former Sahai with his physical ones. Didn't think there'd be much that would drag you from Mari's side. She's sleeping, and will have the mother of all hangovers tomorrow. Karajadin's death, and the manner of it, were hard on her, and Bellamandris. So where are you off to at this time of the night? Thought I'd take the chance to settle a few things, before we leave Shryan. So you're going to ignore your duty, and leave the country in a shambles? Indris waggled his finger. I'll not let you goad me. I've done well by Shryan, by the great houses and the 100 families, and by the Sikh. Now I have to do well by myself. Listen to you. Famensatri laughed, clear, soft, and without the mocking tone she usually carried. She leaned on her crook, and gazed out into the night. You have done well, Indris. And you do deserve the chance to do what you need to do. And to be happy. I'll not apologize for what we did. Suffice to say we had larger concerns, and still do. Had we to do it all over again, we'd do exactly the same. As would I, Indris replied. It's why I'll never return to the Sikh. And why all those scrolls and letters of offer that are sitting on my desk will stay unopened. Do you have any idea what you're being offered? Famensatri gazed at Indris with something close to envy. You've shown the Teshri, and the Sikh, a glimpse of what you can do. Indris, many of us would follow you. I know. And that's part of the problem. The Rans have been at me to reawaken them, but they're not ready yet. It will be some time before they are, I think. For now they'll have to rely on their own experiences and instincts, like any other leader. The world will turn well enough without Mari and I, but I'll know if things take a turn for the worse. You always said my love was a weakness. If things go badly here, you'll understand how wrong you were. Kasraman is out there, Indris. Famensatri's voice was hard. And Wolfram. And Anj. Anj is dead, Sahai. The emissary is who you should fear, more for what we don't know about her than what we do. Karajadin was tied to her, but she abandoned him to help Kasraman escape. Morn has said that he met others who called themselves the emissary, in service to the dynasty of the Ivory Masks, in Idlebun. The Sikh would do well to enlist what aid they can to assess the threat they represent. Where will you be, while you leave this mess with us? Mari wants to go somewhere warm. Not surprising, after Tamerlan, Famensatri snorted. But you're not going somewhere warm. You're going to translocate to Amarka, aren't you? You're going to open that damned vault. I told the Shurit that letting you in there was a mistake. Some of them are blind to what you are. Others refuse to see it. But not you? Never me. Famensatri looked fierce. There are others who share my view that you are the answer to a lot of our questions. I don't know anything about that. But it's time I found out who I am. Famensatri rested a hand on Indris' shoulder. The tenderness in the gesture made Indris apprehensive. I don't know that there's ever a time to discover what you're about to learn. Suffice to say, there's a reason it was kept a secret by a few, for so long. Indris swallowed his questions, with a large portion of trepidation. Take care of the place while I'm gone. I didn't work so hard just so you could break it some more. It's pretty broken, but we'll try. Numbers cascaded through his mind in overlapping, multidimensional formulae. He reached out for the space where the black archive stood, linked the energies around it to the place he stood, and brought them together in his mind. A rainbow bridge opened across the monochrome nothingness. He took a step out. Crossed the silent, airless, absence between. The tiny hammer blows of snow struck his face. Wraith knights in their rhymed simulacra turned their gazes on Indris, but made no move to bar him. It took merely moments to solve the puzzle door, the pieces collapsing like toy blocks. Indris strode through the archive. Ancient artifacts resonated as he passed, scrolls and books glowed, weapons flared beneath thin layers of dust, writing on the walls displayed second, and third, layers of characters. Fixed on his purpose, he opened the door to the central archive, climbed the stairs, and came face to face with the Seril vault with his name on it. The lock had reset itself, but Indris answered the questions one after the other. The final questioning on awakening was part of him now. It was not a question he could have answered in words, rather something he demonstrated. Indris opened the barriers he had erected one by one, and allowed the question to examine him. With each barrier Indris dropped, the question flowed deeper into him. It merged with the metaphysical serpent that coiled around his spine, filled his body, rose into his mind, then trickled like warm water through his soul. Indris closed his eyes, overcome by the peace that pervaded him. He did not know how long he stood there as the sensation in him faded. When he opened his eyes, the door to his vault folded in on itself, over and over, until none of it remained. Inside, a gentle light shone on a faceted crystal egg, over 1/2 meter long. The egg was striated with rainbow glimmers that swirled in circles and arcs, in straight lines and waves. He looked closer at the patterns of light, to see they were comprised of thousands of tiny glyphs. Indris recognized Hyavan, Maladhoring, the characters of the Time Masters, Haji, and 3 other languages he guessed to be those of the other elemental masters. The last character set that made him dizzy as the characters looped in, around and through each other, their shapes erratic in composition and movement. It was a feigning egg, such as was produced by the torque spindles of old. Indris racked his memory for what he had been taught about the feignings, where disparate living things were brought together to fabricate, or forge, life. Only the great feignings used eggs, where the disparate elements of many lives had been used to create something powerful and unique. That which was made would remain in the egg for months as it grew and the different elements bonded. Most of the great feignings failed, and of those that survived the process, most went mad and died, but only after being the sources of great tragedy and sorrow. Who is in here? And what have they to do with me? The vault was otherwise empty, save a jade disc ringed in glyphs in different languages. As Indris reached in to take the disc, his arm brushed against the feigning egg. It chimed with a crystal note, and a name coalesced on its surface. Iafa Nazarat Fe Malran Yai Sedefk Fa Amon Indris. Indris, son of Sedefkan Malran, son of the Nazarat, son of the world. Speechless, Indris stumbled back as the egg split into 2 hemispheres. Inside it was stained blue and gold, edged in a mosaic of polished stones that blazed the hue of ruby and sapphire, amber and diamond. Indris tried in vain to control his breathing when he saw the vacant, fetus-shaped space at the center of the egg. And now you know, the herald said. Indris leaped at the herald, pushing him back. He pointed at the egg. No. That's not me. I was born, not made? The herald said softly. Is that which is born not also made, a miracle of elements coming together to create life? In this case, your parents sought to take away the randomness, and give to the world what it needed, but. Numb, Indris slumped to the ground, and held his head in his hands. The answer to the question of why he was never told was apparent. How do you tell a child such a thing? Indris barked a laugh. How do you tell an adult? You are no different than what you were before you knew, Indris. The herald's many voices, each laid over the other, were gentle. The children of the feignings were all massively flawed, Indris replied. He looked at his hands and thought of the things he had done with them. And now there's an awakened one. Ancestors' teeth, I almost underwent unity. Feigning children were all mad, power-hungry, tragic things. And they all died the way they lived, by violence, brought down like rabid animals. But you are none of that. Of all the children of feigning, you were made by ones who saw into the heart of creation. They understood the mind of Ia, heard its lullabies, nurtured it, and protected it. Even Maldran's great heresy was done out of desperate love, and the need to protect her people. She never intended what happened. Understand that awakening is about understanding, nurturing, and compassion. The power awakening provides was never intended to cause harm. I understand power well enough, and that it's only as benign as the person using it. But you fear it, the herald said. You respect it. You've never sought it out for its own purpose, or yours. That's a lie. You were here with me when I made the decision to awaken myself so that I could open that damned vault. That's as much for my own purposes as you can get. And even learning what you did, you turned your back on an incredible power. You are what Sedefk and Maldran promised us. A light that we all could follow. Indris cast a glance at his scholar's lantern. The herald caught the gesture. Yes. Of all the things you could have made, you made something that shows truth. You need to trust in yourself, Indris. Knowing what you are, why and how you are, is one thing. But you define who you are. Do I? Or will madness and hunger for power shape me? Indris felt sick. How am I supposed to react to this? However you deem appropriate. Who else can react for you? Half-truths, events, and conversations fell into place. Indris looked inward at the ephemeral walls of the anamnesis maze around the kernel of his mind, a barricade to memories kept from him. Even awakened, the shadows of the maze were bewildering, hinting at a mind more vast than his own. Was it Sedefk who had done this thing? Sedefk. Father. Maldran. Mother. One vanished for centuries, the other centuries dead but not in her grave, the greatest heretic of the Avon. The last and current Maj. And Indres was her heir. No wonder the Sikh wanted to control him so badly, and Ariskander had tried to make Indres his heir. It would have been an easy step from Ron to Osran to. He let the thought drop. Indres rose unsteadily to his feet, reflection rippling in the herald's mask. He reached into the vault and took out the disc, another riddle that needed answers. The feigning egg he left in place. The vault door restructured itself, leaving no sign Indres had ever been there. What will you do with what you know? The herald asked. There are many who would seek to raise you as the Maj. Others, such as the soul traders, would relish the chance to tear your secrets and your power from you. I don't know, Indres said. There were too many secrets. What else had he seen that required his memories to be locked away so thoroughly? How much danger was he, and those close to him, in? I'll not be yelling it from the rooftops, if that's what you want to hear. Such is a wise course, I would think. Where will you go? Indres thought of Mari, curled in their bed, and her words to him. Somewhere warm, where the sun shines, I don't have to wear much, and can both think and worry less. It took seconds to translocate himself to the manufactory, where the completed Skylark waited. He started the spools and wheels spinning, and flew her out of the manufactory and into the night sky. When he reached altitude, Indres folded space and went back to where he could have origins of his choosing. The late afternoon sun showed a happy face as family and friends gathered at the Lotus House, above the Garden of Stones, to say farewell to the hallowed dead. Snow glittered like diamonds on a white carpet across the vale, and the sound of horn and pipe, sonaset and voice, echoed in a heartbreaking paean. Every tear was a tribute. Every smile, and laugh, and hug, and kiss, in honor of those who suffered no longer, but dwelled in the peace of those who had gone before. Throughout the morning, the Master of the Dead had observed the rituals, Indres and Mari among those who had borne witness. They had melted the amber for the reliquary masks. Etched the names of their dead on slivers of jade. All except Echo's remains had been laid to rest in alabaster for their journey home, where they would be planted like flowers in fields of ash. Echo had been bathed, his fur brushed. The fortune coins were taken from his mane and replaced with colored beads and tokens that spoke of the greatness of his heart, his honor, his courage, and his deeds. Kem, the high patriarch of the Tawesi prides, had sworn to return Echo to his people, with all the glory and ceremony a hero deserved. Indres held the silk bag with Echo's fortune coins in his hand, a gift from Kem to those Echo had chosen to spend his last days with. Indres held Mari close and thought of those they had lost, Echo, Hayden, and Omen. Ben Saharan. Nazarothian had lost her fight with her illness, and passed away in the twilight hours of the morning, leaving a bereft Osman in her place. Ariskander. Bahina and her family, the great house of Salasan, at an end. The long list of dead counselors of the Teshri, and the warriors who had fought for ideals on both sides. The innocents who had lived in times that should never have been allowed to pass, and died for no good reason. Send was supposed to have protected them, the warrior caste and the upper caste sworn to ensure Send was observed. So few had failed so many. Yet eyes had been opened, and questions asked. The world would not be the same for any of them. For Mari, there was the combined grief and guilt at the loss of her father, as well as her friends. No matter what Karajadan had done, Mari had tried her best to save the father she loved. By her own tearful, drunken admission in the shallows of the morning light, that man had died long ago. The Karajadan who had died was somebody she barely knew. In that, she and Indres shared a common loss. There was joy to be had. Neva and Yago had been released from their beds, brought back from the brink of death by Femensitries until healers could attend, still much the worse for wear. Aho stood guard over them, expression fierce. Bellamandris and Sinoji stood together, yet now there were many who spoke with them, and smiled, and pressed their hands to brows, lips, and hearts in gratitude for what they had done. Morn and Kirill were hand in hand, battered, bruised, but alive. Rasha and Siamak, Ziair and Timaud, along with their allies in the Teshri, talked quietly among themselves. Rasha gestured for Indres to join them more than once, but he held his drink up in salute, smiled, and remained where he was. Femensitri, too, had tried to engage Indres, but he had avoided her, uncertain of what to say now that he had the context of the truth. Shar stood on unsteady legs, her eyes a vivid orange in her grief. She had tried to sing her loss away, but her voice had betrayed her at the last, and she had mouthed the words to a song only she knew. Indres and Mari let the tears flow as they took Shar in their arms and guided the recuperating woman to a couch. I think Echo would want you to have these. Indres curled Shar's fingers around the bag of fortune coins. Shar held them to her face for a silent moment. Then she laughed, and wiped her eyes. He'd not want us to be sad, would he? She asked. He died the way he wanted, in service to others, his friends at his side. There's no sin in tears, Shar. Indris leaned down to kiss her brow. I think Echo would understand. He knows who you are, and loves you for it. As do I. Shar flung her arms about Indris's neck and held tight. She looked at Indris and Mari with a sweet melancholy. You're leaving, aren't you? Yes, Indris said. Shar's expression fell at the admission. Mari nudged Indris with her hip and nodded for him to say more. But we'll not be gone forever. And there's one more gift I have for you that may make us feel like we're a little closer. Indris and Mari helped a bemused Shar to her feet. They walked from the Lotus house and clambered into a carriage. Indris whispered direction to the driver and for the entire journey resisted Shar's question, repeated almost every other minute, as to whether they were there yet. At one point Mari put her hands over her ears. When that did not work, Mari struggled with Shar in an effort to put her hand over her mouth. The two women laughed, rocking back and forth in the carriage, until Shar bit Mari's hand. Mari looked outraged, then broke into a smile as Shar took Mari's arms, leaned into her, and forced Mari into a hug that she did not try to escape from. The carriage came to a halt, and the three friends climbed out. Indris gave the driver a handful of silver rings, more money than he would make in a year, and bid the thankful driver farewell. They stood at the gates to the Royal Skydock, high up on Star Crown Mountain. The air was cold and crisp, stands of pine trees and carved alabaster screens protecting visitors from the wind. The wanderers sat at rest on a nearby platform. You're leaving now? Shar gasped. No. Surely you can stay another few days? We can't, Mari said. The Teshri is driving us insane with their overtures. I know they think they're being kind, but I will literally stab somebody if I don't get some peace. Literally? Indris asked. Want to try me? No, thank you. Indris took Shar's hand and led her across a small bridge, through a water garden that was more ice than water, toward smaller platforms of the Skydock. At the center of the platform was the Skylark. Shar clapped when she saw it, admiring the graceful avian and seed-inspired lines. She ran her hands over the metallic feathers and stood on her toes to look at the pilot's station. You did it! Shar's grin was wide. She came back and hugged him. I'm so glad you finally built it. Thank you for showing her to me before you go. Why wouldn't I? Indris said. He reached into his overrobe and took out the wind key, which he gave to Shar. She's yours. Shar looked at Indris, then at Mari, then back at Indris. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened in surprise. Then she clutched the key to her chest and did a shaky pirouette of joy. Indris removed a small plate from the side of the vessel. Beneath was inscribed the windboat's name in seed, Sharfarain. The Dawn Skylark. It was always for you, my friend, Indris said, sad for their parting now that it was so immediate. For years we've been companions, friends, and when we've both needed it, lovers. When things were dark, your likeness saved me from the worst of myself. You deserve to fly, Shar. For everything you've done, and for all you are to me, please accept her as your own. Oh, Shar showered Indris with kisses, then Mari. They stayed together, sheltered from the wind, reminiscing about all they had seen and done. Indris retrieved a bottle of wine, and bowls, from the wanderer. Together they drank and laughed at Omen's face strangeness, took pride in Echo's limitless courage, and smiled at Hayden's rural manners and his fatherly concern. When the last bowl had been emptied, they smashed the bottle, and the porcelain bowls. Can I come and see you? Shar asked. Of course. Mari replied. You're part of our family, Shar. I love you both, you know, Shar said. More than anybody I can remember. And we you, Indris said. This is farewell, Shar. Not goodbye. Shar stepped back as Indris and Mari boarded the Wanderer. Indris went to the pilot station and ignited the disentropy spools. The wind galley thrummed with life. The tempest wheels started to spin, giving off a snap and crackle, and the Wanderer rose into the air. Indris circled the Skydock, where Shar was waving her arms madly in farewell. He smiled, and set course northward to somewhere warm. Indris watched Mari stride along the beach. The day was sunny, the waves crashing on the shore, the seas flecked with whitecaps. It was the first day of winter, but the northernmost beaches of Tanis were warmer than Shryan, and a far cry from the freezing oceans that chilled Tamerlane. He had told Mari what had happened to him, his awakening and his brief glimpse of unity. Of his origins, or as much as he knew of them. Indris tried to gauge her reaction, but Mari's face was still. She had told Indris she was going for a walk. There was no invitation in her words, and Indris made no move to impose on her thoughts. It was a lot for her to hear, on top of the grief she carried. There had been neither hostility nor anger nor judgment. Only the kind of silence that came from shock, and the need to think about a response. Indris did not know what he would do if she decided that she wanted to return to Shryan. Those were worries best left until they were real rather than imagined. But the thought of losing her caused his chest to ache. Indris went back into the house and ignited the firestones to take the edge off the chill. Hoods came off Elhan lamps, painting the wooden floors and stone walls in a drowsy parchment glow. It was a simple place of sandstone and wood, the walls mainly shuttered windows to let the breeze flow through. A central room passed for a hearthall, 3 bedchambers, a bath, studio, and an armory, long empty. It had been some time since Indris had been here, longer since there had been guests. At the back of the house was a large room with a veranda that overlooked the cane fields, a fruit plantation in the distance. Wind sent ripples through the grasses, and clouds to the south promised a storm. He went to the armory. One wall was covered by an empty weapon rack, another wall with a rack for armor. There was a pedestal in the center. Indris raised his eyebrows at how large the room was. How much war can one man make? With sure hands he hung his storm pistols and his dragon-tooth knife. The scholar's lantern dimmed as he rested it on the wooden pegs, barely a flicker in her depths, the glyphs on the stave dull. He took Changeling from his sash, and the weapon purred loudly, something it had done since Fandra, when it had ascended, and became a soul blade. Another thing I've no idea how I did. Or did I know, and Changeling helped me remember. Indris was tempted to ignite the weapon, to see the spectral blade of starlight, but did not. Instead he rested her on the pedestal, where she crooned in curiosity. We've come a long way, you and I, Indris murmured to her. And I suspect we've some way to go before we're done. But for now, I need to walk without death at my side, if only for a little while. Indris left and closed the door behind him. He went to the front of the house, down the stairs, and sat in the sand. Mari walked the shore, crouching from time to pick up seashells. She brushed the hair out of her face and waved to Indris. After a long moment of stillness, Mari closed the distance between them and sat beside him on the sand, not touching, but not far away. They said nothing as they both stared out across the deep salt, an undulating expanse unbroken from the beach to the horizon. What's out there? Mari rested her chin on her knees, her fingers raking patterns in the sand. Questions. Answers, he said. The past. Dragons? Absolutely. But we don't need any of those right now, do we? Indris turned his gaze away from the horizon, to the woman who held his heart sitting right beside him. He smiled at her. She smiled back, and moved a little closer. No, Indris said, and meant it. There's nothing we need right now, other than what we have. Even if it's only for a little while. Cast of characters. Indris. Avon. Pamajan Nazarat Fa Aman Indris, formerly a knight of the Sikh Order of Scholars and now a Daimogen, a mercenary warrior mage. Once commanded the immortal companions Nadi Company. Also known as Dragonite Indris, Indris, Tamer of Ghosts, and Indris, the Prince of Diamonds. There's the Mind Blade, Changeling. Echo. Toesi, former Knight Colonel of the Lion Guard 1st Company. Commanded the expedition to retrieve Far ad-Din after his escape. Now a comb, travels with Indris. Hayden Good. Human. Deceased. Killed by Erebus forces in the Dead Flat. Sassamanoman. Nomad. Deceased. Destroyed by Erebus forces in the Dead Flat. Sharfair Rain. Seeth. Warchanter of the Rainma troop, reputed to be the last surviving member of her family. Met Indris in the slave pits of Sorakel, from which they escaped together. Now travels with Indris. Great House of Nazarat. Ariskander. Avon. Deceased. Avon. Former Ran of Nazarat Prefecture and Prefect of Narses. Murdered by Karajadan. Nirun. Avon. Panazarat, once Ariskander's Ran-elect but now incarcerated at the Shrine of the Vanities. Roshana. Avon. Federationist. Ran Nazarat of Nazarat Prefecture and Prefect of Narses. Tajadan. Avon. Panazarat and Ariskander's 3rd child. Anani. Deceased. Toesi, Lion Guard. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Bannock. Deceased. Human. Gnostic assassin. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Ben Saharan. Avon. Poet master of the Nasuk, the Phoenix School, in Narses. Poet master of the Great House of Nazarat. Also the Seth Nazarin, distant cousins to the Great House of Nazarat. called the water dancer. Bears the Amaneska, reign. Don Yoon. Human. Member of the Ishahans, and master of spies for the great house of Nazarat. Fu Ru. Deceased. Tao Se. Lion Guard. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Phyra. Deceased. Human. Gnostic assassin. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Kofo. Deceased. Tao Se Lion Guard. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Mace Lane. Human. Seth of the family Ashur and master of arms for the great house of Nazarat. Also Knight General of the Nazarat Phoenix armies. Montreux. Tao Se, Knight Colonel of the Lion Guard. Nsei. Deceased. Tao Se Lion Guard. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Samu. Deceased. Tao Se Lion Guard. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Zoar. Deceased. Avon. Gnostic assassin. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Great House of Erebus. Basirandan. Deceased. Avon. Imperialist. Karajadan's late father and four-time Osran of Shryan. Belamandris. Avon. Imperialist. Pyribus, called the Widowmaker, and leader of the Anluki. Karajadan's second son. Born to Karajadan's second wife, Farha of the Darain. Warrior poet of the Arabansuk. Bears the Amaneska, tragedy. Karajadan. Avon. Imperialist. Ron Erebus of Erebus Prefecture and Prefect of Arabesque. Dowori. Avon. No affiliations. Distant cousin of Mariam and Belamandris, living on Tamerlan. Kazraman. Avon. Imperialist. Pyribus and Karajadan's Ron elect. Trained as an Angothic witch by Wolfram. Son of Karajadan's first wife, Lully of the Ars Israel. Kershid. Avon. Imperialist. Widow of the late Basirandan, Karajadan's mother, and the Dowager Osran. Kershid is currently the Sef Tamerlan. Mariam. Avon. Federationist. Pyribus, called the Queen of Swords. Former member of the Phaeacian. Born to Karajadan's second wife, Farha of the Darain. Medea. Avon. Imperialist. Karajadan's fourth wife, and the host for Yashaman's spirit. A woman of unknown ancestry, and formerly a resident of Avanwa. Nima. Avon. Imperialist. Karajadan's nephew and warrior of the Anluki. Karnassus. Deceased. Avon. Imperialist. Karajadan's grandfather and five-time Osran of Shryan. Yashaman. Deceased. Avon. Karajadan's third wife and former Nemhauer of the House of Pearl. Armal. Deceased. Avon. Imperialist. Thufan's son. Breed. Deceased. Human. Formerly a Sikh librarian captured and turned by the Angothic witches. Wolfram's former apprentice. Eleni. Human. Which in service to the great house of Erebus, released from the Masajan. Farouk. Deceased. Avon. Imperialist. Karajadan's nephew and adjutant. Killed by Thufan. Fade. Exile. Avon. Imperialist. Leader of the Jiharam. Karajadan's master of arms. Iktian. Human. A Trian-born witch in service to the great house of Erebus, released from the Masajan. Gem. Exile. Avon. Imperialist. Sefdelphina and Karajadan's master of assassins. Known as the Blacknake. Kimia. Exile. Avon. Imperialist. Youngest daughter of Gem, and Wolfram's apprentice. Nadir. Exile. Avon. Imperialist. Son and eldest child of Gem. Before his exile, Nadir was Mari's lover, and a former student of the Nasuk. Nyx. Exile. Avon. Imperialist. Seth Maladian son of Rays, the Iron Web. Ravenet. Deceased. Exile. Avon. Imperialist. Oldest daughter of Gem. Killed by Mariam. Sonoji. Exile. Avon. Imperialist. Pachapurundi. A Tunisian witch. Taj Shahe. Exile. Avan. Imperialist. Marblesea Corsair and daughter of Hattab, the late Sefnaz Sayan. Karajdin Sky Master and Master of the Fleet. Thufan. Deceased. Avan. Imperialist. Sefkaraman and Karajdin's Karif General and Spymaster. Prefect of Jafk. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Wolfram. Human. Angothic Witch and Karajdin's Loremaster, and Rajer. Originally took service with Karajdin's grandfather, Ron Erebus Fa Karnassus. Karajdin's close friend and advisor. Kazraman's teacher in the arcane. Yotap. Avan. Warrior of the Anluki. Great House of Salasan. Afarine. Deceased. Avan. Ronsalasan and wife of Vashan. Murdered by Thufan and Armal. Danish. Deceased. Avan. Pasalasan and Vashan's Ron-elect. Murdered by Karajdin. Hamajan. Deceased. Avan. Pasalasan and Vashan's second son. Murdered by Erebus soldiers. Martum. Avan. The Salasan Ron-elect, and Vashan's cousin. Vahina. Avan. Ronsalasan and Vashan's only daughter. Third child of Vash and Afarine. Vashan. Deceased. Avan. Ronsalasan and Osran of Shryan. Prefect of Keem. Murdered by Karajdin. Kalapa. Deceased. Avan. Knight Colonel of the Phayasan. Killed by Erebus soldiers. Sadra. Deceased. Human. Vahina as Weapon Master. Killed by Thufan and Armal. Great House of Sun. Naavid. Deceased. Avan. Pasan and Nazarafin's nephew. Warrior poet of the Saidani Suk, the Four-Blade School. Navid was the commander of Nazarafin's Sun Guard. Nazarafin. Avan. Federationist. Ronson of the Sun Isles and Speaker for the People. Prefect of Qom Riyadh. Osman. Avan. Federationist. Pasan, Ron-elect of the Sun Isles, and eldest brother of Navid and Rayam. Warrior poet of the Saidani Suk, the Four-Blade School, and graduate of the Zieni scholars. Rayam. Avan. Federationist. Pasan and younger brother of the late Navid. Warrior poet of the Saidani Suk, the Four-Blade School. New commander of Nazarafin's Sun Guard. Jara. Avan. Poet master of the Saidani Suk, the Four-Blade School, in Sedani. Poet master of the Great House of Sun. Mahran. Avan. Formerly a knight lieutenant of the Phayasan. Kamran. Avan. Formerly a knight major of the Phayasan. Tarshin. Avan. Poet master of the Vayansuk. Great House of Katarin. Anankil. Avan. Federationist. Pa-Katarin and Narsea's heir. Knight General of the Yordin, the elite Katarin heavy infantry. Narse. Avan. Imperialist. Ron Katarin and Knight Marshal of Shryan. Prefect of Kadariat. Nirun. Avan. Poet Master of the Habransuk, the Heron School, in Avanwa. Poet Master of the Great House of Katarin. Great House of Bay. Harish. Avan. Federationist. Pa-Bay and Siamak's eldest son. Korea of Ifk, Master of Arms to the Great House of Bay, and leader of the Marman, the elite warriors of the Romarkan Bay Prefecture. Siomak. Avan. Federationist. Ron Bay of Bay Prefecture and Prefect of Bayjan and Amnon. Amna. Avan. Federationist. Pa-Bay, Siamak's eldest daughter, and Ron-elect. Visanya. Avan. Federationist. Ron Bay and wife of Siamak. Formerly of Tanis. Indora. Avan. Federationist. Poet Master of the Marmansuk, and Poet Master to the Great House of Bay. Former, Great House of Dinma, the Seeth Dinma Troop. Anjl Din. Seeth. Panezarat. Farad Din's daughter and Indri's once missing wife, now returned. Farad Din. Exiled. Seeth. Rondinma, deposed at the Battle of Amber Lake. Former Prefect of Amnon. Ranjar Din. Deceased. Seed. Pa-din Ma. Farad Din's Ron-elect. Killed by Belamandris at the Battle of Amber Lake. The 100 Families. Ajamandian. Avan. Federationist. Sefnazar and Prefect of Avanwa. Also referred to as the Sky Lord. Bijan. Avan. Federationist. One of Vashan's and Ariskander's allies. Cesare. Avan. Federationist. Sefashan and the Speaker for the People. Chank. Avan. Imperialist. Sefjarakan and heavily involved in organized crime. One of Karajadan's supporters. Dawajarazran. Avan. Imperialist. Sefkershid of the Savajian, Karajadan's mother, wife of the late Basirandan, and governor of Tamerlan. Also referred to as the Shark of Tamerlan. Iladin. Avan. Imperialist. Son of the Dawajarazran and a warrior poet of the Arabansuk. Called the Sidewinder. Hadi. Avan. Imperialist. One of Karajadan's supporters. Irej. Deceased. Human. Federationist. One of Vashan's and Ariskander's allies, found murdered in Avanwa during the political purges. Kareem. Avan. A merchant Seth with strong ties to the Malefacti, the various groups of organized criminals in Shrine and abroad. Karaj. Human. Neutral, though generally allied with the Federationists. Seth Masada and Prefect of Masada. Arbiter Marshal of Shrine. One of Vashan's and Ariskander's allies. Merak. Avan. Imperialist. Sefjayan and Prefect of Zamhaja. Younger brother of Delphine, the poet master of the Grieve. Neva. Avan. Federationist. Ajamandian's granddaughter and heir. Commands the Sky Knights of Avanwa, and performs in the Nazar Flying Cirque. Raise. Deceased. Exile. Imperialist. Former Sef Maladi, and former Master of Assassins for the Great House of Erebus. T-Maud. Avan. Imperialist. Sefsidonian magnate of the Mercantile Guildsmen. Formerly one of Karajadan's supporters. Yago. Avan. Federationist. Ajamandian's grandson. A senior officer of the Sky Knights of Avanwa, and performs in the Nazar Flying Cirque. Zendi. Avan. Imperialist. Sef Bajada. Runs bordellos in competition to the House of Pearl. One of Karajadan's supporters. Zia Iyer. Avan. Federationist. Sef Manchera and Prime of Amajaram in Avanwa. One of the most celebrated Nemhauer of the House of Pearl. Head of the newly formed peace faction within the Teshri. The Sikh. Awe. Avan. Sikh magnate. One of the greatest of the Sikh, and one of Sadef's first apprentices. Helped found the scholastic orders. Yaroti. Sikh master and member of the Shurit. Seneval. Avan. Sikh master, also known as the Dragon Lord, and the only scholar aside from Indris and Anj to have traveled to the Spines and returned. Faminsatri. Avan. Sikh master and scholar marshal of Shrine. Formerly Indris's teacher. Also known as the Stormbringer. Member of the Shurit and one of those who helped found the scholastic orders. He who watches. Avan. Sikh master and member of the Shurit. An Orgini tribesman. Kamenkramis. Avan. Sikh master magnate and archscholar. Twin brother of Faminsatri. Lore master and Rager to the Empress in Shadows. Prime of the Shurit. Helped found the scholastic orders. Mata Set. Avan. Sikh instructor and one of Indris's teachers at a market in the snows. Ajahn Mar. Human. Sikh inquisitor and member of the Shurit. Sedefk. Avan. Founder of the Sikh Order of Scholars, who discovered the process of soul binding with the consciousness of Ia, otherwise known as awakening. Takrit. Avan. Sikh inquisitor and one of the 8. Childhood friend of Indris and Anj. Yadaway. Avan. Once, Sedef's first and greatest disciple. Helped found the various scholastic orders. Zajan. Avan. Sikh master and member of the Great House of Erebus. Member of the Shurit. Others. Bacchio. Human. Igranian Master Artificer and Dean of the College of Artificers. Carmenia. Avon. Igranian-born Captain of the Immortal Companions. Danger is calling. Warden of Icenander. Delphine. Avon. Poet Master of the Grieve, also known as the Arabonsuk, or the Stallion School, in Zamhaja. Elder Sister of Marok. Kem. Toesa, High Patriarch of the Tawasi tribes and Protector of Tamarkan. Carol. Human. Dalmatian-born Captain of the Immortal Companions. Married to Morn Hawkwood. Leonetto. Human. Imrian-born Captain of the Immortal Companions. Morn Hawkwood. Human. General of the Immortal Companions Naughty Company, and longtime friend and comrade of Indri's. Married to Kirill. Navor. Avon/Human. High Palatine of Oregon. Prana. Avon. Tunisian Master Alchemist of the Alchemist Society. Keshari. Avon. Pashrian-born Scholar and Surgeon of the Nilvetic Order. Tamoa. Human. Jayamais-born Captain of the Immortal Companions. The Emissary. Previously known as Anj-el-Din, daughter of Farad Din, and Indri's missing wife. Now an agent of the Dreer, in league with Karajaddin. The Herald. Advisor to the Shurit, in Amarka in the Snows. Tayan Tuwa. The Laughing Wind Spirit of the Seath. Glossary of Terms. AHM. Also referred to as disentropy, it is the energy created by all living things. Its most powerful source is the Kwa, the theorized center of all creation. AMSA. The collection of disentropic effects taught to scholars. It includes the various arcane formulae, as well as the perceptions used by scholars to see entropic and disentropic effects. Amtesh. The fluid space of the AHM, which connects all things together. This is where the disembodied Kai dwell, as well as a space being accessible to Seja, or PSA masters, where mental communication is possible over vast distances. Ahuji. Medallions, amulets, or jewelry made from salt-forged steel and the sand from burned-out arcane mandalas. Used as protection from the effects of the AMSA. Apes. The nomine taught to warrior poets. AJ. Small-scale war, conflict, or feud. Ajum. Large-scale conflict. Ajumensit. War of the Long Knife. Amanankar. The Long Shadow, a pejorative name given to Amur Majin by the people of Avanwa after the Scholar Wars. Amaneska. High Avan word meaning long wave. From Amen, long, and Eska, wave. The traditional weapon of the Avan during the Petal Empire and the Awakened Empire. It is a long recurved sword shaped like an elongated, flattened S from the pommel to the tip of the blade. The weapon has a long hilt and can be used either one-handed or two-handed. Amur Majin. The deep of the enlightened, the deep of the magi, or the deep of the wise, the sea cavern fortress built into World Blood Mountain. Arbiter. A legal advocate and practitioner of the law. Generally works in conjunction with Karif, as the enforcers of the law. Ashanati. A warrior of the elite caste or royal caste who has cut the ties to their great house or family, to pursue a course of action that might otherwise be contrary to the best interests of the family group. A person becomes an Ashanati generally only after some great shame or insult to the family, which the rules of Send would otherwise forbid. The separation from family exempts the greater family group from the consequences of the Ashanati's actions. Aspect. Terrifying illusory manifestations that appear around a witch when they use their powers. Osran. The highest-ranking Ron in Shrine, elected through the process of accession, held every 5 years in Avanwa. Avandim. The first generation of the Avan to be created in the torque spindles of Avanis, on the Isle of Castavan. Avanwa. The political capital of the Shrianese Federation. Under the governance of Sephajamandian of the Nazar. Awakening. The process whereby a person is given the potential to connect with the consciousness and power of IA, as well as gaining the ability to access the unbroken line of their ancestors in living memory. An awakened Ron is able to affect the weather, see and hear vast distances, increase the speed crops grow, see through the eyes of birds and beasts, etc., in their prefecture. The process is solidified and made stable through the drinking of the water of life and the communion ritual and the process of unity. Blade Master. A weapons instructor, subordinate to a poet master in skill and training. Kanto. The vocalization of a scholar's formula, used to create an arcane effect. Catechism. The governing body of the witches, represented by the mother superiors and father superiors of the various covens. The Catechism works closely with the ruling class of the Golden Kingdom of Mant and is reputed to have significant influence in setting policy across the human nations of the Iron League. Dai. A warrior. Daikage. Traveling warrior ascetics, thinkers, and monks of the various orders of philosophy across southeastern IA. Daishari. The sects of the warrior poets, including their traditions, heritage, and measure of conduct. Daimajin. A warrior mage who is no longer a member of the order that trained them. Such people have been released from service and given the freedom to exercise their skills on behalf of suitable employers, though they are forbidden to pass on their teachings to others. Most are also highly sought after Nadi. Dal. An esoteric pain amplifier and concussion weapon favored by Sikh inquisitors. Tharjeni. From the High Heaven term forth the good of all, the Tharjeni are an ancient sect of Ilhanim that work within the Sikh dilemma box. A complex metaphysical puzzle box, used to bind elementals and other spirits. Dianeska. High Heaven word meaning great wave. From Dion, great, and Eska, wave. The name for the Pashrian and Shrianese recurved double-handed sword. It is a rare weapon, generally used by select members of the heavy infantry trained in its use. Disentropic stain. The discoloration of an Ilhanim's aura as the result of their training. Disentropy. The power of creation, manipulated by scholars using the formulae of the Amsa, or by witches using their own arcanum. The use of disentropy is known to cause rapid decay of those materials that it comes in contact with, including living flesh. Metals that decay slowly are generally used in the construction of arcane devices powered by disentropy. Dreer, the darkest and most malign depths and reaches of the Amtesh. Source of dark desires and dreams, as well as the dwelling place of ancient beings from the old world. A place where one forgets all the good things about themselves, and sees only the dark, bitter melancholy that pools in the most hidden depths of the soul. Ebram. Nomads who take artificial simulacra in which to interact with the world. Ephil. The purest of the nomads, who exist as pure spirit. Ephim. Nomads who live symbiotically with a host. Araban Suk. The stallion school of warrior poetry from Erebus Prefecture. Currently under the governance of Master Delphine of the Zamhaja. Eshim. Nomads who take possession of others against their will, the Ephim, who live symbiotically with a host, the Ebram, like Sassamanoman, who took artificial simulacra in which to interact with the world, then there were the Ephil, who took no hosts at all. Esoteric doctrines. Various schools that articulate how the Ilhanim perceive and stimulate natural energy to supernatural outcomes. Exalted name. Famous people who have gained a name, epithet, or other title as the result of their actions. Extrinsic precept. Within the esoteric doctrines, a method of mysticism that uses external forces as a conduit. The method has little restraint or control and is not as reliable as the intrinsic precept. Feigning. The process whereby new individuals, or a small group of powerful beings, are created by consuming the essence of a thing, or things, in a torque spindle. Feigning egg. The gestational crystal required by a product of a feigning to mature. Simulates the womb and allows for the merging of the various elements used to create the new life. Font, the central point from which the AHM flows. Theorized by scholars to be the center of all the worlds in space and time. Some scholars have posited that the font is not a point, but a long axle around which an almost infinite number of worlds exist. Formulae. The calculations scholars use to cause an arcane effect in the world around them. Gnostic assassins. A group of highly trained assassins of Mar Am-Adin, the mountain range separating Shryan and Pashriya. Highly sought after as killers for hire, the Gnostic assassins are taught a series of physical, mental, and other disciplines that make them formidable spies and killers. Also known as the Ishahayans. Grieve, also known as the Arabansuk. Habransuk. The Heron School of Warrior Poets of Avanwa. Currently under the governance of Master Niran. Hex. The method for witches to cause an arcane effect. Aura. Versatile entertainer companions. Human. Also referred to as the Starborn, the humans are the predominant power behind the Iron League. Once the vassals of the Seath, then the Avan, the humans were the architects of the insurrection which saw the end of the awakened empire. Hukdi. From the High Avan term for street dog. The Hukdi are generally common bravos, freebooters, and soldiers of fortune, sometimes criminals, without the sense of professional ethics of an Adi. Ilhanim. The illuminated, a general term used to describe the various types of mystic. Intrinsic precept. Within the esoteric doctrines, the way power is channeled, focused, and exercised from within, based on the repeatable, predictable effects of formulae. Isanander. The Pillars of Sand. Formerly the greatest academy of learning for scholars. Ishahans. Gnostic assassins. Ja. High-Avan word for master. Jai. The stigma. A physical manifestation known to have appeared in the most powerful of the ancient scholars and witches. Jam. Taoesi warrior who has chosen to travel beyond the protection and guidelines of their tribe. Generally outcasts who have committed crimes of honor, in search of redemption. Jureska. High-Avan word meaning short wave. From jur, short, and eska, wave. The name for the Pashrian and Shrianese recurved short sword. Kai. High-Avan word for soul. Kai adept. A scholar who has mastered a suite of complex spiritual disciplines. A Kai adept is also able to speak with nomads, as well as perceive nomads who have not manifested a physical body, or who inhabit a simulacrum of some kind. Kajari. Soul blade, as used by some Sikh masters who have attained the level of insight and power to create one. A Kajari has no blade in its passive form, the blade being created as a manifestation of the scholar's soul, harnessed and focused by their mind. Kaija. A Sikh, or other Ilhanim, who has died and returned to life, bringing back with them the memory of how to climb the ladder of their consciousness and interact in the AHM. Kanboj. The falling sapling is a two-handed maul. Usually made of wood or iron, it is covered in thick stubs or spikes. Korea, the elite military force of Median, comprised of both living and nomad warrior poets, warrior mages, and other soldiers. Karif. An enforcer of the law. Kopesh. The long Taoesi sickle sword. Carrion. A rare metal smelted from meteors, also called star metal. It is usually black in color, shot through with a rainbow hue when seen in direct sunlight. Kriseska. High-Avan word meaning quick wave. From kris, quick, and eska, wave. The name for the Pashrian and Shrianese recurved long knife. Lament, the also referred to as the Nasuk, or the Phoenix School of Warrior Poets, from Narses in Nazarat Prefecture. Currently under the governance of Master Ben Saharan of the Nazarin. Lore Master. A mystic who has been appointed to a great house or family as advisor to a Maj, Ron, or Seth. Traditionally lore masters have been members of the Sikh order of scholars, though it is not unheard of for Zieni scholars, Nilvedic scholars, or witches to assume the role. Magistratum. Senior officials who represent the holistic interests of the crown and state, led by the various officers marshal. The magistratum is a neutral body, with a number of portfolios created to represent the common good, each managed by a senior officer. Examples of portfolios in the magistratum include education, law, the military, finance, and trade. Maj. An awakened emperor, generally one who was a fully trained Sikh scholar. The last Maj was Maj Nazarat Fay Muldran, currently known as the Empress in Shadows, in Median. Majan. Title or honorific given to one of the Ilhanim. Majarun. A Ran who is also a trained mystic. These were quite common in the Awakened Empire, where the Maj was also a fully trained scholar, generally of the Sikh order. Marun. A coven-trained witch who was the Ran of a great house. Almost became synonymous with Majaran. Masaf. A coven-trained witch who was the leader of a family. When the great houses were formed, they were also referred to as Maran. Masajan. The great university of the witches in Avanwa. Closed by the Sikh at the end of the Scholar Wars, then reopened again by Karajadan. Maladhoring. The arcane language of the elemental masters. Marman. The elite warriors of the Romarkan Bay Prefecture. Most are graduates of the Marmik Suk. Marman Suk. The Marshhawk School of Warrior Poets, from Bay Prefecture. Currently under the governance of Master Indira. Marsh Puppeteer. Also known as Malagangers. A parasitic species from the Dreer that virtually kills its host, then takes control of it. Malagangers share a hive mind, what one knows, all know. Master of Arms. The highest-ranking military officer and strategist in a great house or family. Master of Assassins. The commander of the assassins assigned to a great house or family. This role will include the responsibilities of the Master of Spies. Master of Spies. The commander of the spies assigned to a great house or family. Generally used when a house or family does not usually have assassins in their permanent employ. Master of the Fleet. The highest-ranking naval officer of a great house or family. Master of the House. The role of managing all the financial, mercantile, and other administrative tasks required to run a great house or family. Quite often the role is also that of secretary to a Ran or Sef. Sometimes the role also assumes the responsibilities of a Rajar. Nadi. From the High-Avan word meaning iron dog, a Nadi is the name for a mercenary or other professional soldier unaffiliated with a great house or family. Nadi generally operate with a strict code of professional ethics. Naysuk. Also known as the lament. Nayu adept. A scholar who has mastered a suite of complex physical disciplines. Nemhauer. Gold companion of the House of Pearl. A prized courtesan and entertainer who engages only with the upper castes and the most affluent members of society. Nilvedic, an order of scholars famed for their expertise as healers, herbalists, and alchemists. Known for their dark yellow robes, they are not a militant order. Nomad. The Avan term for the undead. Officers martial. The most senior officials in the magistratum. Some are representatives from the 100 families or the great houses, though many are representatives from the merchant caste, warrior caste, or the freehold caste, which includes artisans, farmers, and other tradespeople. Pa. High-Avan word for the child of Iran. Pahavan. The highest-ranking members of the Avan in a country where there are no awakened Rans. Pillars of sand. See Isanander. Poet master. The head of a poet master academy, teaching the ancient arts of the warrior poet. Prefect. The appointed ruler of a city. A prefect is always a Ran or a Sef, where the title is inherited. Where a great house or family is exiled, or otherwise removed from the rolls, a new prefect from a different house or family will be appointed. PSE. High-Avan word for mind. PSE adept. A scholar who has mastered a suite of complex mental disciplines. Said. A field of study in the esoteric doctrines that focuses on mentalism, reputed to have been taught in the lost University of Kanempur. Siddhari. High-Avan word meaning mind blade. From PSA, mind, and Dari, blade. Used by some Sikh knights and Sikh masters who have the skills and disciplines for creating such weapons. A Siddhari can only be wielded by the person who made it. Saja. The marriage of minds, used by mystics to work in concert and maximize effectiveness. Kadir. A palace. Kwa. Also referred to as the font. Ran. Leader of one of the great houses. A member of the royal caste. Rajar. Closest advisor to a Ran or Sef. Usually a lore master, master of arms, master of spies, or other senior officer in a household. Sahai. High-Avan word for teacher. Saidanisuk. The Four Swords Warrior Poet Academy of Sun Prefecture. Currently under the governance of Master Jara. Sef. Leader of one of the 100 families. A member of the elite caste. Send. The collection of policies, codes, measures, and other behaviors that the Avan use to regulate their social interactions. Seek, the scholastic order that teaches a combination of physical, mental, and spiritual disciplines. Seril. The drake-fired glass of the Seath. Seril is lighter and harder than steel and can be made into almost any shape. Often colored, Seril is popular with the Seath in the making of armor and weapons. Shamshir. The typical weapon of the Avan. It is a long, single-edged curved weapon with a hilt long enough to use in either one or two hands. Shan. The unofficial title used by the heads of influential tribes or clans. Generally used by the mountain peoples of the Marjihara, the Marajar, the Marsilan, the Mar-Am-Din, and the Mar-Shalon. It is also sometimes used by affluent families with a military tradition. Soul trader. Nomads, though sometimes living beings, who harvest the souls of the dead in order to sell them to others. Starborn. Humans. Suk. A school. Sut. High-Avan word meaning knife. Teshri. The government leaders, representatives of the crown and state. Members of the Teshri are Sefs and Rans, though senior members of influential consortiums are also appointed, such the leaders of the House of Pearl, the Banker's House, the Mercantile Guild, Alchemists Guild, etc. Unity. The process whereby an awakened Ran travels their prefecture, communing with the consciousness of IA. Successful unity provides the awakened Ran with the ability to share, harness, and leverage from the vast natural forces of IA. Vayansuk. The Lotus School of the Warrior Poets, from Mir in Salasan Prefecture. Currently under the governance of Master Tarshan. Warrior Poet. Arguably the most dangerous weapon masters in the world, a warrior poet is trained in various weapons, strategies, unarmed combat, and military history and philosophy. They are also trained in the creative arts of writing, poetry, painting, and sculpting, as a means to offset the violence of their core teaching and to gain an understanding of the value of life. A warrior poet lives according to the tenet the one will fight, so the many do not have to. Once trained, they are contracted out as bodyguards, champions, and military leaders to the great houses, the families, and to the various large syndicates such as the Mercantile Guild, the Banker's House, and the House of Pearl. The Fyasan, the personal guard of the Maj, or the Osran, in the case of the Shryonese Federation, are entirely comprised of warrior poets from the various schools. Water of life. Also known as the world blood, the water of life is a rare and vital source of water, enriched with a high content of disentropy from where it has flowed through areas where the border between the physical world of Ia and the Amtesh are tenuous. Which? The first group of the Ilhanim, mystics who are able to harness a vast array of natural forces to effect a supernatural outcome. A more dangerous, and less predictable set of practices than those used by scholars. The first scholastic orders were created by witches. Witch fire. A natural or with the mineral properties to more effectively channel disentropy, without being destroyed in the process. Often alloyed with Kyrian for greater strength, though can be alloyed with other metals. Zeni, an order of scholars that focuses upon mental discipline and philosophy. They are capable practitioners of unarmed combat, though tend not to engage in violence. Known by their grey overrobes. Also known as the Wandering Order. Cultures. Avan. A species originally made by the Seath and torque spindles from Seath and human specimens, as well as samples from predatory animals. The Avan were originally used as peacekeepers in the Petal Empire, though they rose up against the Seath. Rather than release humanity from their servitude, the newly formed Awakened Empire kept humanity as a vassal race for the next millennium until it was toppled as part of a human revolt. Dragons. One of the elemental master species, dragons are also known as the Fire Masters. They call themselves the Haji. Rarely seen in the modern world, they are known to spend much of their time in slumber as part of the Great Dreaming, with only a small percentage of their population awake at any one time. Fenling. A race created by the Seath and the torque spindles, the Fenling are the merger of giant tool-using rats and the Avan. They are a race of scavengers who rarely deal with non-Fenling, and are known for their cannibalism and carrying of virulent diseases. Faith. One of the elemental master species, the Fae are also known as the Sea Masters. Haru. One of the elemental master species, the Haru are also known as the Earth Masters. Humans. Also referred to as the Starborn. The most populous species on Ia. Once a vassal race to the Petal Empire of the Seath, as well as the Awakened Empire of the Avan, humanity is now independent. The largest human faction in southeastern Ia is the Iron League, composed of Atria, Jayam, Imra, Mant, Or, and Angath. Humans are known to live in almost every nation. Iku. One of the species of the Bamboo people. An ancient and enigmatic race of avian-like humanoids, with strong ties to the Sikh order. They are rarely seen outside their mountain retreats, and generally people mistake their appearance for a disguise. For the most part the Iku are Daikage, traveling warrior philosophers and teachers. Sometimes associated with bad omens. Katsi. One of the species of the Bamboo people. Also referred to as the Foxfolk, they are a vulpine race who live in the forests and mountains of Ia. The Katsi are known for their cunning, and nature as tricksters. Nomads. The undying or undead. Generally, they are without physical form and need to inhabit a physical shell in order to interact with the physical world. Seen as abominations by the ancestor-worshipping Avan. Ram. Also called the Time Masters, the Ram predate the Elemental Masters. There is very little documented about the Hate Empire of the Time Masters. Seath. One of the elemental master species, the Seath are also known as the Wind Masters. The founders of the now fallen Petal Empire, they are effectively immortal, though they can die via sickness and violence. As Seath mature, they undergo a physiological change where their bones thin and they grow wings. Seath elders are capable of flight. The Seath live and travel in extended family units known as troops. They can be found in many cities across southeastern Ia, though most dwell in the floating sky realms, which drift around the world, propelled by the winds. Tau Se. The lionfolk of the Taumark, originally made in the torque spindles by blending humans and lions. They are collected into a tribe-based patriarchy, though it is the women who run businesses and households. The Tauesi are sought after as mercenaries. Yarrow Te. A reclusive species reputed to be descended from earth elementals. Acknowledgements. The creation of these 3 novels in the Echoes of Empire series has been such a consuming part of my life for the past couple of years. Writing them has been a tremendous experience, not without its lessons learned, its joys, and its sacrifices. To my family and friends who've been so very patient, putting up with infrequent visits, and my social absences. Thanks for being there, and understanding how important this is for me. To John Gerald, who was always there with his advice and experience, and who has been so passionate about my work. I look forward to working with you on my next books. David Pomerico and the 47 North Author team, you've proven time and time again that you believe in me, and the Echoes series. There's so much work behind the scenes, and you made it all flow as smoothly as I could have hoped for. To my editor, Juliet Ullman, for your guidance and attention to detail. Matt Patton, I appreciate how hard copy editing can be. Thanks for all your hard work, and trying to make my stories a better experience for the reader. To Stefan Martinier, you've given me the most amazing cover art for these stories. I'm blessed to have had your vision as the first thing people see about my books. My humble thanks to you all. About the author. Mark Barnes was born in September 1966 in Sydney, Australia. Raised and educated in Sydney, he was a champion swimmer who also played water polo, soccer, cricket, and volleyball. Drawn to the arts at a young age, he wrote his first short story at age 7, and was active in drawing, painting, and music as well. His career stuttered in finance, slid into advertising, then leaped into information technology, where he continues to manage a freelance organizational change consultancy. It was not until January 2005, when Mark was selected to attend the Clarion South Residential Short Story Workshop, that he began to write with a view to making it more than a hobby. Since Clarion South 2005, Mark has published a small number of short stories, worked as a freelance script editor, and done creative consultancy for a television series. The Obsidian Heart is book 2 in the Echoes of Empire series, which began with his first novel, The Garden of Stones.